We are live at Coletco for Saturday, October 4th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. And you can count on Mike Massey being the first commenter. That's what we like to see. Alrighty here. Sitting on the park bench. All right, so we got vinyl, we got college football, and we got Chick-fil-A. And that's what we're doing tonight. Sitting on the park bench. Texas and Florida, Vanderbilt and Alabama, Penn State went down. I think it was almost over. I was highly surprised by that. Nico actually won a game, and he beat he saved his first win for the biggest one of the year. Nico Iamalaava. I had to learn how to say that name. Y'all know how I am with names, and then Tennessee got a quarterback called Nico Iamalaava. And I was like, oh my gosh. That's why everybody calls him Nico. Sitting on the park bench. Nico Iamalaava. John's dropping off his loot. 4 crates full of loot. Looking forward to it. It's morning time for Chad. I'm getting good and woke up. Started my day with a Chick-fil-A sandwich. So what are we looking at over here? We got, let me turn down my volume. Okay, Vanderbilt. Everything's at commercial break. They did it. They beat them 42-37. That one's over. Wow. Shitting on the park bench. Snot running down his nose. 4 a.m. Yeah, did y'all get that notification? I was back here clean. I was actually sweeping and changing out my trash bag, and I walked by my monitor. I hadn't turned off everything yet, and there was a stream going. I mean, there was people watching, talking in the chat at 4 a.m. So I think when I was over here moving stuff around, I accidentally hit the cursor, and I accidentally hit go live. And when I accidentally hit go live, I had no idea, obviously. And like I said, I walked up here, or I walked by the screen again, and the chat was moving. And I was like, what is going on? And then I realized, oh, there's people on here watching a live sale right now. So And if I usually leave, one of the last things I do is turn everything off. So when I hit the button that says in stream, I usually leave the lights on and the monitor and everything on because the lights back here are so good. Sometimes I film videos back here. But then I realized, oh man, we're actually live right now. Of course, the mic was off. If the mic was on, y'all probably would have heard me walking around singing like I do all night. Y'all would have heard me singing all night. Going, sitting on the park bench. Aqualung. Goes the pick-a-doggin, the bog to warm his feet. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. First auction of the night. Two really cool 60s era items here. This is called Hip Pocket Records. These are original flexi discs that were sold back in the 60s in promotion with Ford Philco, as in Ford, the motor company, and Philco, the radio company. And this is The Happenings, Go Away Little Girl, and See You in September, and of course a major hit, I Think We're Alone Now by Tommy James and the Shondells. So those two are going to go up for a $10 start. This is my first Saturday here in, 6 weeks? Let's see, we've played 6 games, right? 5 games, 6 games? I guess this is, 6 weeks. It's been a month and a half since I've done a Saturday sale. And I had Paul on standby because I was thinking about just, I'm never one to take a day off. And I was thinking, well, if I get him to do the first half of the sale, I'll can finish watching some of these games, and then I'll come in and we'll do a late night deal. But I thought, I'll just go ahead and start normal time, and we'll get it done from there. Okay, let me go up front and get our first crate. So there's the two Hip Pocket Records. And, of course, we got all kinds of great auctions tonight, both in conjunction stuff that Laura and Paul has done for us. And I'm ready to get started with some of that. I think y'all are probably just ready to buy some stuff, right? I'm ready to say some stuff. So let me go through my catch-all crate over here. I got a sealed original pressing of Culture Club, color by numbers, with double hop sticker. Incredible artifact here. It's got the Grammy nominee sticker and the hop sticker. Somebody wrote their name on the Grammy sticker, though, so you can peel that one off. That's going to go up for just a $10 start. Yeah, these are unopened. So if you were to open this, they would be a little black flexi disc. Almost as thin as a piece of paper, or is as thin as a piece of paper. So yeah, $10 start on the Hip Pocket Records, and then sealed Culture Club, unopened and original, $15 start on that. Okay? So Vanderbilt falls to Alabama. Penn State falls to UCLA. And I think that leaves one more. Texas is about to fall to Florida. Wow. Hey, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter if you could be, they have the ball, possibly. You could be the 98 Bulls. I'm using a basketball and a football analogy. You could be the 98 Bulls. You go into the swamp, you better get ready. It's the swamp for a reason. It's the swamp for a reason. They call it the swamp for a reason. All right. We probably could easily get destroyed down there too. Easily. All right. Let's grab an empty crate, Paul. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it, Paul. I got it. I got it. I got it. Paul's in a feisty mood as always. He's getting ready for Psychedelic Sunday. Psychedelic Sunday tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Don't forget about that. Psychedelic Sunday. Sunday with Paul. John's got seafood. All right. Black Sabbath lot. Oh, man. I need to share the feed, too. I've been talking and hadn't done that yet. Has everybody hit the like button? Paul, have you hit the like button? Hit the hate button. Oh, my gosh. Paul's getting up for Psychedelic Sunday. Let me... John, I need to get John's... John, what's your diagnosis? John's got some kind of thing where he's only... Whatever's wrong with his... he's been sick lately, and he's only got something now where he can only eat seafood, and it's pretty unusual. He's got a rare condition almost, I think. I need to ask him about that again, but he can only, man, he can't eat gluten. He can only eat seafood now. I was like, dude, no dairy. I was like, I would just have to die. I was like, you've named off everything that I eat every day in large proportions. Okay, I forgot to share the couple links right quick. Let me do that. I'm trying to get woke up, everybody. Sorry for delays. Let me delete yesterday's story. All right, then let's go over here. I love seafood. Oh my gosh. All right. Let me close out all these apps. I'm going to remain silent till I'm officially ready to go. Then it's going to be unleashing a beast. Okay? Then it's going to be unleashing a beast. All right, so Anthony Godley, you get the 2-hit pocket record for $10. Thank you, Anthony Godley. That's so to him, or Goodley, Anthony Goodley. And then over here, we have Culture Club, color by numbers. This is sealed. And Patrick C. Smith has it for $15. That's now going up, going once, going twice. Patrick C. Smith, thank you. That's with you. Let's also put up another sealed OG record. This is George Harrison Cloud 9. I got my mind set on you. It's a sealed original pressing for just a $15 start. Those are now out for bid. Here's some of the comments from this morning's video. Black Sabbath. Monica Malley said Black Sabbath. Now, Monica, before I even say anything else, I guess there's only one Black Sabbath in here, isn't there? Okay. So, Monica Malley, let's see. Black Sabbath, Otis Redding, Black Sabbath, Paul and John, Nirvana, John and Paul, John Lennon, Imagine, In Flames, Red Clay, Metallica, 1/8 of the Acid Bath, Black Sabbath, John and Paul, Black Sabbath, Otis, Metallica, Ride the Lightning, Crew, Romantics, Crew, Metallica, Black Sabbath, Metallica, Warren Cherry Pie. Wow, we sold a lot. We sold a lot this morning. So first thing we have is Tool Opiate, $24.99. This is new and sealed Tool Opiate. I've still got 2 copies, $24.99 on that. Led Zeppelin 3 is 180-gram Jimmy Page Remaster. I still have this available if anybody wants it. I don't think it was claimed. It wasn't. So Led Zeppelin 3 still available for $29.99. And then we have Godsmack, their debut, $39.99. Does this one have Voodoo on it? It does. Voodoo's on that one too. I'm not the one that's so far away. Culture Club is sold for $15, and that's sold to Patrick C. Smith 15. Thank you, Patrick C. Smith 15. That is owed to you for $15. And then over here, we have George Harrison Cloud 9. George Harrison Cloud 9 has one bid with Tim Turner also for $15. That's going to once, and now it's going to twice. It's about to go 3 times, and then we'll do it for a 4th time. And then we've got Aerosmith, a sealed original pressing of Done with Mirrors. Once again, sealed records selling for bargains. I'd be better off opening these up and saying they're near mint minus and shrink wrap. We just sold a Culture Club that I usually sell for more than $15, near mint and shrink wrap, and it was sealed. Same thing for George Harrison. It's sealed, and it only has one bid for $15. And here's Aerosmith. It's sealed, and it's only a $15 star. And it's a sealed original retail copy of Done with Mirrors. So those are a final call. I have Jeff Buckley Grace. We still got both copies of Jeff Buckley Grace. This is $33.99. I've got 2 of those, and I have Suffocation, Effigy of the Forgotten. That's on limited edition red vinyl. Suffocation's $44.99. And we only have 1 of this, so we're going to definitely have a waiting list. John and Paul, A Toot and a Snore. So the first one is sold to Clifford Umstead, okay? Let's put Clifford Umstead on a waiting list. Let's also put, or excuse me, this one goes to Clifford Umstead. This one goes to Clifford Umstead. Let's also put Lillian McCurry on a waiting list. She's going to go on a waiting list. Lillian McCurry on a waiting list. Michael Potts on a waiting list, okay? Michael Potts on a waiting list. So 2 people on a wait list for the John and Paul here. Toot and a Snore. If anybody else wants one, they'll be back in next week, and we'll take care of you then. $8 in limited shipping ends tonight. So if you've been buying since Monday, you probably already know this by now, but it's $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy every night until Saturday night. Tonight, when I say good night, around midnight, maybe 1 a.m., maybe 2 a.m., it might be 3 a.m., depending on what time zone I'm in, depending on what time zone you're in. $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy. Sunday, Paul will be here live 5 o'clock doing a psych show, as in the genre, psych, psychedelia, psychedelic. That is going to be Paul, and that starts a new invoicing cycle. So anything you buy Sunday, tomorrow, you're not going to be billed until not that next day, but the next Monday. So like 8 days later, essentially. So tonight's the last night for $8 in limited shipping. Herbie Hancock is $29.99. Gatefold 180 gram, his 1962 debut. We have Warrant Cherry Pie. I know this one's sold, and we might even have a waiting list. This copy here is sold to Scott Markheim, and this was the limited edition yellow numbered copy. That's sold to Scott Markheim. Thank you, Scott. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We still got both copies of Winger. Winger's on green vinyl for $33.99, and George Harrison is sold. One bid, sealed copy of George Harrison. That's sold to Tim Turner for $15. Thank you, Tim Turner. That's sold to you for $15. I appreciate that. So that's sold to Tim Turner for $15. Let's go over here to Aerosmith. And Aerosmith is with Anthony Goodley at $20. Anthony Goodley has that for $20. It's a sealed copy. Final call. The Sword, Gods of the Earth. The Sword is $29.99. I still got this one copy. If anybody wants them, if anybody wants it, let me know. And then we have 2 copies of Tokyo Blade, Night of the Blade. Tokyo Blade is $38.99. That's a 2 LP. Tokyo Blade, $38.99. All righty, over here I have a Kiss bootleg. This was actually left over from Monday. It was supposed to go up for a $25 start. Not so fast, my friend, in the words of Lee Corso. How about a $1 start? This is Kiss, The Ritz on Fire, the best of the Ritz on Fire, 1988, the best of. So it's a live Kiss compilation, 1988, The Ritz, New York, $1 start on Kiss. $1 star, that's up for bid. Alonzo gets Tokyo Blade, that's sold to Alonzo. And we have In Flames Horacle, and In Flames is $33.99. Yellow vinyl In Flames is $33.99. In Flames is $33.99. This is sold to Carol Keys. Thank you, Carol Keys. That's so to you. And then this newest Motley Crue compilation is called From the Beginning. Motley Crue From the Beginning is a 2 LP compilation, $38.99. And we, in fact, sold both of these. So this is sold to Corey Ross. And then Matt Algram also gets one. Matt Algram also gets one. If anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list for next week. So the sealed original, this is an OG sealed copy of Aerosmith. Final call to Anthony Goodley. There was a lot of bidders. It's at $20. Kiss has a bid for $5. And I got some 45s for you tonight. I do have some 45s for you tonight. Okay, we have 1, 2, let's see here. Is those two different? Yep, and then 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's try 5 because these are some pretty dang good titles. Motley Crue is black vinyl. So I've got Warrant, as in Warrant, Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinky Rich, Warrant Big Talk, and DRFSR. We have the Dang Yankees Come Again, and that's a double-sided promo. And then we have the Dang Yankees High Enough, their big hit. Bengals Eternal Flame, and What I Meant to Say. Boys Don't Cry, I Want to Be a Cowboy. And Vixen Crying and Desperate. Those 5 singles, a $10 start. Those 5 singles, a $10 start. Do you have any Man of War in the shop? I do not. I don't think we have any. If I had something Man of War, we'd probably auction it on Thursday night. So nothing in stock. They don't have anything really in print. Music on Vinyl just did a best of theirs, like a 2 LP greatest hits, but that's about it. Led Zeppelin is $119.99 for the Mothership box set. Metallica Seattle, I think these both sold. So Metallica Seattle 1989 is $38.99. The first one is sold to Nick McDonald. Nick McDonald, McDonnell. He's a relatively new buyer, but he's registered. And then the other Metallica Seattle is sold to Scott Markheim. So that's sold to Scott Markheim, and that's officially sold out. If anybody wants those, we can get you on a waiting list. And then we have Metallica Kill 'Em All. So this is a secret live show at the Orion Music Festival in 2013. It's a 30-year celebration of Kill 'Em All. They did a secret live show, and this is the bootleg recording of that. We sold 2 or 3 copies last night, and we have 1 left here. And this $46.99 is sold to... This is sold to John LaBeatty. Thank you, John LaBeatty. That is sold to you. And then over here, the Kiss bootleg has 1 bid for $5. The singles has a bid for $10. And then I've tried about 20 times for somebody else to bid on Aerosmith. It did not happen. So that's sold to Anthony Goodley for $20. So thank you, Anthony. That's sold to you for $20. Appreciate that. Wow, a Kiss bootleg is about to sell for $5. I don't think I've ever had that before. Let's move this over here for a final call. Kiss Best Of Live at the Ritz, near mint. Christopher Nagy has it for $5. Jeremy Merck has all 5 of those singles there for $10. That's where we're at right now on those. And then over here, I have Led Zeppelin. And this is live at the Texas International Pop Festival. This particular cover has a torn shrink. Just ignore that one. And this one has some torn shrink too. You know what? A lot of these I've had have torn. I don't know what's up with this with torn shrink. Here's one way you can save it though. If you go ahead and rip it off, that way it doesn't get hung on something and rip even more. There we go. That way it stays relatively tight to the jacket. There's that. Alonzo wants on the Metallica Kill 'Em All bootleg waiting list. Make sure we put Metallica Kill 'Em All live, okay? Make sure we put Metallica Kill 'Em All live on that one. We also have Metallica Ride the Lightning live at the Orion Music Festival. This one is also sold $39.99. This one is also sold to Dwayne Worley. Thank you, Dwayne Worley. That is sold to you. That one is gone. And then we've got 2 copies of Black Sabbath California Jam. One is sold to Monica Malley. Okay, and then over here, one is sold to Clifford Umstead. Now, we're sold out of California Jam. Here's going to be the waiting list. The waiting list for California Jam is Danny Thomason, George Jones, and Scott Markheim. So this is live in 1974 at the Ontario Speedway. and there's 3 people on a wait list. Both copies sold, one to Monica Malley, one to Clifford Umstead, and then the wait list is Danny Thomason, George Jones, and Scott Markheim, okay? There's those are both sold. Next thing over here is Metallica, Don't Tread On Matters, Sebastian Rebix. This is new and sealed. Metallica, $19.99. Metallica is $19.99, which is a 12-inch single for that. Also over here we have Led Zeppelin, Osaka. This is Volume 1 and Volume 2. Osaka is Volume 1 and Volume 2, $39.99. And this comes as a set, a total of 4 LPs, $39.99 each on those. Dwayne Worley on the Metallica. Now, I will say, the cover's made to look like it's beat up. Okay, the cover's made to look like it's stained and has ring wear, but also up here, there's a legitimate, like a little bit of a crease through the jacket. So I don't know if that matters to you, Dwayne, but the cover's literally made to look like it's worn out, but it actually already has some real cosmetic creases in the cover. When I first seen that, I thought it was just the way it's made, but if it's okay with you, I mean, it's not like you're looking for a mint jacket. They literally made it to look like it's destroyed. These singles here are officially sold to Jeremy Merck for $10. Thank you, Jeremy. Those are sold to you. Let's sell those to Jeremy for $10. Appreciate that. And we're going to put a sticky note here so I can keep some of these lots separated because I've got a few more over here to run. And then I think that's it. Yep. I got one more crate to go through. A lot sold out of there with a lot of waiting list. And the second crate was the Hatchet Ed crate leftovers from yesterday. And a lot of that sold. Some of it sold. I'm going to go up there and grab those. And then we'll do that 12 o'clock video I posted, which is, we'll go ahead and just say we're going into new stuff with that. It's the stuff that, kind of a compilation crate of Paul and Laura stuff from this week. I have a leftover U2 auction. And the last time I put this up, it was a $25 start. Let's try a $15 start. U2, The Unforgettable Fire. It's an 84 OG, nice pressing. EX and a VG Plus or better jacket. U2's a $15 start. Kiss is at $14 with Joe Delgado. This is Kiss live at the Ritz. $14 of Joe Delgado. Everybody else is out. There's Metallica and Led Zeppelin. The seam is not split. No, that's part of the shrink wrap there. Okay, there's that. And then the next thing is this. Let's go ahead and start putting up some of the first items that has been tagged for tonight's auction, including the Psychedelic Furs. This is going to go up right now. The Psychedelic Furs, Talk, 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 is an 81 US OG. The song Pretty in Pink is on this album. That's a note here from Laura. Original under sleeve EX. $15 start for Psychedelic Furs. That's up for bid. I'm just going to breeze through these one more time before I go grab that crate up front. Tool Opiate is $24. Led Zeppelin 3 is $29. Godsmack, the double LP is $39. Jeff Buckley was $33. Suffocation $44. Herbie Hancock's $29. Winger $33 green vinyl. Sword $29. Tokyo Blade $38. Zeppelin Mothership $119. Zeppelin International Pop Festival $39. Metallica's $19. And then Zeppelin Osaka Volume 2 and Volume 1, $39.99 each. And if you change your mind, if it's getting near the end of the night and you're finishing up your order and you're like, Chad, I need a couple more of those, I'm going to be like, all right, okay. All right, we'll add them to your order, no problem. Let me get something pulled up over here. Sherry wants a Zeppelin Osaka set. Sherry wants Osaka set. Okay. All right, let's pull that for Sherry. That's Volume 1 and Volume 2. I have one left if anybody else wants it. We have not sold anything from the Hot Pictures today. The first thing from the Hot Picture is Psychedelic Furs. That's it. That is the first thing from the Hot Pictures. When I come back, I'm selling Kiss for $16. Everybody hates this U2 album. I'm just going to tell them no longer tag these for auctions. I don't know the last time I put Unforgettable Fire up and it's actually got a bid. It was like that with another album the other night. I was like, gosh, this is such a great album. It's one of these like I have to hop it up just to get a bid. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's such a great album. It's some of their best work on here. And we just need to start straight pricing these. That's what I'm going to tell John and Seth and Paul and Laura. I was just like, let's just start straight pricing these because I feel like they do better just straight mark than I'm begging for a bid on YouTube. I'm over here begging for a bid. I've reduced it. I have to hype it up every single time I show it. Unfortunately. It's kind of like anytime I sell a Yes album or Cross Deals and Ash, and then I'll get about 2 weeks later after everybody gets them in the mail and they listen to them, they're like, wow, thank you, Chad. Thank you. I had no idea. I've never heard of Yes in my life. Thank you for this Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I've never heard of them in my life. Over here, Kiss is sold to Christina Curtis for $16. U2 has a bid for $16 with Christopher Nagy. That's going twice, going 3 times. And Psychedelic Furs. And Psychedelic Furs is a final call for $15 start on that. Okay, and then Dio Box sold last week, actually. Yeah, sold last week. Okay, there's that. Jill's here. And I'm here, and I'm about to put up a third auction. We're going to put up some more, this right here. We're going to put up some of these right here. We got a Journey, Don't Stop Believing. We got Warrant, 32 pennies, and Sometimes She Cries. Poison, Play Dirty, and I Want Action. Sly Fox, Let's Go All the Way. And Como Tuye Lama. And then Warrant, Mr. Rainmaker, and Blind Faith. Warrant, Blind Faith is a song. Those 5 singles are going to be a $10 start. $10 start. The Twitch feed says you've been streaming for 24 hours. Really? It must have not ended last night. Is that right, Jake? Do what? Yeah, that's weird, though. Okay, let's go over here. So there's 3 live auctions. And here is this crate here. Psychedelic Furs now have bids, and we're about to sell U2. So Nirvana is sold to James Davidson for $29.99. This is sold. Make sure this goes in for $29.99. That's sold to James Davidson. And then over here we got Zach Top, Ain't In It For My Health. This was $10 off. Zach Top, $24.99. We have Acid Bath, and this is Nick McDonald wants 1 each of the Acid Baths. So give him this one here. Make sure, please, it goes in for $34.99. Make sure that one goes in for $34.99 to Nick McDonald. We have Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. That was $54.99, and then you can take an additional 20% off. Jack Johnson, On and On, is $36.99. Pestilence, Testimony of the Ancients. I still got Pestilence for $33.99. And The Pretenders, which is a double LP, the singles, $39.99. Okay, U2 over here. U2 is officially sold. Christopher Nagy, $16. The Psychedelic Furs is about to sell to Pergy, 33 for $17. The singles have bids for 10, 10, 10, and now 12. Okay. Otis Redding was sold. This was VG Plus, $29.99. This was sold to Monica Malley. Thank you, Monica Malley. That's sold to you. The Elton John back there is a new sealed, brand new sealed copy. Brand new sealed copy back there of that one. The newest imprint version. We have Triumph going up for bid. This is called Stages. Triumph Stages is an 85 USOG club copy, VG Plus condition, a $15 start for Triumph. Also, we have Elvis Costello and the Attractions, VG condition, $12.99. Iron Butterfly Inagata Davida, EX, $17.99. The Romantics was sold, actually. The Romantics over here was sold to Jamie Butler, $24.99. And then Delaney and Bonnie Genesis. Delaney and Bonnie is $19.99. Bloots is $24.99. And we have the Beatles Red Album, 62 to 66 on red vinyl. That was $99.99. Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, that is a mid-70s press at $44. Disco to Go was $12.99. Red Clay Strays was officially sold, and that was sold to Joshua Cross. Thank you, Joshua Cross. That's sold to you. Red Clay Strays is gone. John Lennon Imagine for $30 was sold to Carol Keys. And that leaves the Men at Work Japanese pressing for $37. Okay, the Psychedelic Furs is officially sold to Pergy 33 for $17. These 5 singles are at $15 with Patty, final call. Nobody's been on Triumph. It's a $15 start. And let me make sure I got everything out of the video that everybody bought. So we took care of Monica, Clifford, James, Lillian, is on a wait list for John and Paul Tootin' a Snore. We'll make sure that's already wrote down. And then we have, I got to go up front and get Nick McDonald the other acid bath. But first, let me let Danny know he went on a waiting list for California Jam. Michael Potts is on a wait list for John and Paul Tootin' a Snore. And then George Jones is on a wait list for Cal Jam. And Dan White, Otis Redding is already sold. I'm going to let him know that right now. Already sold on the Otis, so he was second on that. And then we took care of Dwayne, Corey, Jamie, and Matt, and John LeBady, and Scott Markheim's on a wait list for Black Sabbath, Cal Jam. Wait list for Black Sabbath, okay? And that's for Scott Markheim. There we go. Pergy33 gets this for $30. Make sure he gets that for $30. And then Jason Wilski on Pestilence. That was right here. That's sold to Jason Wilski, okay? Next thing, these singles are sold to Patty for $15. Thank you, Patty. Those are sold to you for $15. I'm going to put a sticky note divider in between those. And then Triumph over here is an 85 USOG Columbia Club copy. VG Plus on that one. VG Plus on that one, $15 start. Our next auction is Gargoyle. It's a speed metal heavy album. Speed metal, heavy album. An 88 US OG. It does have a clip corner. Gargoyle, $15 start on that. I don't know a lot about it, but it has radio station markings from WXLV. Has radio station markings from WXLV. So I think we took care of everything in that. And we're about to go get another video with stuff that's available for sale. And let me go ahead and sort what's in here out of here. And boom, 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 we took care of everything in there. Wow, busy, but we've almost sold a full crate just from that. I'm going to take these. Now, I told everybody last night, actually, we went through this the second time. I said, if anybody wants to make an offer on any of these, and especially the Beatles that was marked $99.99 or Zeppelin that was marked $44, you can go ahead and right ahead and do that. I'm going to put all these over here in a vintage crate. If not, they might pop up in a half-off crate one night, might pop up in a flip crate. You just never know. And then I'm going to take all of these, and these are going to be put with the leftover on-sale new vinyl. And probably tomorrow morning, there's probably going to be a lengthy video of everything left that was on sale from this week. So all the new vinyl that was discounted this week, all the August dates, I've got everything packed into 2 crates. I got everything packed into 2 crates. I'm probably going to separate it out into 3. And that will be tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. video will be everything that's left that's on sale new vinyl. Heck, we might go through it one more time here tonight. Well, that might be one of the last things we do. I might try to get it sorted, so as soon as the show's over, I'll have it ready to film. Jordan, Michael Jordan is a SGC. They're a premier vintage grading company. It is graded a 4. It's $3,000. 86, 87 Fleer Jordan, SGC 4, $3,000. If you have the cash, probably one of the best things you could buy tonight. Right, Paul? $3,000 for Michael Jordan. Paul says he'll take it. Wow. Okay, ring them up. Ring them up. There's the tracks for Triumph. It's in VG Plus condition. Gargoyle does not have a bid, $15 start. And I have another crate up front to get. How about we go ahead and put up Quiet Riot? I have a whole crate of surprises. Wait till y'all see these. This is a 86 USOG EXEX Plus, $20 start. Quiet Riot 3. Laura has the Youngblood up for pre-order. She has that one up for pre-order, I'm pretty sure. She does. Laura has Youngblood up for pre-order. Yep. Come on, feel the noise. Something, something, something. Yeah, something, something. Something, something. Something, something, something. Something, something, something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, I love Chick-fil-A. Oh, Chick-fil-A Diet Coke, sign me up. Triumph is sold to Jackie for $15. Jackie Reynolds gets that for $15. Gargoyle does not have a bid. You can pick that up for $15. Gargoyle. And then over here, Quiet Riot is a final call. Quiet Riot is with Trent Peasley at $30. $30 with Trent Peasley. John Kaiser gets Gargoyle for $15. Next auction is going to go up right now. We got Warrant, Big Talk, and DRFSR, Dirty Rotten Phil Stinky Rich. Bon Jovi, I'll be there for you, and Homebound Train. Steve Winwood, Freedom Overpriced. Firehouse, Reach for the Sky. Shake and Tumble Live. Def Leppard, Stand Up, Kick Love into Motion. And From the Inside, the Acoustic Hippies from Hell. Sammy Hagar, Give to Live. And the Dang Yankees, Silence is Broken. And Double Coyote. Those 45s are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on those. Quiet Riot is still getting bids. Those singles are a $10 start. And let's grab over here another auction. And that is going to be the Beastie Boys here. And that is, check it out. The hiatus is back off. Again, check it out. A 2004 USOG promo only. Beastie Boys EX Edition. Man, I sneezed so hard I changed the camera view. $10 start on Beastie Boys. All right. Sorry if that blew y'all's eardrums out right then. If anybody we're going to blame, let's blame it on Seth. Blame it on Seth. Sneeze problems, blame it on Seth. Marriage problems, blame it on Seth. Have trouble at work, blame it on Seth. Indigestion, blame it on Seth. Okay. We have the following claims. The Eagles, Stevie Nicks, Foo Fighters, Bronski Beat, Megadeth, Prince, Flesh Tones, Black Country New Road, Social Distortion, Metallica, Robert Plant, Foo Fighters, Total, Joy Division New Order, Tim Buckley, Wish You Were Here, and Pennywise, okay? So this is all Laura and Paul stuff. Priced is marked, okay? Price is marked. Here we go. We have Black Country New Road. This is sold already to Tim Colino Jr. Thank you. $34.99. That's sold to him. This is still available. Buzzcocks, a different compilation. Buzzcocks is a 2021 Record Store Day exclusive, sealed for $29.99. We also have Total from Joy Division and New Order, and that was only $39.99, and that's sold to Javi Soto. Thank you, Javi Soto. That is so to you. Did I get on the second Metallica wait list? Are you talking about the Ride the Lightning Live Orion? Are you talking about the Live Orion Metallica, Alonzo? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. The Live Orion, Ride the Lightning. Let me know if that's right, and we'll take care of you on that one. Okay, so right now, Quiet Riot was sold, and Quiet Riot over here was sold to for $30 to Trent Peasley. I don't think these singles have a bid yet, so we're going to go ahead and make those a buy it now for $10. If anybody wants them, $10 buy it now on those. Beastie Boys is at 16 with X-Wing 81. We also have the Black Keys El Camino, and that is sealed, a 10th anniversary edition. The Black Keys is $39.99. That's El Camino. We also have Robert Plant, and this did sell. Robert Plant is sold to George Jones. Thank you, George Jones. That's sold to you. Foo Fighters Wasting Light. First person that was in on Foo Fighters here, Wasting Light, was Glenn Kesey. $24.99. That's sold to him. And then we have Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. This was sold to Brian Call. And then over here we have Rush Fly By Night. Rush Fly By Night is $29.99. That is a remaster of Rush Fly By Night. That's still available. And Bronski Beat was sold to John Darden. John Darden gets the Bronski Beat. Stevie Nicks Belladonna, that was VG minus $9.99. Stevie Nicks, that was sold to Bill Walton. Thank you, Bill Walton. That's sold to you. And Sepultura's on green vinyl, $29.99. The Beastie Boys is at $20. Our next auction is Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle Night Train. This is a 1988 UK poster sleeve. Look how cool this is. So it's a Guns N' Roses single with this gigantic sleeve that folds out. Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle Night Train. Special limited edition poster bag. And that is a 88 UKOG limited edition VG++ EX, $20 start on Guns N' Roses. The singles over here. We have Topographic. We have the Dank Yankees, Sammy Hagar. This was Def Leppard, and then Firehouse, Steve Winwood, Bon Jovi, and Warrant. And if you don't want them, it looks like William Drugovich does. It's $10 for all of them. Also here, we have Motorhead, Remorse No, a Record Store Day exclusive on silver vinyl. This is $34.99, so we still have that. We also have Pennywise, 1988. Pennywise is sold to Matt Nichols. He gets that. Sold to Matt Nichols. And we have Septic Flesh, Ophidian Wheel. Septic Flesh is on red vinyl, $29.99. These singles are sold to William Drugovich then for $10. Thank you on that, William Drugovich. We also have Run DMC. This is the Christmas Record Store Day picture disc, $44.99 on that. The Beastie Boys is at $24, GNR's at $20, and GNR's at $20. So those are still getting bids. And let's go over here and find another auction. And I still got some stuff over here that hadn't sold this week I'm going to reduce the price on. And let's do a fantastical CCR compilation. This is called CCR Best 20. So we'll put this up for just a $15 start. It's a CCR compilation. It's called Best 20. Great track listing on that. Nice vinyl. We have Larry Coryell and the Brubeck Brothers, Better Than Live. That's EX edition, $17.99. Eagles The Long Run is sold to Bill Walton. Thank you, Bill Walton. That's sold to you. The Flesh Tones Hexbreaker, $19.99. And then the other Flesh Tones, Armed and Dangerous, is sold to Art D. LaSchmidt. Art D. LaSchmidt. That is sold to him. So thank you, Art. That is sold to you. Queen Anne's Lace. That is a 1969 U.S. rock pop album. $9.99 for Queen Anne's Lace. And Chick Corea and Return to Forever, Light as a Feather. That is $19.99 for Chick Corea. Megadeth, Peace Sells But Who's Buying? That's sold to Rick Peabody. Thank you, Rick Peabody. That's sold to you. Ministry, Greatest Hits. Greatest Fits. Ministries of 2018 numbered on marbled vinyl, $74.99. Ace Frehley's Second Sighting is $44.99. Napalm Death, From Enslavement to Obliteration, it was $29. And then Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello. This is VG $9.99 on Tim Buckley. I have that available. I also have Black Mass Lucifer, surprisingly unclaimed, EX $22.99. The Beastie Boys, X-Wings Out, Final Call to Matthew Kopus for $24. Guns N' Roses at $30 and CCR is at $20. And those are all going once, going twice. Prince is officially sold to Mark Chesler. And then over here we have Gary Wright Dreamweaver, a new sealed Friday music pressing for $39.99. And then Motorhead, Live in Madrid, $19.95. It's a 2021 Record Store Day on red vinyl. That, folks, is Motorhead, $39.99. By the way, Diego Sanchez wanted Tim Buckley. Thank you, Diego Sanchez. That's so to you. Alex Kane on Lucifer Black Mass. Thank you. That's so to you. And then Diego on TB. Yes, Diego, I just pulled it from the video. Sorry. I thought somebody claimed that. That's why I did a double take. And you claimed it live. I got you. I got you from the video. Thank you. Godflesh Street Cleaner. Godflesh is $29.99. And then Metallica 72 Seasons. This one is sold to Brandon Jones. That's sold to him. $29.99. Also Darren Chrisman on Napalm Death. That's sold to Darren Chrisman. And we have Septic Flesh again. Codex Omega, $24.99. And Social Distortion was claimed, and Social Distortion was sold here to the following person. Dee 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 ba bam ba da. I know there's a social distortion claim. I'm not giving up until I find it. Greg Lee. So did Greg Lee. Thank you, Greg. $24.99. Okay, so Beastie Boys did not get another bid. It is finished, and that's so to Matthew Kobus for 24. Guns N' Roses is not finished. This is Welcome to the Jungle and Night Train and You're Crazy acoustic with a really cool poster sleeve. This was not released in the U.S. It was a UK-only edition. It's a single, and that has a high bid of $35. And then CCR is sold to Joe DeGallo for $20. Anthony Goodley, you just missed that. It was one bid and sold for him for $20. Wow, still some great stuff in there. I'm glad I did that crate. That was what I call a Paul Laura 12 o'clock flip crate. There was some great stuff in there. And I need to do that more often because they've had some crates here lately with some really cool titles. And if you don't watch every second of every 8-hour live stream, then you're probably going to miss some of their records they put out. So make sure you're in a private group if you have access to Facebook, because if you have access to Facebook and you don't watch every minute of every 8-hour sale, you're probably going to miss a record. And there might be something that doesn't actually get claimed, and you can go ahead and pick it up. Okay? Next thing over here is this. First thing we have was Guns N' Roses at 35, and then want to give a ship out to the shipping crew. The Minutemen LP was gifted by Chad of the Week. It already arrived today. Wow. A record we gifted to Craig, what, on Tuesday? It's already in California at his door. Our shipping crew is on fire. Everybody here is. The use of cedars on Tim. If that's for Tim Buckley, it's already sold. Septic Flesh. This is sold to Hiram Aponte. And then over here we have, Brian, you did get Pink Floyd, yes. And then everybody's on fire, even Paul. Travis Woods has GNR for 35. Who was the other bidder? Anthony Goodley, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. We're about to sell it. Now, first thing I have this. We have the following. Another auction going up right now. Whitesnake. Here I go again on my own. Down this lonely road, I walk alone. An 87 U.S. Specialty OG, still in shrink with the MTV hype sticker in the still of the night. Is this love? $35 start on Whitesnake. Wow, some big 80 stuff back there all of a sudden for auction. Big 80 stuff all of a sudden back there for auction. And let's do this over here. So we got a great crew. We got basically about 4 different divisions that work here. If anybody that's not familiar with how things work, let me tell you how things work around here, Paul. We got our record pricers and our record buyers. That would be Paul. That'd be Paul. Paul's bought about everything you see right here. We're selling. It's all been purchased by one person. That's Paul. I buy a few things, but Paul buys almost everything here exclusively for us. He's our buyer. I used to be the buyer, and we have sold a lot more now because guess what? I don't have to worry about going out and buying. That's called expanding your horizons. That's called delegating. That's called leveraging. So shout out to Paul. Then Paul also helps us price and stuff. You got Laura that prices stuff. Y'all know that. And researchers. We got pricers and researchers. That's John, Paul, and Laura. And then we got our operation center and shipping crew. We'll just kind of combine all that together. That could be a lot of different people. That could be, where do I start? We'll start with Ed, also customer service manager. And then we got G. Then we got Jill. Then we got Jack. And then we got Jake. These are all J names, I know. Caden. Jack, Jill, Caden, yeah. Also Julie. That's another J name, Julie. Did I mention Paul? Oh, Seth. Tanner. Otis. Steve. Tony. Linda. It's amazing. I just keep naming off. We've grew to about 15 people here, and hopefully by this time next year we have about 20 or 22. To me, for hit our goals next year, if we have 15 people right now, we're going to need 20 or 22 people on staff next year. So CollectCo's just going to keep getting bigger thanks to y'all. GNR is at $35. That is sold to Travis Woods. Wow, no bid on Whitesnake. We're looking for a $35 start. Just think, it used to be essentially me. And now, hopefully, by next year, there's going to be 22 people here on staff. That would be awesome. How about we go ahead and put up one of these picture discs, and we're going to put up Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss. And this is a 2006 unofficial picture disc. Folks, these picture discs are highly collectible, and they can demand pretty good money. This right here This is Seasons in the Abyss. It's a 2006 unofficial picture disc. Slayer, a $75 start. That's up for bid. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the offer button, okay? Imagine a switch right here. Psh, it's on. I just flipped it on. That means you can make offers on this crate. Final read-through before we start going into our new stuff, okay? First thing we have is Buzzcocks, a different compilation. Buzzcocks is a Record Store Day sealed, $29.99. The Black Keys El Camino, a 10th anniversary sealed, $39.99. Rush Fly By Night, $29.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. Whitesnake, final call for $35. Slayer, looking for a $75 start to get that one a rolling. What about Black Sabbath over here? Live at Last. Black Sabbath is a 1980 UK VG++, a $20 start. $20 start for Black Sabbath. Good luck bidding. Next is Sepultura. The mediator between the hands and heart must be the hands and heart. Head must be the something. $29.99. Brian Call, Buzzcocks, $24. Sold. X-Wing, Rush. I'll sell that to you for $22. We're looking for a $2 bump, and it's yours. Whitesnake has a new bid for $36. Travis, you're out. Motorhead, Remorse? No. Record Store Day Silver Vinyl, $34.99. Next is Septic Flesh, Ophidian Wheel, Red Vinyl, $29.99. Mark Limp, Buzzcocks is already gone. We have Run DMC Picture Disc, Christmas, $44.99. Whitesnake is still getting bids. Now it's at $40. We have Larry Coryell and the Brubeck Brothers, Better Than Live, EX Edition, $17.99. And we have the Flesh Tones, Hexbreaker, that's $19.99. We have Queen Anne's Lace, $9.99. We also have Chick Corea Return to Forever, $19.99, light as a feather. Ministry is Greatest Fits, $74.99. David Doyle on Brubeck sold. This sold to David Doyle, sold. X-Wing, if you don't want Rush, Jason Wilsky takes it for $22. So it's totally up to you. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. And we have this. This is Ace Frehley's Second Sighting, and this is $44.99. And we have Gary Wright Dreamweaver. That's on yellow vinyl for $39.99. Michael Martin says, have a nice night. Thank you for joining us, Michael. I'm not for sure if you're joining or leaving, but welcome. We have a Motorhead for $39.99, and we have Godflesh for $29. That was a great compilation crate I assembled there. I'm going to pat myself on the back. Great job, Chad. You're an amazing person. We have Slayer. This is a buy it now for $75 if anybody wants it. It's an unofficial picture disc from 2006. $75 buy it now. $75 buy it now. This is Seasons in the Abyss. Boy, it's heavy, too. It's an unofficial picture disc from 2006. If you want it, now is the time. Now is the time. Okay, so Jason Wilsky, you are going to get the Rush for $22. Jason Wilsky, you're going to get that for $22. Return to Forever was an OG. Yeah, light as a feather, red Polydor label. Yep, that is so to Ryan Mustaine. Now Black Sabbath is at $22 and Whitesnake is at $50. Here comes Jake. You leaving? No. Jake's not leaving. Good. I like having Jake here in case something goes bad, like a crash technologically. My enemies throw out an EMP pulse over the front of the building. Here we go. I am ready for new stuff. We got Saturday night at Coletco. If y'all hadn't heard already, I said we're going to have a vintage party tonight. Hey, Chad, what's a vintage party? Well, that's where we have a bunch of vintage stuff and we party. Sounds cool. I'll stay all night with you. Great. Okay, Black Sabbath at 26, Whitesnake 52. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? It is Saturday night at 6:53. I'm kind of feeling a little frisky. Go ahead and just give me the rest of that crate. I'll take everything. I'll say, holy moly. Chick-fil-A Diet Coke. All right, here we go. Yes, Slayer is a 2006. Yes, $75. White Snake is a final call for 55, and Black Sabbath is now at 30. All righty, let's see what John delivered us here. He's got all kinds of stuff here. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. If you want something in here, you can go ahead and buy it. If you don't want something in here, you don't have to buy it. If you want something in here and you don't like the price, you can make an offer. We call that a buy it now, best offer crate. Let's get started. We'll try to knock out all the newest stuff we have for tonight first. Don't forget, Paul's having a Psychedelic Sunday show tomorrow at 5. That's going to be really cool. So it's not going to be just a typical sale. It's going to be focused on one genre, and I know that's a genre y'all love. We got some insane auctions here tonight. Here we go, and let's do this right here. First thing we have, Michael Jordan, 86-87 Fleer rookie card. It's an SGC, graded 4, very good. Here's my price, no more, no less, $3,000. That's what I almost need net to me. But if you pay normally, I'll go ahead and pay the fees. If y'all don't know this, if you key in your credit card to an invoice, I get charged 3.5% plus a 29-cent transaction fee. So some of these big invoices, I get hit hard. So like on gold and big high-end sports cards and autographs, I have to be careful of pricing because one charge of an invoice and I've lost hundreds of dollars. But yeah, $3,000 on Jordan, we'll buy it. Okay, Black Sabbath is sold to Matthew Copas for $30. Joe DeGaldo went out, and I've scrolled down to the bottom. As soon as I said that, Kurt Barron says, what's on Sabbath? It's sold for $30 already to Matthew Copas. Travis Woods gets White Snake for $55. Next auction's going to go up right now. We have going up for this bid at this moment right now. Without further ado, this is going to go up for bid, and this is the other White Snake, and this is White Snake Slip of the Tongue. It's a 1989 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy. It is super clean with the original inner sleeve. White Snake is a $35 start. White Snake is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. We have a buy it now best offer crate. These are all new vintage LPs. $34.99 for this fantastic copy of the Cars Heartbeat City. $34.99. Michael Jackson Thriller. Another super clean OG. $34.99. Thriller. Also, we have Peter Frampton Wind of Change, $9.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Captain Beyond, Sufficiently Breathless, a Terre Haute pressing, $39.99. Nick Bargeron said Scorps, White Snake 35, White Snake 35. And then we have Nick Bargeron said Scorpions, Shades of Ian Hunter, $29.99. And we have Ted Nugent, Ambroy Duke, Survival, The Fittest Live. That's in shrink wrap, red polydor label, $29.99. And Wynton Marsalis, Blues Alley. Wynton Marsalis is $19.99. White Snake is at $40 with Michael Wilkerson's. That's still getting bids. We have a request to run the Scorpions. Here it is, Virgin Killer. This is an original 1976 German OG uncensored cover. It is on the green German label, and it has the insert with it. This is a OG with the uncensored cover. It was later redacted, and it is a pretty highly sensitive cover. So we've got it well covered up. This is nearly an illegal cover, if you ask me. This is a $95 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, and that's now up for bid, a $95 start. That is now up for bid. The Scorpions. White Snake is at 40. White Snake's at 44. Sunday Morning Sessions wants Black Flag, My War. Does anybody else want a copy? That's sold to Sunday Morning Sessions. White Snake 40. White Snake 45. Scorpions is a $95 start. Good luck to all those that are here to bid. I don't know where that one ends up. I've sold them sometimes for gigantic prices, so we'll see what happens, okay? That's now up for bid. There's Pink Floyd Animals, if anybody wants it, for $34.99. Next is The Best of Jerry Lee Lewis, featuring 39 and holding. This is $9.99. This is Poco Indian Summer. Poco is $9.99. Indian Summer. And the Guess Who, all this for a song. The Guess Who, $14.99. Can I get the info? Oh, I thought I said, can I get the info? Oh, okay. It is, you got to be careful. It's new and sealed, $29.99. Black Flag, My War. We have Eddie Harris, Bossa Nova. Eddie Harris is $34.99. These are all buy it now, best offer, $34.99. Eddie Harris is on the VJ label, by the way. The last bid that came in on Whitesnake over here was Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. at $50. Scorpions has now three $95 bids. It should go ahead and just get a bid for $150, and then we'll go up from there. Next auction is Riot, Born in America. Riot is an 83 U.S. and Canadian OG VG++. Riot is a $15 start. Everything in here is best offer. Brian Call gets the Guess Who for $10. Next thing is Mark Radis. Mark Radis is a 1972 press, $29.99. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. Sting is a 1987 BMG Club, $39.99. Margaret, you were second on the Guess Who. Scorpions has a new bid for $100. I'm assuming over here we were done on Whitesnake. The last bid was Alonzo at $50, and we're about to sell it. Now the Scorpions has a $145 bid. George Burleson on WM for $10, and WN was Wynton Marsalis. George Burleson, I'll sell that to you for $15. I'll sell that one to you for $15. Riot's a $15 start. No bid yet. Over here, we have Ray Charles, Love Country Style. Ray Charles, Love Country Style is $19.99. This is a new buy it now best offer crate. Also over here, we have the Doobies, Best of the Doobie Brothers, $14.99. Very clean copy of that. Also, we have Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits, $19.99. Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits, $19.99. So Whitesnake is officially sold in, and Whitesnake is sold to Alonzo Breezy for $50. The Scorpions right now is at $160 with Nick Bargeron. That's going once, going twice. Now Riot has a $15 bid with Clay Moore. That's going once, going twice. Seth Franzoni on the Doobie Brothers. That is sold to Seth Franzoni, which was the Best of the Doobies. There's that. George Burleson, if you don't want Wynton Marsalis, if you don't want Wynton Marsalis for $15, George Burleson, then Mando Jeff does. Okay, let's put that right here. Quick view over here on the top cam, and the top cam is going to show you the Scorpions Virgin Killer with that band cover. That's at $165 right now. The Riot's a final call, just one bid for $15. And then we're going to, thank you, Laura. And then we're going to go ahead and put up another auction, which is a metal compilation. It's called Metal Masters. And Metal Masters is Bon Jovi, Twisted Sister, Striper, Deep Purple, Scorpions, Kiss, and Yngwie Malmsteen. It's a K-Tail alert, K-Tail alert, K-Tail alert, K-Tail alert, an 87 USOG VG Plus or better. And that's going to go up Metal Masters for a $15 start. Mando Jeff, you get Wynton Marsalis for $15. The Scorpions is now at $175. Riot has a new bid for $16. We're in a new bin. Buy it now, best offer, vintage LPs, cocktail soundtrack. This has Kokomo by the Beach Boys, one of the few ways you can get that on vinyl. Kokomo, $19.99, cocktail. That's available. Also, The Who's Greatest Hits, $19.99. We won't get fooled again. This is $19.99. This is from MCA. Really cool Union Jack button-up jacket cover there. It doesn't actually button up, but you get what I'm saying. Looks like the old Union Jack there. The Who, very much a British band. Metal Masters has the following bids. This is now at $15, $16, $15. Scorpions, $180, $15, $15, $20. And then over here, hey, Chad, it's been a while. When do you send out invoices? Invoices are sent on Monday. If you buy something on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you get the invoice the following Monday, $8 in limited shipping. We have Clay Moore on Riot for $20. We have Robbie Summerlin gets Cocktail Soundtrack. Cody was second. Metal Masters is at $20. And we have We Are the World. This is $14.99. We Are the World And we have Whitney Houston, $24.99. This is in the original Arista baggy sleeve that it came in. Whitney Houston's $24.99. Boy, for the longest, her catalog was long out of print. $24.99 on that. Scorpions is at $190. I knew that one was going to be popular. The Alan Parsons Project, Eye in the Sky, $19.99. Cirrus, that has the Chicago Bulls starting lineup song. And now, $19.99 for Alan Parsons. I am the eye in the sky. Look at Riot has a new high bid. Riot, the bid on Riot is at $20, and that is with Clay Moore, Born in America. The Metal Masters comp, I'm showing at $25 of Nico Campolanis. X-Wing, We Are the World. Sell that to him for $10. That's sold to X-Wing 81. We have Bruce Hornsby in the range, sings from the South Side. Bruce Hornsby is $19.99. The Scorpions at $190. Nick Bargeron, just so you know, you've been outbid, Nick Bargeron, on that one. We have Hall & Oates, Along the Red Ledge. Hall & Oates, Along the Red Ledge is $19.99. Metal Maskers, $27. The Best of Crystal Gale, $9.99 for Crystal Gale there. And let's see here. Also, we have Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits. And Pink Floyd, nice, Obscured by Clouds, a 75 Winchester, $39.99. 75 Winchester, beautiful vinyl, covers and shrink, $39.99 on that one. First thing is Joe DeGaldo on AP for $12. I'll do $15 on AP. That one usually sells immediately. Now the Scorpions at $20, and now Riot did not get another bid. I hope we're done. I'm going to sell it in 10 seconds to Clay Moore for $20, and then Metal Masters over here. Metal Masters at $30. Grant Michael Toynton on Pink Floyd. That's sold to him. Alex Kane on Captain Beyond. That's sold to Alex Kane. And now the Scorpions is at $200. We have Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits Volume 2. This is $9.99. Also, we have the Police Regatta de Blanc, $24.99. Message in a Bottle, $24.99. Scorpions is at $200. Final call. $200 final call. Also, Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, $14.99. 3 people on Pink Floyd. Grant was first, then Brian, then Matthew. Fabulous Thunderbirds, Are You Tough Enough? $19.99 on that. And BOC, this is live, Some Enchanted Evening, Don't Fear the Reaper, $24.99 on that. All right, so Clay Moore, you get right. That was longer than 10 seconds. That's sold to you for $20. Metal Masters over here. Brian Call has that compilation for $30. That's a final call. And the Scorpions, Original Virgin Killer, that is the OG German press with the band and highly sensitive cover. That's at $200, and it's about to sell. It's about to sell. Next thing we have is going to go up. Let's go ahead and knock out one of these. Oh, man. Now, if you're talking Led Zeppelin, here's what you're talking about. If you're talking the best Led Zeppelin records made, you're talking about the Classic Record Series. So there is a lot of debate when it comes to the best pressings of each album, especially when you get into catalogs like Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin and Steely Dan and just big artists. So Classic Records is an audiophile label that basically the last time Zeppelin's catalog was made from the original master tape. So these are all analog recordings. And they have never been made since then. And I honestly think when they made these, I don't know if they was really even supposed to be making them. So they're highly sought after. They say maybe until long after Jimmy Page and Robert Plant's gone, they might not ever make them like this again. Because Jimmy Page remastered everything. They're all digital, copies. And I don't think he'll ever go back and try to do it again analog. That doesn't just sound like Jimmy. So that makes these Classic Records 200-gram pressings extremely desirable. For example, this copy of Led Zeppelin 2 has sold for over $800 before. This is a 2005 U.S. press Classic Records 200-gram on Quiex audiophile vinyl. It is EX Plus, and it's a $325 start. About the only thing that could get close to rivaling a Bob Lowood pressing is this right here. This is about this is the number 2, I would say, to a true OG Bob Lugwood. This would be number 2, and some people say it's just as good. It's a $325 start. Tonight, we're also going to be selling what? We have Physical Graffiti. We got Physical Graffiti tonight. We have Led Zeppelin 3, and we got Led Zeppelin 4. Those are all 200-gram classic records, and these are out of print. The complete set combined, they sell it in a big trunk. Have y'all ever seen that before, like on Discogs? It costs thousands and thousands of dollars, that big box set trunk that they made. So tonight, and I think Monday or Tuesday, we'll offer the rest of them. But tonight, we got 3 or 4 of them. Brent's already in at $325. So for you audiophile buyers and for you Zeppelin fans, there you go. $325 with Brent Robley. Over here, the Scorpions is sold to Nick Bargeron for $200. Nick Bargeron, you get that for $200. Appreciate that. And let's do this. Let's do this right here. Jimmy Page, he has rights to the Led Zeppelin catalog. Yeah, he pretty much is the creative. He controls everything when it comes to Zeppelin releases. Yeah, it's pretty much him. Metal Masters is sold to Brian Call, right? No more bids on this. Metal Masters is sold to Brian Call for $30. Led Zeppelin's at $325. The next thing that happened was Brian Call offered $20 on BOC. That's sold. And then Seth Franzoni got the Jackson Brown, and he got the Police for $22, okay? There's that. Zeppelin 325. Also, we have Rod Stewart. This is $14.99. And Elvis Presley, a Valentine gift for you, 1985 red vinyl, $24.99. All right. Brent has the Zeppelin at $325. I'm going to go ahead and say going once, going twice. I'm going to go ahead and say going once, going twice. Here's our next auction. Slayer, Triumph of Death, Rare Tracks. This is an unofficial. This is Slayer, a compilation of rare tracks from 86 to 2010. It's a compilation. Slayer Rare Tracks, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Rare tracks. Going twice, going 3 times on Zeppelin. $325. Final call. I'm about to sell it. If somebody's bidding, you should be bidding right now. Don't even take time. There's probably people punching in numbers, trying to find out what's going on Discogs, trying to figure out. I'm telling you, for what it is right now, you should have already placed 4 or 5 bids. Next thing, this is a 1986 USOG. This is a Pittman press, a strong VG copy, Judas Priest Turbo. This is going to go up for a $15 start. VG, $15 start. John Kaiser has Zeppelin for $330. There's a new bid. Let's go ahead and read through these one more time. This is all buy it now or best offer. Let's read through these one more time. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Right now, you can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. I've got 3 more crates of new arrivals to go through. Oh, yeah, Laura just dropped off a crate. Oh, yeah, Laura just dropped off a crate. She's here marking stuff. Paul was here today, but he worked on a lot of cleaning and organization, and we're getting ready for another big dollar sale extremely soon. And y'all, probably next Saturday. We're going to have to move. I thought it was going to be next week, but I'm going to go ahead and get the word out right now. We're probably going to have a dollar sale this next weekend because Mom's going on a trip, right? That's next weekend, right? Next weekend, so she's got to be gone. I got to get Ed on board, and I got to make sure he's here. We're going to have to go ahead and have that dollar sale a week from today, next Friday and next Saturday. I was wanting to get it 2 or 3 weeks out, but trying to plan something with a family is like trying to, you know, wrestle a bull. It's like, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. And I'm going to like, can you please make up your mind, Julie? Can you please make up your mind, Julie? Over here we have the Cars Heartbeat City, $34.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Michael Jackson Thrillers, $34.99. Peter Frampton, Wind of Change, that was $9.99. If you need a price, let me know. Ian Hunter, Shades of Ian Hunter. Jerry Lee Lewis, we have Ted Nugent, Survival of the Fittest. Poco, Indian Summer. Eddie Harris, Bossa Nova. We have Mark Radis. We have Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. Somebody asked the price on this. Sting is $39.99. We have Ray Charles, Love Country Style. Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. The Who's Greatest Hits. Whitney Houston, self-titled. Bruce Hornsby, Hall & Oates. Crystal Gale. Dinah Ross, Alan Parsons, Conway Twitty, Fabulous Thunderbird, Rod Stewart, and Elvis Presley. And that is a Valentine gift for you, $24.99. Led Zeppelin's at $400. Led Zeppelin's at $400 with Rob Fordham. Slayer is a final call. No one's bid. We're looking for a $35 start. It's an unofficial. Rare tracks from 86 to 2010. No bid. Looking for a $35 start near mint. Judas Priest 15, Judas Priest 15, Judas Priest 16, Judas Priest 20. And over here, Judas Priest 21, Judas Priest 22. Led Zeppelin's at $400. Folks, this is the Classic Records 200 gram, all analog. The last and probably the last time and possibly the last time forever Zeppelin's been made on audiophile analog cuts. Peter Frampton was Wind of Change. What Supremes? The Supremes is called Diana Ross and Supremes. It's a 2 LP 20-track compilation, $24.99. What's Judas Priest Turbo? Judas Priest Turbo is an 86 USOG, a strong VG copy. $25 start on that. No one's been on Slayer. I answered the Frampton question. I answered Diana Ross question. Let's go through another one. Don't forget, I've got other Zeppelins to put up tonight. And we just have, in general, some crazy, great auctions to sell tonight. When I get through all the new stuff, we're going to be going through discount bins. That's what we do on the last sale of the week. I usually try to pile on as much of the on-sale stuff as we can come up with so everybody can get as much as they want for the $8 limited shipping. We're talking half off, nonsense bins, etc., etc. Let me figure out which crate I want to go through next. This one here looks actually pretty dang good. Let's go ahead and go through this one. What was the deal with that? Wow, that was a nice copy. What year is that? Jacksonville, REM. Wow, John's put out some good stuff here. Pink Floyd's, Led Zeppelin's, Deep Purple's, Clapton's, Elvis's. He's like, you know what? Y'all want the best? We got the best. The hottest record sale in the land, Colecco. Next thing we have is this. Dan White does want the Diana Ross compilation. That is sold to him. Thank you. That is sold. And then Slayer did not get a bid. Unbelievable. A Slayer. Nobody, and the last Slayer also didn't get a bid. We have another one over here. $35 on Slayer. There's that. And then, can you place an Iron Maiden up for soon auction, please? And thank you. We got enough Iron Maiden. We're going to be bidding on them for the next 7 hours. Grant, I hope you have your schedule cleared off. We have first going up right now. Grant is rubbing his hands together, and he's like, I am frothing at the mouth a bit on an Iron Maiden. We have a 1983 UK official. This is the Trooper, an official die-cut picture disc here. Let's get this started. This is now a forbid. This is the Iron Maiden, the Trooper, and Cross-Eyed Mary, the Jethro Tull song. That is Cross-Eyed Mary. This is a $45 start. Iron Maiden, the Trooper, die-cut picture disc, $45 start. Next thing is this. Led Zeppelin's at $410. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Anthony Godley got the Supremes. Next is James Davidson on Slayer. James Davidson got Slayer. Brian Call was next on Slayer. Danny Thomason third on Slayer. The other Slayer over here is Slayer Seasons in the Abyss, a 2006 unofficial picture disc. A 2006 unofficial picture disc. A 2006 unofficial picture disc of Seasons in the Abyss. Seasons in the Abyss unofficial picture disc. And this is a $75 buy it now. Iron Maiden 45, Iron Maiden 50, Zeppelin 415. Can we get Zeppelin to an air horn? Can we get Zeppelin to an air horn? Can we get Zeppelin to an air horn? Final call on Judas Priest. Scott Arnold's bid of 25 came in first. Scott bid 25, and then Grant, you bid 25. Scott's bid is first at 25. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Elvis Gold Records Volume 2, $19.99. Tan label. Did I answer everybody's question? I think somebody answered one more question. How much was Bruce Hornsby in the range? Scenes from the South Side was $19.99. Everything in that last crate was buy it now or best offer, Jill. Over here we have the History of Eric Clapton. This is a double LP. If you don't have this, I'm going to be like, hey, listen, you got to have this, okay? If I were to walk in your house tomorrow and do a surprise visit inspection, and I'm going to be like, please show me your copy of the History of Eric Clapton. And you're going to say, Chad, I don't have a copy of History of Eric Clapton. I'm going to be like, you don't have a copy of the History of Eric Clapton? $34.99. These are all best offer. Deep Purple in Rock is a gatefold jacket, $29.99. Wow, that's a spanking copy. Holy moly, $29.99. And then the Greatest Hits of Don Williams, Volume 4. Volume 4. I don't know if I've seen Volume 4. $9.99 on that. And we have Deep Purple, Perfect Stranger, $29.99. $29.99. Zeppelin's EX Plus, conservatively graded, EX Plus. The high bid's $430. Judas Priest has two $26 bids. James Davidson bid 26. Grant Michael Toynton bid 26. Iron Maiden's at 62. Zeppelin's at 430. How much was Poco? $9.99. Slayer offer $50. Danny, let's do it for $65. $65. $65. I was asking $75. $65. 14 for Bruce Hornsby. Sold. That is sold to Javi Soto. This is sold. Zeppelin's at $450. Do I hear an air horn? Do I hear an air horn? George Harrison, Cloud 9, $24.99. Original inner sleeve. George Harrison, Dark Horse, his label. Eddie Harris, half and half on VJ. Eddie Harris is $19.99. And then the peanut butter. Wow, this is a tough one to get. In shrink, $49.99. A Columbia 2i. That would be an upgrade for me. Y'all don't have to buy this if you don't want it. It's a happening thing. Love is a grooviest thing until now. Dun, dun, dun. That's a good one there. Poco is sold over here. This is sold to Joe Delgado. This is $49.99. Shrink OG. Danny, if you don't want Slayer, James says he'll take it for $65. I shouldn't be discounting this. It's supposed to go $75 and up. It was supposed to bring like $140. Next thing over here is Rematch. Sammy Hagar and Roy Scarlett, $24.99. And the Police at Londos D or More. Roxanne, $29.99. Wow, clean. OG copy of Orlando's, another nice one. Zeppelin's at $475. Judas Priest, $32. Wow, don't forget over here, we got a killer Iron Maiden picture disc, The Trooper. A real official release here. Iron Maiden, the most recent bid was Grant Toynton at $62, going to once, going to twice. We also have Soft Cell, Tainted Love, and Where Did Our Love Go? $24.99. Da-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. We have REM, a Electro Sound Press, brown translucent vinyl. So this is OG REM Reckoning. I'm holding it up to the light. It's turning brown translucent vinyl, $49.99. Iron Maiden 60, Iron Maiden 65. The Slayer is all up to either Danny, if not, it so's the James. Zeppelin over here. Zeppelin. John Kaiser, $460. Rob Fordham, it goes back to you. Next is the Police. We got offers for $26.20. So let's sell it to Ryan Mustaine. He was first at $26, then Edwin, and then PB Condition. Peanut Butter. Beautiful. It's a top copy and shrink with the original price tag. It has the original Columbia inner sleeve. Yeah, this is unusually nice. It took me a while to find a nice copy. I've never seen one this nice. I mean, it looks like it was opened and left in shrink in 1967. We have Wham. That's not Soft Cell. Da-dun-dun. That's how Tainted Love comes on. Bump, bump. Isn't that how Tainted Love comes on? Bump, bump. It has that like buzzer sound. REM is $49.99. Iron Maiden's is $70. Led Zeppelin $475. Iron Maiden $75. Next is Ted Nugent. Wow, Stranglehold. It's not OG because it has a barcode on the back, but $14.99. I'm going to attempt to replicate that sound of the Stranglehold guitar riff. That was Stranglehold, $14.99. We have Pink Floyd Metal, a Jacksonville press. Wow. Whoa. $44.99 Echoes. What's going on with this crate? Some fantastic records. Bill Evans Trio, Whoa Again, with Symphony Orchestra, a French pressing on Verve, $26.99. That's unusual. Wow, Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, $34.99. Mastered by Bob Ludwig, $34.99. And Leo Sayer, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Seth is always singing that song. $9.99. Over here, I think Thomas offered 40 on PB before I asked. Really? Did somebody offer 40 on peanut butter? Thomas Baumhart offered 40 on peanut butter. Thomas Baumhart, you give me a $2 bump and I will graciously let this go. Okay? 40, I mean, it's beautiful. That's always been a tough one to get. The peanut butter conspiracy spreading. Okay, thank you for that one. Next thing over here is this. Wow, there's a lot going on all of a sudden. First of all, Danny, can I confirm that you're passing on Slayer at $65? Because I don't want to forget about this guy who made an offer up here, and that was James Bullock, okay? You offered 50. I have it for 75. I told you 65. He said he would take it for 65 if you didn't. Okay, so then peanut butter, 42 to Thomas Baumhart. We sold the police for 26. Edwin was second. Iron Maiden 65, Iron Maiden 60. Brent asked the condition. Fred Cardinal put soft sale. So my singing sold it, okay? Where did our love go? That's sold to Fred Cardinal. Javi was second. Iron Maiden 70. Led Zeppelin 475. REM was $49.99. Iron Maiden 75. Price on REM 49. Price on Deep Purple. There was 2 in here. Edwin, Perfect Stranger is $29.99. Child in Time was also $29.99. Those are $29.99 each. Zeppelin's at $480. Iron Maiden's at 76, Iron Maiden's at 80. Brian Call offered 10 for 10 for Ted Nugent, right? Brian Call said 10 for Ted. Was there any other claims or offers? I will sell that to you, Brian, for $12, okay? Brian Call, $12 on that if you want it. Pink Floyd got an offer for 40. Pink Floyd got an offer for 40. There was no more activity. That's very fair. It was marked 44. Sell that to Shannon Mashaka. Shannon Mashaka got Pink Floyd for $40. That is sold. Okay, next is Iron Maiden got a new bid for $85. Zeppelin has hit $500. Led Zeppelin 2, Classic Records. Classic Records has hit $500 of Rob Fordham. Iron Maiden's at 90 with 007 Platinum. Dire Straits has an offer for 22. Let me see what happened here, Joseph. We also have an offer for 25. This was marked 34. I'll take $28 on it. I'll take $28 for it. $28, and this is first to Joseph Ellis. And then next it goes to Jeremy Merck. The next comment is Thomas Baumhart said sold, and that was on Peanut Butter Conspiracy. Thomas Baumhart gets that for $42. Sold, $42. Danny passes. The Slayer picture disc is sold to James Bullock for $65. That's sold. Next over here, Fred Cardinal on Bill Evans. Sold to Fred Cardinal. Sold. Next thing on that, Chad, you need to YouTube Michael Winslow. You're the white Michael. I'll have to look at up that. Next thing is Zeppelin's at 510. What is Zeppelin? And then over here, Baby, Baby, Chad singing soft sell record. Baby, Don't Leave Me. Well, I said it a lot. Chad is tone deaf. Air horn, 12 sold. Ted Nugent sold to Brian Call for $12. I said sold on peanut butter. Yes, Thomas got that for $42. And then both Deep Purple to Edwin for $46. Sold. And then Joseph Ellis got Dire Straits for $28. Sold. Holy moly, what a crate. Is this thing gone? Is this reality or is this just fantasy? I'm caught in a Coletco sale, no escape from reality. Led Zeppelin's at $520. And then over here, Judas Priest, still getting bids. The most recent bid that came in on Judas Priest is going to once, and going to price, and going to 4 times, and going to 5 times. And there's so much going on. The Judas Priest right now is with Grant Michael Toynton at $32. James Davidson's out. We're about to sell this for $32. Going once, going twice. $32, going once, going twice, okay? There it is. Grant Michael Toynton has it. Over here, he also has Iron Maiden. He's begging me to end these auctions. We got to wait for some people to say out. This is now a final call. Iron Maiden is a final call to Grant Michael Toynton for $100. $100 for Grant Michael Toynton on that one, okay? 1 second, please. Okay, now over here, Zeppelin, let's update this one. Rob Fordham has this for $520. This is a 2005 U.S. press. It's Classic Records, 200 gram, Qui-X, all analog, has the postcard. I think the people bidding on it already know what they're bidding on. It's $530. If anything's going to rival the hot mix of Led Zeppelin 2, it's going to be this one right here. Hattie Tell, it's Classic Records, matrix numbers, titles, identification marks, etc., etc. When you see one, you would know it. There's that. All right, let's get back to the bin. This has been a fantastic one. We got Sammy Hagar, 9 on a 10 sale, $24.99. George Harrison, somewhere in England, gold stamp promo George Harrison, $24.99. And over here, we have Journey, Looking to the Future. Journey is $29.99. That's pre-Steve Perry, early great rock Journey music there. And we have Hooters, Nervous Night. Hooters. I put some some kind of accent on that. That was Huda's, $14.99. Grant Michael Toynton, you get this right here, the Iron Maiden picture disc, sold to you for $1,000. I mean $100. Sold to Grant Michael Toynton for $100. He also gets Judas Priest. And let's go over here and let's see what's going on with this. This was way up here. Judas Priest is sold, and JP is sold, JP. This sold to Grant Michael Toynton for $32, okay? There's this, Cross-Eyed Mary. Is that a cool song? Yeah, that's a great one too. That's Cross-Eyed Mary. Next auction. Holy moly. Holy moly. A 1986 US OG pressing of Beastie Boys. An EX condition, clean, OG copy with the original under sleeve, a $65 start. It has the original under sleeve. It has the jacket. We even have the cover to go with it. It is a $65 start. Good luck on those. Next thing is the following. Led Zeppelin's at $540. Both Sammy Hagar's for $35. That would be these two right here. We're going to sell these to Grant Michael Toynton for $35. There was one here and then one in the last crate. No, there's two in here. These are both sold to him for $35. Next, over here is this. We have Jerry Lee Lewis, Keeps Rockin'. Jerry Lee Lewis is $9.99. Beastie Boys is $66. Zeppelin's between two people. Rob Fordham and John Kaiser. Rob Fordham has it for $540. John Kaiser has it for $540. We're not done there. Next is, wow, Johnny the Fox, $34.99. A clean OG copy. Nice. Super nice. Has the original under sleeve too. $34.99. Interesting. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, a German press. There is some sticker residue, but look at the label. A German press. I don't have a year for you, but it's nice. $39.99. The Hooters. The Hooters is $14.99, Nervous Night, $14.99 for that, and 10cc, 10 after 10. 10cc is $14.99. Also, we have Wishbone Ash, No Smoke Without Fire. Wishbone Ash, $19.99. Christopher Yoakum on Thin Lizzy, that's a great album. Johnny the Fox, Beastie Boys still getting bids. Pat Travers, Hot Shot, $19.99. Rob Fordham, it goes back to you on Zeppelin, $550. He's back in at $560. Robin Trower, $19.99. 10cc, $9 with Steve Mason. 10cc cubic centimeters. This is sold to Steve Mason for $9. Let's put up another auction. How about another Iron Maiden? How about another Slayer? How about another Iron Maiden? Oh my goodness. Here it is. This is a 1985 UK official die-cut picture disc. This is Iron Maiden. Take a look at this one. Also really nice. It is the Clairvoyant, the Prisoner, and that is a die-cut original picture disc. Let the bidding begin. $45 start on that. Next, Beastie Boys 22, Christopher Yoakum on Pat Travers. Beautiful, clean records in here. Everything is buy it now or best offer. And we have AC/DC if you want blood. Now, I don't know a lot about this one. It's a 2003. $39.99, a 2003 press. If you want blood, $39.99. Beastie Boys is at $70. Led Zeppelin, John Kaiser, back to you, $560, Rob Fordham. After this, we got Led Zeppelin 3, we got Led Zeppelin 4, and we got to do Physical Graffiti. Yeah, we still got to do 2. We're going to do them in order. 2, 3, 4, and Physical Graffiti. Wow. And they're all going to be these kind of battles, and they all should bring about this kind of money. These are all analog Zeppelin audiophile remasters. They're incredible sounding records. This is arguably one of the best copies you can get of Zeppelin 2, and then there's no question, I think, on the other ones. I don't think there's really much debate in that community. These next ones coming up are the definite pressings to have of these Zeppelin albums. I've listened to them. I've listened to every time they come through, I got to play them. I've got to play them because it's just like they're such incredible sounding records. Of course, it's also my favorite band up there with the Beatles probably. Nat King Cole Deluxe Set. This is a Nat King Cole box set. It's a 3 LP, $19.99. And Conway's #1 Classics Volume 1, $9.99. The Beastie Boys. Don't forget about this one right here in the middle. It's a real OG pressing. It's a real OG pressing of the Beastie Boys debut album. You've got to fight for your right To bid on this record, $85 of Cody Wright. He has the high bid, and Iron Maiden picture disc is at $79. Next is Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, $14.99. We have original 50s recordings, Kentucky Rockabilly, $19.99 on that. And In the Eye of the Storm, The Outlaws, $19.99 for The Outlaws. And Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton is $9.99. Genesis Seconds Out is $34.99, and this is a soundtrack by the band, the 60s group, The Association, Goodbye Columbus, $9.99 for that. And Lloyd Price, the ABC collection, $9.99. Conway, I will sell that to you for $7, Cody. And then Kentucky R, that was sold to Robert Warner. Okay, Zeppelin's at $5.80 with Rob. John Kaiser, back to you. Iron Maiden picture disc is at $80. Grant, you're out. And the Beastie Boys is at $85 with Cody Wright, Joseph Ellis, and everybody else is out. What a great crate. And we're just going to read the titles left because I want to keep going right into another one. As soon as I have some more Chick-fil-A Diet Coke. Just imagine here in a second when I drink a Monster. Oh, man. All right, here we go. Cody Wright sold on this for $7. That's Conway. Zeppelin, $5.90. Beastie Boys, $95. Grant Michael Toynton wants a Godsmack. That's over here from one of the previous crates. Let's go ahead and pull one of those and put it in his order. A Godsmack you ask, and Godsmack you shall receive. Let me find that over here, right here. I'm not the one that's so far away when you've been done. That's Voodoo. That's a good one. That is sold. We have one left. $39.99. Over here, a historic. Larry Gonzalez says this is a historic crate and a historic night at Coletco. That's a big statement. Historic night. What are the tracks on Iron Maiden? The Clairvoyant, and the Prisoner. The Clairvoyant and the Prisoner. And the most recent bid on that is 007 at $80. Matt Nichols on Godsmack. See, more I start singing Jake, the more they keep buying. And there's silence from Jake. We have Matt Nichols for Godsmack. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Here we go. We have Elvis Gold Records Volume 2, $19.99. The History of Eric Clapton, The Greatest Hits of Don Williams, Volume 4, George Harrison, Cloud 9, Eddie Harris, Half and Half, R.E.M., Leo Sayer, George Harrison, Journey, Jerry Lee Lewis, Rolling Stones. We have Wishbone Ash. We have Robin Trower, AC/DC, Nat King Cole, Rick Springfield. We have The Outlaws, Peter Frampton, Genesis, Goodbye Columbus soundtrack, and Lloyd Price. 007, you get Iron Maiden. This is sold to you for the winning bid of $80. This is sold. The Beastie Boys is with Brent Robley at $105. Where are we on Led Zeppelin? 600 smackers with Rob Fordham. Don't forget, some of these have sold for over $800 before. So who knows where this is going to end up. It's the classic records, 200 gram. It's all analog. We'll go over that again before I drop the hammer. Beastie Boys is at 111, and we're about to go through another crate. Let's go through one more crate like that, and then we got a Laura crate over here. Holy moly. But we have some other questions. And what's those questions? Those questions is Anthony Godley, Nat King Cole, $15 sold. Next thing over here is what's Journey? Journey, thank you, Jill. Good night. Goodbye. See you soon. And then Journey was called Look Into the Future. Look Into the Future. A lot of people wish they had that power. That would be amazing. Look Into the Future is $29.99. The Stones, no year, but it's definitely a 70s German press. Looks really nice. It does have a little bit of sticker residue on the cover, but nice. Gimme Shelter. It's just a kiss away. It's just a kiss away. How much is Wishbone Ash? No Smoke, No Thunder. What's it called? No Smoke Without Fire. $19.99. Zeppelin, $610. Zeppelin, $620. And Beastie Boys, Brent's out. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And you may ask yourself, my goodness, Chad, what else are you possibly be putting up for auction tonight? I'm like, just sit back and relax. We got plenty of surprises, like the decline of Western civilization, Part 2, the original motion picture soundtrack. Do what? This is the decline of Western, do what? The decline of Western civilization, Part 2, the metal years. EX Plus condition, a $25 start. Zeppelin's at $620 with Rod Forham. Kaiser, it's back to you. Beastie Boys, Brent's out. Final call to Travis Woods. One more look on this. It's an OG press. This is real. It's official. It's an 86 Carrollton OG with the company sleeve, a nice jacket, and that is now at 111. It's a final call. And the decline of Western civilization Part 2 is a $25 star. There's the label, purple capital label. The decline, $25 star. Let's swap out crates. If anybody decides you want anything else in here, just let me know, okay? Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The weather outside is frightening. And do something, something. Do ba bum ba. Bada bomb, shibadoo, bada bomb. All right, let's go through another crate. Folks, it's almost Christmas time. We love it. You can go ahead and start putting up your tree, bringing out your Christmas village. I have the full creative right at my household to put up the Christmas village. No one's allowed to touch it. I get very sensitive if I find out people's been touching the Christmas village without my permission. Here we go. Brent wanted the stones. Yes, he did. Somebody asked about it. I was going to make sure they didn't make any moves. So whoever asked about the stones, if you don't want it, we're going to give it to Brent Robley, okay? We're going to go ahead and tag it for him right now. There's that. And then over here, we got Led Zeppelin and John Kaiser's out. Final call to Rob Fordham, $620. This is a classic records press, 2005, 200-gram Qui-X audiophile vinyl. So what you got to understand is Led Zeppelin, their catalog was made all through the 60s and 70s. And then really when they discontinued records and all through the 80s and 90s or the 80s, no Zeppelin records were really manufactured up until, let's say, the last 20 years. There's only been one time since those original pressings that they've been analog tapes, and this is the only time. So for purists and for sound quality and for audiophile collectors and Zeppelin collectors, there's only been one time since the original albums that Zeppelin albums have been pressed to cut from the original master tapes, making them pure, all analog recordings. This is the only one. The newest Led Zeppelin records, like if I show you a Led Zeppelin, like this copy of Led Zeppelin 1 over here, it is a remaster, but it's actually a digital transfer that Jimmy Page did. They're not all analog. They still sound okay, but these are superb. And as far as this record, there's probably only one other better version, and that is getting a true near mint Robert Ludwig hot mix, which y'all know can now sell between $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, depending on how nice. If you want, they just recently sold Bob Ludwig's personal copy, and I think it sold for what, $20,000, $22,000, something like that. So that's the deal on that. Rob Fordham has it, and we're going to be selling 2 or 3. The next ones, without a doubt, are some of the most definite versions. Okay, so a lot of people's like, why is this selling for this kind of money? But even though it's not an RL, it's probably the next best version money can buy. Probably if you want something that's on 180-gram new vinyl, that is the best version. If you're not going OG, there's, I don't think, no questions about it. That's the one to have. That's the one to have. Of course, the hot mix is incredible. That can't be replicated. That hot mix from Bob Ludwig, that's something that they can't replicate. That was a one-time deal. That was back in the day. I don't think they can really ever replicate what he did with that. It's just that's why the originals are so sought after. This is sold to Travis Woods for $111. The decline has a new bid for $32 with Fred Cardinale. Let's introduce the next auction. And then over here, the question was, do you still have the other Iron Maiden puzzle? I actually have several Iron Maiden puzzles. I've actually had several Iron Maiden puzzles. If you give me a little bit later in the night, I probably can show you everything I have. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is Pretty Maids. This is called Jump the Gun. Pretty Maids is a 1970 Scandinavian OG. It is a real 1990 OG with the original inner sleeve, a $55 start. Rob, thank you. And Led Zeppelin is sold to Rob Fordham, $620. Let's do the next ones, okay? This is sold to Rob, $620. We're going to do Led Zeppelin 2. Now we're going to do 3, 4, and then we're going to go ahead and do Physical Graffiti. We're going to do them in order. Now, Paul has the other set. He was working on cleaning them and researching them today. We're not going to do them tonight, obviously. Maybe tomorrow. It's probably good that we are mixing them up because probably some of the same people trying to build the whole set. So, thank you, Rob. Awesome there. Permission to play that tonight. I've got to stay here kind of late and work on stuff so I can probably sleep all day tomorrow like I normally do on a Sunday because Paul's doing a psychedelic Sunday show tomorrow. So I think I'm going to stay here all night and work and doing that. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to crank some Led Zeppelin. Pretty Maids has a bid for 55 decline. Boy, this usually gets a lot of activity. This is an OG 1988 specialty press. This is not in print. Fred Cardinal has it for $32. Pretty Maids is at 55. Now it's at 60. And declines EX are better. Let's go ahead and do Led Zeppelin 3. So we've done 2. Here's Led Zeppelin 3. Dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 da. The immigrant song, Since I've Been Loving You. Same thing is Led Zeppelin 2 here. It's a classic record. It's 200 gram. Let's go ahead and start this one for $325 as well. Led Zeppelin 3, also a $325 start. It's a 2007 200 gram. Same thing, EX Plus. Actually, no, this one's near mint minus. This one's near mint minus. Same thing on this one. And this is a $325 start. Since I've Been Loving You. Hangman. Tangerine. Hats off to Roy Harper. What about Out on the Tiles? Da 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 da. As I walk past. Da 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 da. Celebration Day. Nice. All right. Good luck to all those bidding on that one. What am I doing? We're doing a buy it now best offer crate. Lower crates on deck. Here we go. Genesis Wind and Weathering, $19.99. Genesis Wind and Weathering. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Another Dinah Ross compilation for those that missed the other one. And this is $34.99. Anthology. Dinah Ross and the Supremes, $34.99. We have The Very Best of Oldies, Volume 2, $9.99. The Very Best of Oldies, Lisa Hartman, Hold On, $9.99. And Inside on the Presidency from the presidents themselves. Hey, President Speak. President Speak, folk. Is that from Ford? Yeah, that was Ford. That probably would have been given away like at car dealerships back in the day. $14.99. And Gene Loves Jezebel. Nice. An 86 UK, $29.99 for Discover. Wow, the client just sold. No, there was a new bid, $35 with Bob Riger. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. Bob Riger has this for $35. Bob Riger, Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. Bob Riger has this for $35. Pretty Maids is a 1990 Scandinavian OG. Samuel Kopich has it for $70. John Kaiser and Stephen Lewis Jr., y'all are out. And Zeppelin's a $325 start. No bid yet on Led Zeppelin 3. Going once, going twice. Next thing we have over here is John Durden on Presidents for $10. That's so to John Durden. And then also over here we have the Cole Porter Songbook, Ella Fitzgerald, $26.99. Now Pretty Maids has a new bid for $75. Gene Loves Jezebel has an offer for $25. Hall & Oates, bigger than both of us, $19.99 for Hall & Oates. And we have the Kings are here. The Kings are $12.99. Zeppelin does have a bid for $3 1/4. If you're trying to do that snipe, not happening. John Kaiser has it locked in for $325, going once, going twice. Gene Loves Jezebel is sold to Jason Fornerat for $25. Thank you, Jason. Dr. John, Hollywood be thy name. Don't get that too often. Dr. John, $29.99. Fred Cardinal, just so you know, you're out on Decline. Bob Riger has it for $35, and I've got to move that to a final call. Now Pretty Maids at $75. Zeppelin's at $3 1/4. Also, we have Frampton Comes Alive, $29.99. No snipe for Rob Fordham. Now, John Kaiser and Rob Fordham, they're lacing up their gloves. They just both put up their fist, and they're like, Let's do it again. Let's do it again. $3.35. Next thing is Robin Trower, Beyond the Mist, $19.99. And Aerosmith Rocks, some great ones on here like Back in the Saddle Again. Sick as a Dog is a cool song too. $26.99. Margaret Gerhold on Hando for $15. Hando? Mando? Mandalorian? Who is Hando? $15. I'm not for sure on that one. And then Hampton? Frampton? Might have been from Frampton. Is that for Frampton? And then if not, okay, so here's the deal. Well, let me just pass on. Let me skip on Frampton. Brogan Scone's got Robin Trower, okay, and then decline out. So Bob Riger, you get that for $35. George Burleson gets Dr. John for $20. Pretty Maids is at $80, and Zeppelin's at $335. Let's do another Iron Maiden or Slayer over here. We still got some killer Iron Maiden and Slayer. Oh, I still got to do the Nashville Cats. Oh my gosh, I forgot about these. It's the old Nashville Cats here. The Nashville... the raunchy stuff. First base, second base, third base, get some. The old raunchy $35 Nashville there. $35. That's now a forbid. That was for Hall & Oates. Okay, Hando was Hall & Oates. Hando. So I was thinking about the Mandalorian, the epic show on Disney Plus. This is sold here to $15, and this is sold for $15 to Margaret Gerhold. And then over here is Frampton. Now here's the deal on Frampton. Matt Nichols, this is yours, but it will be sticker price because actually after you, 2 more people claimed it as sticker. So Matt, if you want the monster Frampton Comes Alive, it's yours for $29.99, okay? Aerosmith sold to Shannon Mashaka for $20. And then over here, Nashville has bids for $35, $40, $40. Zeppelin, $345. Rob and John Kaiser are in war right now for some immigrant songs. Matt Nichols over here. And this is sold over here to Matt Nichols at sticker price. And then what about Pretty Maids? Holy moly. Alonzo has that for $80. It was up to Samuel Copage on Pretty Maids, okay? Here we go. We have the Nashville over here, 2017 US. It has the original on her sleeve, and it has the CD too. It has the CD too. Now, I honestly don't know much about this band, but a lot of people that like the same kind of music as I do say, Chad, this is epic. You got to go see them live next time they're close. And I'm like, I don't know. That doesn't sounds like a show that you would go to and you would leave with a disease. But, that's just me. NP has a bid for $50. Rob's out on Led Zeppelin. Final call to John Kaiser, $345. Final call. He's thrown in the flag. They've shook hands on that one. Roslyn Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere, $19.99. And Robert Palmer, Clues. Robert Palmer, $19.99. And the Alan Parsons Project, iRobot. Nice. If I had a mind too, I wouldn't want to be like you. Alan Parsons, $19.99. Nashville's at $60. Pretty Maids at $85. We're about to sell the Zeppelin. Classic Records Press. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Yeah, Nashville's in clean condition. Did I say all the details over here? We have 2017 reissue, Near Mint. Near Mint and Shrink. Brad Faust on Parsons. That is sold in the Nashville 62. Graham Parker, Squeezing Out Sparks. $9.99 for Graham Parker. The only one, Special View. The only ones is $12.99. And Outlaws, Playing to Win. The Outlaws is $17.99. Outlaws. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Guess what? Pretty Maids still getting bids at $85. Nashville's at $62. Nashville's at $70. The Moody Blues 7 Sojourn, $12.99. And Rodney Crowell is $24. It comes with a press kit, a promo stamp. Rodney Crowell is $24.99. All right. Kaiser, another Zeppelin gone, and this time to Kaiser. John Kaiser gets this one for $345. All right, let's go ahead and do the next one. Let's go ahead and do the next one over here. The next one I have is we've done 2, we've done 3. Guess what's next? Untitled. Led Zeppelin actually released this officially without a name. So most people call it Led Zeppelin 4. They call it Zoso, Man with Sticks. But actually, officially, they said, we're not giving this album a name. Untitled. I call it Led Zeppelin 4. A 2003 Classic Records 200 gram EX Plus. This has sold for as much as $800 before. Oh, man. When the levee breaks. Wow, look at this gatefold. Right on. That was when the levee breaks. What about the Battle of Evermore? Oh, man. Sounds like you've went back to Renaissance times or something. Going to California. Don't forget about the Rockers, Black Dog, Rock and Roll. Unbelievable. $325 start. Let the bidding begin. Man, hearing when the levee breaks on that pressing, oh my goodness. All right, so Nashville right now is at $100. I think we're done on Pretty Maids. Pretty Maids over here was Samuel's out, so that's about to sell to Alonzo for $85. Okay, we have Modern Romance, $12.99. Adventures in Clubland, $12.99 on that. We have Roberta Flack, Blue Lights in the Basement, Roberta, $14.99. And we have Robbie Robertson, Storyville. Robbie Robertson from the band, 1991 press, $64.99. This has always been tough to get, $64.99. Also, we have Rick Springfield, $14.99. Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. And Pink Floyd, The Final Cut, Not Now John, Two Suns in the Sunset, $39.99. Not Now John, $39.99. Pink Floyd, The Final Cut. Conway's Latest Greatest Hits, Volume 1, $9.99. And The Glory of Alberta Hunter, $19.99, okay? Pretty Maids is officially sold, and this is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. for $85. That's sold to him. Next over here is Nashville. Nashville, it's at $120 with Gregory. Zeppelin does have a bid for $325. Whoa, that's going to sell. And then Grant Michael Toynton over here on PF for Pink Floyd, sold. Next is John Dirt on Conway 24/7, sold. And we also have George Carlin, Class Clown. George Carlin is $14.99. And we also have Brownie McGee, Facts of Life. Brownie McGee is $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is going to be this. Let's pull one from the bonus crate over here. Let's pull one from the nice bonus crate over here. So that is going to be, we've already done one metal comp. Let's do another metal comp. This is called the Heavyweight. Dio, Lita Ford, Status Quo, Kiss, Bon Jovi, Nazareth, Rush, Pitcher, TNT, Black Sabbath. This is on the Vertigo label. It's an 84 Netherlands compilation, hard rock, VG, hard rock and metal, $25 start. Also has Sabbath is on here, Kiss, Rush, Bon Jovi, Lita Ford, $25 start. That's now up for bid. Next thing is George Carlin, sold to Paul Brothers. Zeppelin has a new bid. Jason Fortnerat, $350. $350. George Carlin's already sold Chad Smith. Are we done on Nashville? I think it's up to one person. Autumn Betts. Gregory has it for $120 over on Twitch. It's up to you. We have Robin Trower. This is Long Misty Days. Robin Trower is $19.99. CC for $15. That was for David. If that was for George Carlin, it's already sold. And then Pat Travers Radioactive is $19.99. We have Wishbone Ash locked in. Wishbone Ash is $19.99. And 10cc Deceptive Bins. 10cc Deceptive Bins, $14.99. And Leo Sayer, Living in a Fantasy. Leo Sayer is $9.99. The compilation's in VG condition. No bids yet. Zeppelin's at $360. Autumn's out. This is sold to Gregory for $120. We have 2 or 3 more by this band tonight. The band known as Nashville. That is the name of their band. They're called Nashville, and that is one down, and there's about 2 or 3 more on deck over here. So with that being done, let's go ahead and revisit the Iron Maiden Slayer stash over here. So Zeppelin's going to be getting a lot of bids for a long time. The compilation's a $25 start. Laura just brought me food. No, she didn't. Brian Goddard put only ones. Only ones. Is that a claim? Only ones. Only ones. Only ones. Only ones. The only ones. That's so to Brian Goddard. Sorry. That's so. I think you said that earlier and I missed you. Brian, you bought from us before, right? If not, let me know. And then over here we have Leo 7, Lisa 7. Leo, so to Robin Glenn for 7. Lisa Hartman back here, so for 7. Both so to Robin Glenn, 7 and 7. Zeppelin 385. And the heavy compilations, a $25 start. Let's do, boy, we still got GNR, the Slayer. Holy moly. Okay, let's do this right here. Christ Illusion. Another Slayer picture disc. This is this Christ Illusion? $75 start. Yes, Slayer Christ Illusion. $75 start. It's an unofficial picture disc. $75 start. Okay, Brian, thank you and welcome back. Zeppelin's at 401. If this one brings an air horn, I won't be surprised, okay? Let me touch my toes. Hold on one second. Oh, gosh. Oh. Whoa. Half my body just shifted back into place. Okay, we have Peter and the Wolf. This is $19.99. Narration of Peter and the Wolf. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, Volume 1, $19.99. Genesis, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, $34.99. The Brood is $39.99. Also, Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours, $14.99. The Rolling Stone Some Girls, $64.99. Bernadette Peters, not $14.99. That's the same artist that does the Cars, Candy-O. And Rick Springfield, Teo, $14.99. $14.99. That was my left and right knee and my neck and spine. Everything went back into place, okay? In about another 20, 30 minutes, we'll try that again. Me actually stretch right here. Hey, you got to be in good physical shape to do this. You can't just, if you don't, this right here, this is a toll, okay? This is a toll. I have to make sure I'm at my peak best every night to perform for y'all. Otherwise, this is going to be a boring show. Heavies at $26 with Stephen Lewis Jr. That's still getting bid. Slayer's a $75 start. And then and Zeppelin. Man, don't forget about Zeppelin over here. It's at $460. We're inching closer to that 500 number. Now we're taking big jumps. Info on the Brood. If anybody has any other questions, let me know. The Brood is $39.99. It's self-titled. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. What we're going to do is read all these one more time right now. And if you have any questions, concerns, offers, or claims, right now would be the time to slip those in, okay? I have Genesis, Wind and Weather, and clean, nice records in here. Anthology of Dinah Ross and Supremes, the very best of oldies, the Cole Porter Songbook, Ella Fitzgerald, the Kings are here, Rosalind and Collins Band, Robert Palmer Clues, Graham Parker Squeezing Out Sparks, Outlaws Playing to Win, Moody Blues 7 Sojourn, Laura Crates on deck, by the way, Rodney Crowell, we have Modern Romance, Roberta Flack, Robbie Robertson, Rick Springfield, Alberta Hunter, Brownie McGee, Robin Trower, Pat Travers, Wishbone Ash, 10cc, Peter and the Wolf, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Genesis, Rod Stewart, Rolling Stones, Bernadette Peters, Rick Springfield, and The Brood, okay? Okay, first thing we have is this. We have Led Zeppelin at $500. Jason's out. John Kaiser has Led Zeppelin 4, Classic Records, Audiophile Press at $500. Probably the definite addition to have of that album. Also one of the top, 5, now 10 best-selling albums of all time, Led Zeppelin 4. This heavy compilation here is a final call for $26 to Stephen Lewis Jr. And if anybody decides you want anything else in here, just let me know. I'm going to move them right over here. Laura's working on another crate. All right. Let's go ahead and go back to this view. And I'm actually standing on a mat. I had one at one time, and I think they end up taking them to different parts of the stores. The very best of oldies is $9.99, and then the Vloddercheck sent me one, and I've almost wore I need to take a picture and show y'all. I've almost worn a hole through the floor here. Not through the mat, but literally my footprints have worn almost a hole through the floor, the linoleum here in this. I'm actually standing on like black and white tile linoleum. And if I had been standing here the last 2 or 3 years, there would probably literally be a hole in the floor where I stand here every night and shuffle my feet and just constantly are moving and putting pressure there. It's pretty amazing, honestly. All right, so this is sold for $26 to Stephen Lewis Jr. That is sold for $26. The Slayer, another no bid. So the Christ Illusion picture disc is $75. $75, and when I come back, we're going to blow the air horn for Led Zeppelin. It's at $500, okay? It's at $500. There's that, and Oldies is sold to Anthony Goodley for $8. That is sold for $8 for Anthony Goodley. And then over here, let's do this right here. Let's move over. Yeah, so Laura's got her crate. She has instructed me where to hide the sticker. Okay, Laura, let's take a look at the sticker. Wow. That one took some time. Ooh, she's added glitter. Laura adding another dimension. Glitter. And which one does she want it on? Aha. Okay. Nice. And let me write that down. Let me take a peek in here. Whoa. Yeah, y'all gonna like this one. Okay, let me see if I can stand back up now. Holy moly. Okay. Let me write that down. Here we go. So, first, air horn. It's time. Thank you, John Kaiser. Zeppelin 4 Classic Records. $500. All right, this crate is full. Oh boy. Did I go through that last crate over here? I feel like there's one more crate. I didn't go. I went through that last night. Yeah, we went through that one. Okay. All right. Running on empty. Running high, high. Running over the sound. Running on empty. Running high. Here we go. All right. The next one. The next Classic Records pressing is Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. This is a 2005 Classic Records press, a 200-gram near mint double LP, and this one, honestly, could demand the most out of all of them. $395 start, now up for bid. Super nice near mint Classic Records. $395, now up for bid. I've got another auction coming over here from this bonus crate, and that is going to be Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. This is an 82 USOG in shrink wrap, VG Plus or better, a $25 start, $395 to get Zeppelin going, There's the inner sleeve. Judas Priest, a $25 start. Okay, this is a lower crate. Everything in here is sticker price. No more, no less, no offers. And even if you think something's too cheap and you want to try to pay me more, I'm going to say no. Can't do it. Sorry. No, 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 no. Can't do that. It is no more, no less. Okay? Even if it's marked $19.99 and you try to offer me $10,000, not going to happen, okay? All right, here we go. Chuck Berry, the Great 28 Chuck Berry. 4 LPs and 1 10-inch. Nearly all the albums are sealed. $49.99. So this comes with a book, a Berry Christmas 10-inch, and a 4 LP Chuck Berry, $49.99. Led Zeppelin is a $395 start. Going once, going twice, no bid yet. Judas Priest is a $25 start. And I think we have over here another Iron Maiden picture disc. We do. Iron Maiden is a 1988 UKOG. This is an official die-cut picture disc, a $45 start. Iron Maiden. And this is The Evil That Men Do and Prowler 88. $45 start. There we have it. Next is Sublime Nugs, the best of the box. Sealed record store day Sublime, $39.99. The Bride Strip Bear, Brian Ferry. This is an 85 Japanese press, no obi, but it is a Japanese press, $19.99. Judas Priest 25, Judas Priest 25. Iron Maiden's a $45 start. And if you haven't already locked in a bid, if you want to lock in a bid over here on Led Zeppelin, it's a $395 start, going once, going twice. We also have The Pineapple Thief, Nothing But the Truth, a prog album, double LP, $29.99. Blue World, John Coltrane, a Vinyl Me Please 2019 blue vinyl, $34.99. Nirvana, The Black Album, a compilation on kind of cloudy smoke-colored vinyl, $29.99. Les Claypool's Duo de Twang 4-foot Shack, gold vinyl, $19.99. UFO Phenomenon, a 2019 deluxe edition with live tracks, $24.99. Herbie Mann live at the Whiskey A Go-Go with Roy Ayers, Steve Marcus, Sonny Sharrock, $9.99. And Shrink Wrap, Mingus Moves. Charles Mingus is a 1974 USOG, $29.99. Tenor Conclave, Hank Mobley. This is a 1984 reissue, $29.99. Paul Cruz wants Les Claypool, sold. Judas Priest has a high bid of $30 and Iron Maiden $45. Diego Sanchez on HM, and HM was for Herbie Mann. So did Diego. George Burleson was second on Les Claypool. Wow. No bid on Led Zeppelin Classic Records. This is a buy now for $395 if anybody wants it. Led Zeppelin, a buy it now for $395. MM for Brian Goddard, and that was MM was for Mingus Move, so to Brian Goddard. Kaiser gets the steel on the Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. I figured this one would sell as much or more if Zeppelin 2. He gets that one for $395. That is done. Judas Priest is now a final call to Grant Toyton for $30. And also, You're Out bid, 007's bid came in first on Iron Maiden. So he has that for $45 and You're Out. Also in here, we have Radiohead Pablo Honey. Radiohead is a 2016, $29.99. Laura loves a Radiohead, by the way. We have Sid and Nancy from the motion picture Love Kills. That's $29.99. Featuring Love Kills by Joe Strummer, music by Steve Jones, The Pogues, John Cale, $29.99 on that. Final Call on Iron Maiden for $45 to 007. Grant has Judas Priest. Matt Nichols says he's done. Next auction is Clutch, Pure Rock Fury. This is on orange vinyl. It's never been officially released, I don't think. I don't think this has ever been officially released. Clutch, Pure Rock Furies on orange vinyl. It's a bootleg, $65 start on that. We also have Whipped Cream and Other Delights in shrink wrap, in partial shrink wrap, $19.99. Nice. Herb Albert, $19.99. Joseph Ellis on Radiohead. That is sold to Joseph Ellis. We also have Death Takes a Holiday, Larry Seaman. Death Takes a Holiday, Indie Rock, $9.99, and Gary Lewis and the Playboys. This is a sealed 1967. It's actually a compilation, $9.99. Iron Maiden 50, now Iron Maiden 55. Judas Priest is sold to Grant Michael Toynton for $30. Sold to Grant Michael Toynton for $30. 007 has Iron Maiden for $55. Iron Maiden 55 for 007 Platinum. Okay, there's that. Clutch is a $65 start. $65 start. There's Iron Maiden. There's Clutch. Let's move that down. Over here, we have Sojourner, Wings Like an Eagle. Sojourner is a Christian rock album that's sealed, $9.99. Iron Maiden's at $65. Our next auction is going up right now. We're going to bring one over here from the what we call surprise crate, and this is Quiet Riot Metal Health. Unfortunately, it's a lower grade copy, but we're going to sell it right now. It is an 83 USOG. It is in G plus condition, a $5 start on that. Patrick C. Smith on Gary Lewis, the sealed copy there. JK on S and N, and S and N was Sid and Nancy. That's sold to JK over on Twitch. We got Iron Maiden at 65, 007's out. Speaking of 65, that's the minimum bid for the Clutch bootleg, and as of right now, there's 0 bids. Quiet Riot's a low-grade copy. You can still try to play it. You can still listen to it. Chuck Haley was second on Gary Lewis. And then over here, we have Eddie Rabbitt Horizon. This is sealed, a country album, $9.99. Also, The World Within, Styx Hooper, a jazz funk album, sealed, $9.99. Tycoon, this is a sealed copy with hop sticker, $9.99. Iron Maiden was out with 007, so over here, Grant has that for 65. He's about to get it. Clutch does have a bid for 65, so that's about to sell. And Dwayne Caldwell on Sojourner here, the sealed Christian rock album, now Quiet Riot's at $10. Next thing we have is Down on My Luck, and this is Kenny Lee Scott, a country album, sealed, $9.99, and Mason Dixon, Homegrown. Mason Dixon is sealed, $9.99. Everything in this crate is near mint or sealed. Over here, Quiet Riot's at 10. We have Sweet Bottom, Angels of the Deep. Sweet Bottom is a jazz rock album, $9.99 on that. And Billy Earl McClelland, Zero Hindsight, also sealed, $9.99. The Iron Maiden is officially sold then to Grant Michael Toynton at $65. Keep in mind, we do $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. Invoices are sent on Monday. And tomorrow we'll start a new invoicing cycle. Paul will be having a show at 5 o'clock sharp. It's called Psychedelic Sunday with Paul. Be sure you tune in for that. Mark Stanley has Clutch for $70, and Quiet Riot's at 11 with Robin Glenn. We have Digging for Gold, Volume 9, a collection of 16 American Superior 60s garage winners, and that is sealed, $14.99. What is the title of Eddie Rabbitt? The Eddie Rabbitt in here is called Horizon. It is sealed. It's never been opened. $9.99 for Eddie Rabbitt. Okay, we have a request for a Nashville album. This one is, let's see, we still got Iron Maiden, Wasp, Nashville, Slayer, Iron Maiden, Slayer, Guns N' Roses, Halloween, Slayer, more Nashville, and then a Zeppelin bootleg. And then I've got all kinds of surprises. Don't forget, we got a Halloween box set. And we got a gigantic M&M box set. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize what that was. Oh my gosh, this M&M is huge money. I forgot about that one. We got to get M&M up right now. But first, here's old Nashville, From Hell to Texas. And this is a 2017 reissue. It does have the original inner sleeve and CD. A $35 start on that one. Clutch is a bootleg, but it's never been officially pressed to vinyl. Just FYI. And Quiet Riot's at $13. It's a lower grade copy. It's only $13 right now, and we're about to sell it. All right, here we go. Next in here is Danzig, and that is Black Devil, right? Yeah, I think so. It's sealed for $29.99, Danzig. Alice Cooper, this is Brutal Planet. $22.99 for Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. $22.99. And Leonard Cohen, the best of Leonard Cohen, an 80s reissue, early 80s barcode press, $39.99. Note, Laura has a note on the back, Essential, the best of Leonard Cohen, $39.99. That's like a beautiful near mint copy. Karen Robbins does want the sealed Eddie Rabbit. That is sold to Karen Robbins. Let's go through that one. Let's go ahead and pull that for her. Nashville's already at $100. Next is Ray Davies, Our Country, American Act 2. Ray Davies of The Kinks, same Ray Davies, $14.99. And then Ted Nugent, If You Can't Lick 'Em, Lick 'Em. Ted Nugent's a gold stamp promo with hop sticker, $24.99. Scott Markheim on Alice Cooper. That's sold to Scott Markheim. And we have Chromosome, Nuclear Rock. Chromosome is hardcore punk from Australia, $19.99. So I think we're done on Clutch, with that last bid being Mark Stanley 75, and we can go ahead and sell Quiet Riot to Richard Willis for 13. Oh, Nashville here is at 125, and let's go ahead and put up this M&M box. What a crazy looking set this is. I've never actually seen this before, and let me get these off here. I might have to go to the top view. Let me first get y'all the idea of what you're looking at here. It's a gigantic, it's called M&M, the vinyl LPs. From the top cam, you can probably get a better idea of how cool it looks. Box set, M&M, the vinyl LPs, and it's sealed, never opened. So what a heck of a set here. Oh my gosh. So let me go over the details with this with you. M&M is called the vinyl LPs. It's a 2015 US, and they've never repressed this. So it was pressed that one time 10 years ago. You get Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers, M&M, 8 Mile, Encore, Curtain Call. M&M presents the Re-Up, Relapse, Recovery, Marshall Mathers LP2. And this is in a sealed box set. Some have sold as much as $1,000 before. This box set has sold on Discogs for as much as $1,000 before. We're going to go ahead and put this up right now for a $675 start. M&M is a $675 start. Let me slide these two down. Big one here. Wow. $675 on the M&M box set. That's a minimum bid. That is now up for bid, okay? Let's go right here and see what we have. We got Alice Cooper sold Samuel Kopich on Cohen. The Leonard Cohen is sold to Samuel Kopich. Nashville's out. Nashville's at $135, now $150. And we have, do you ever get any DVDs, audio discs? We have all kinds. We do that stuff kind of randomly, sporadically throughout different times, throughout the week and month. Blood of Zeus soundtrack. This is sealed, $14.99. Blood of Zeus soundtrack. Clutch over here is officially sold, and Clutch is sold to Mark Stanley for $75. NP is at $135 of Alonzo Breezy Bresno Jr., and then Gregory bid $150. M&M is a $675 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Folks, here it is. Guns N' Roses, uncensored. A top copy in shrink wrap. This is the one you would want. It's uncensored. It's real. It's in shrink wrap. It has the official hop sticker on it. It's an official press. It has a hop sticker. That's an official hop sticker too, I guess. But yeah, super nice. Top copy, shrink and hop. Guns N' Roses is a $175 start. Autumn on Chromosomes. That's sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you on that, Autumn. And we have Porcupine Tree Dead Wing. Porcupine Tree is unopened, $59.99. $59.99. Laura's favorite Porcupine song is on here, Halo. Recommended on that. Also, we have John Coltrane, standard Coltrane, $24.99 for Coltrane. Also, we have the Claypool Linen Delirium, and this is a 10-inch, $12.99 for the Claypool Linen Delirium, $12.99. Mike Ospaw on G, and G for Mike Ospaw was possibly for Guns N' Roses. Carol has put in a bid already, though, for $200, and Rob Fordham gets Porcupine Tree. Porcupine Tree, okay? There's that. And then over here, did Alonzo say out on this? He did. This is sold to Gregory for $150. Thank you, Gregory. That's sold to you. And then over here, GNR is at $200. Final call if you want to get a bid on the M&M box set, $575. $600. What did I say? $675. $675 for M&M. We'll blow the air horn for the third time tonight. Diego on Claypool, that's sold. And now, as always, we're going to read through this lower crate again. We still got some crazy stuff to put up. GNR is already at $200. That is real. It's uncensored. It's in shrink. It has the hop sticker. There it is. Let's go ahead and put up another Nashville album. This is called Nashville, Let Them Eat Blank. Nashville Blank, Let Them Eat Blank. And this is a 1997 OG pressing. A 1997 sealed OG pressing. 1997 OG pressing. She's spilling out over the top here. We probably need to censor some of this. Let's censor this. Okay, then we're going to have to censor this. Okay, and then we're going to have to go over here, and we're going to have to censor this. And then we're going to go over here, and we're going to censor this, okay? There we go. And now this is going up sealed for a $125 star. Whoa, the sticky notes are just flying off of this thing. They're flying off everywhere. That one don't even have any sticky on it. That was a fraud. That sticky note was a fraud. There we go. Not much sticky on these. There you go. All right, Carol might be the only bidder on GNR. He has it for $200. We're about to sell it. Donna wants John Coltrane Standard, sold. And then over here we have Next Thing. Here we go. The start on the old Nashville record here, $125 start. It's a sealed OG. Okay. The Great 28, Chuck Berry. This is a box set of 4 LPs and one 10-inch, $49.99 for old Chuck. Also, Sublime, Nugs, the best of the box, a Record Store Day exclusive, sealed $39.99 on yellow and red Starburst vinyl. Brian Ferry, the Broad Strip Bear, $19.99. The Pineapple Thief, Nothing But the Truth. This is a prog album, $29.99. And Blue World, John Coltrane, Blue Vinyl 2019, Vinyl Me Please, John Coltrane, limited edition cool blue vinyl number to 1500, $34.99. X-Wing wants Sublime. That is sold. Dane Carroll, you get the only bid on GNR at $200. Sold to Carol Puckett for $200. I think he's been waiting to get one of those for a while. He gets that one for $200, a OG top copy. Nashville's at $125. M&M is a buy it now for $675 if anybody wants it. M&M box set is a buy it now, $675. If you want in, it's available, okay? Next is Nirvana. This is a compilation. We call it the Black Album, $29.99, and UFO Phenomenon. UFO is $24.99. Phenomenon, $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2. And this is an Italian reissue numbered on green and red vinyl. They've done it as a 2LP. They've done it as a 2LP. Green and red vinyl numbered to 1,000. And this is numbered 300. It's a Halloween, a $55 star. This is a new lower crate. Everything is priced as marked. It's M&M numbered. M&M is called the vinyl LPs. Is it numbered? I don't see a number on it unless there's something inside of it numbered, like a print or something. I don't see a number physically on the outside of the box. It's a 2015. There should be only one pressing of it that exists. A 2015 USOG. It's never been reissued. Dennis over on Twitch gets UFO. Patrick was second. Nashville's at 140. Brian C. third on UFO. Nashville's at 140. And X-Wing, you already got Sublime. Yes, Halloween's a $55 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without a doubt, without any further ado, is going to be put up right now. And that is called Castle Donington. Monsters of Rock with Rainbow, Scorpions, April Wine, Saxon, Riot, and Touch. And that is an 80 USOG VG condition. Monsters of Rock, Castle Donington compilation, $15 start. Hank Mobley, Al Coon, John Coltrane, and Zoot Sims, Tenor Conclave, $29.99 for that. Tenor Conclave. Also, Herb Alber and the Tijuana Brass, Whip Cream and Other Lights, $19.99. Death Takes a Holiday, and this is by Larry Seaman. This is on Indie. This is $9.99. Indie Rock, Shrink, and Hop. On that one, The World Within Sticks, Hooper, Jazz Funk, sealed, $9.99, and Tycoon is sealed with hop sticker. That is $9.99. So I think we're done over here on the old Nashville. Autumn has that for $140. Nobody's bid on Halloween. That's a $55 start. Monsters of Rock has one bid for $15, and that's with Robin Glenn. And then over here, the Nirvana track list. It's like the best of Nirvana and then some. This is got the following songs on it. This has You Know You're Right, About a Girl, Been a Son, Sliver, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Come As You Are, Lithium, In Bloom, Heart-Shaped Box, Penny Royalty, Rape Me, Dumb, All Apologies, and The Man Who Sold the World. And it's on colored vinyl, and it's only $29.99, and it's still available for claim if you want that one. Brian Hickson, he says he'll take it. Over here, we have Down on My Luck. That's Kenny Beat Lee Scott, sealed for $9.99. Mason Dixon Homegrown, sealed for $9.99. We have Sweet Bottom, Angels of the Deep. That is sealed, a jazz rock album, $9.99. Billy Earl McClelland, Zero Hindsight. That's sealed for $9.99. Digging for Gold, Volume 9, a collection of 16 American Superior 60s Garage winners. A compilation of rare 60s garage tracks. The top of the jacket's damaged, though, $14.99. Oh, Nashville over here is sold for $140 to Autumn Betts. Halloween did not get a bid. It's a bite now for $55. And the Monsters of Rock Castle Donington compilation is sold just one bid for $15. I find that very surprising, but it's sold to Robin Glenn for $15. That is done. See you later over on that. And then next auction, as soon as I showed Danzig, sealed for $29.99, Black Haze vinyl. Ray Davies, Our Country, that's $14.99. Ted Nugent, Gold Stamp Promo, $24.99, Hop Sticker. And The Blood of Zeus on Netflix on Red and Black Splatter, $14.99. All right, we got another Nashville here, and I think this is one of the last ones of the night. This is 10 years of, so Nashville blank, 10 years of blank. This is a 2017 German import. I love saying blank. This is a 2017 German import OG with the original inner sleeve, EX edition, a $35 start. Halloween is Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2. This is a 2008 Italian reissue numbered on red and green vinyl, just $55. The Danzig was called Black Devil, sealed, Black Haze colored vinyl, $29.99. Nashville blank, 10 years of blank. Next auction is going up. This is going to go up right now. And this is Iron Maiden. And this is an official 10-inch release. The reincarnation of Benjamin Bregg, I think. And this is the reincarnation of Benjamin Bregg. Yeah, and then the Trooper and Run to the Hills Radio 1 Legend Sessions. This is a 10-inch from Iron Maiden, a 2000... 6 UKOG on milky clear vinyl, and it's sealed, a $35 start. Nashville has a bid for 50. Nashville has a bid for 75. Anybody else on anything in the lower crate before I reveal if the sticker's been claimed? Now, revving it up, I know you want this M&M box set. Don't be afraid to make an offer, okay? I know you want it. You've asked about it. It's Friday, it's Saturday night. You're ready to pull the trigger on something big. You're ready for that air horn. Iron Maiden already has a bid for 45. Mississippi State is playing Texas A&M. They're sticking with them. Don't look back on Mississippi State. They can be dangerous, believe me, especially when they're playing at home and those cowbells are blasting your eardrums. Oh, what a horrible experience that was. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction, without a doubt, no questions asked, is going up right now, and this is Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. This is an 83 USOG. An 83 USOG. VG Plus condition, $10 start. VG Plus condition, $10 start. Okay, there it is. As soon as I touch my toes. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm a toe-touching machine. Taken out of context, that could be kind of weird. It's Saturday night. I'm usually exhausted by this point in the show, or the point of the week. I have given y'all my all non-stop for about 6 days straight for very little sleep. Usually by midnight tonight, I am done. Oh man, time for a monster. I'm walking up front right now to get one. I hadn't done a 6-night thing in a while. Whew. Let me go up front and get a monster rehab. Holy moly. Flash sale on puzzles tonight? I think we got some people to buy some puzzles.
All right, where are you, Monster Rehab? Where are you, Monster?
There you are. There's that Monster Rehab. Come here, you sucker. Oh, I can't wait to go to Walgreens tonight, get some double stuffed Oreos, dunk them in some milk, dunk those Oreos in some milk. All right. I got an Iron Maiden item to do next. Here we go. Oh, by the way, the lower crate sticker. The lower crate sticker was claimed, so congratulations to Joseph Ellis. Joseph, are you still watching? Joseph Ellis, Radiohead. He got it. Joseph Ellis on Radiohead. And let's take a look at that sticker. It was for Pablo Honey. Laura with a true work of art here. This is the skin of a killer, Bella. Now, I don't know what this reference is, but I'm sure somebody does. Is this a Radiohead reference? I've never listened to much Radiohead. Please go ahead and cast straight me right now. This is I've got to start listening to some Radiohead. Every time I tell Paul and Laura that, they look at me like I'm an alien. Or is this some kind of show I'm not familiar with? Twilight soundtrack, okay. I don't think I've watched those movies either. Please don't yell at me. All right, Joseph Ellis. There it is. Okay. I thought it had something to do with the baby on the cover here. All right. All right, sorry for the delay. Here we go. Time for back full pace action. We're about to go to another crate of buy now best offer. Nashville. Ivan R has it for 80. Alonzo 85. The last bid on Iron Maiden. Here. Let's go to the top cam. I see Alex Kane went out. 007 Platinum has it for 85. 007 Platinum has that for 85. And Billy Idol here. Billy Idol is at 20 with Mark Pierce. Record guy, you've been outbid. Iron Maiden and Nashville, and there we go. So what we're going to do is I have a few CD box sets that's been up front in our cabinets for a while. I'm going to start walking up front every now and then and grabbing some and putting them on sale. We've had this in inventory over a year. I've got some Iron Maiden and other CD box sets we're going to do, okay? And that's Mike Pierce. Yes, Mike Pierce has it, and that was for Iron Maiden. No, that's for Billy Idol at 20. It's up to the record guy. And Iron Maiden is a final call to 007 Platinum for 85. Now Nashville's at 88. Let's do another buy it now best offer crate. Thanks everybody for spending your Saturday night with us here at CollectCo. The way I see it is if you're going to take time, you could be spending your time any other way, any other place. But if you're going to spend it here with us, I'm going to try to bring you the best records and possibly the best entertainment. Probably tied for right now, the best other entertainment you could get is probably college football. No reason you can't have that on your TV and having Chad in front of you here in your lap, okay? Chad in your lap. That'd be uncomfortable because I'm very heavy, okay? You don't want me sitting in your lap. It would crush your leg. Nashville, Iron Maiden, this over here. This is $85 of 007. That is sold. Billy Idol has got a new bid for $21. We're not done. Mike Pierce, you've been outbid. Record guy has that for $21. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to be, let's try Wasp here. This is the last command, and look at this one. It's nice. It is a 85 USOG with the original inner sleeve and insert. EX edition, Wasp, with the last command. A $35 star. That's now up for bid. Or MLB playoffs. There's no way that's better than college football. Well, I think all the good games are over. These night games aren't as good as the 2:30 games. Texas and Florida and Mississippi State. I don't know if I've ever watched a baseball game from beginning to end. I don't know if I've ever watched an NBA game, honestly. Those have never tickled my fancy, as they say. All right. Nashville, final call. Ivan's out. Alonso has that for 90. Billy Idol is sold to the record guy for 21. And then Wasp, boy, this is a nice copy. So OG 85 with merch insert. OG 85 with merch insert and the original inner sleeve, $35 star. And we have a buy it now best offer check condition crate here. This is a fully loaded check condition crate best offer. Never shown before, all best offer. So here we go. And I don't watch the NBA, but I'll tell you what I just finished. I finished The Last Dance again for like the 10th time on Netflix last night. I love watching that. The Last Dance about Michael Jordan's. Well, it's about his whole career, but mostly that last season. Neil Young, VG condition, $14.99. These are new check condition records. You can go ahead and buy them, or you can make an offer. We got Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge, VG condition, $14.99. Also, we have Roger Daltrey, one of the boys, EX edition, $12.99. Roger Daltrey, one of the boys. I've got a monster in my system, so everybody beware. Eagles is VG $14.99. John Lennon Rock and Roll VG Plus $17.99 for John Lennon Rock and Roll. We also have Petra. There is some cover damage up here, but Petra is only $14.99. John didn't have a grade on that one. Let me go back over here and see what's going on. Actually, I don't think this is a check condition record. Make sure you're buying that like it's EX, but I think it's okay. Jimi Hendrix has an offer for $10 of Joseph Ellis. He was first. Let's go ahead and sell it. Joseph Sink Bell second. Elton John, Rock of the Westies is VG Plus $14.99. And Gary Wright, Dreamweaver. Gary Wright Dreamweaver is VG Plus, $14.99. And we also have Carole King Tapestry. Tapestries in VG condition, $12.99 for tapestry. All righty, so Nashville over here is sold to Alonzo. That is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. for $90. Thank you on that. How can I pre-register order for tomorrow? You actually don't have to register until you make a purchase, but if you want to go ahead and register, Ron, this description, so if you click on the description of this video, there's a link to our website, and you can go ahead and register. It's a first-time buyer form. Just click the tab that says first-time buyer form. That's in the description of this video. Next is a Led Zeppelin bootleg. And the Led Zeppelin bootleg is called Going to California. We love Led Zeppelin bootlegs here. Oh, my gosh. And I don't think I even had this one in Dale's collection when we had probably 100 Zeppelin bootlegs in Dale's collection. And this is Berkeley Community Theater. That's not a well-known one, meaning that I don't see it too often. That's a pretty rare concert. Berkeley, 1971. Disc 1's a strong VG Plus and Disc 2 ZX. A vintage original Zeppelin bootleg. $75 start on that. Now, I went and just pulled this out of the showcase. Look at this. Iron Maiden was a Best Buy exclusive. It's called Speed of Light. It had something to do with that Book of Souls. That's what we priced it for retail almost a year ago. At the end of the year, we've had this a year for $119.99. I'm willing to go ahead and say, let's sell it to the highest bidder for a $10 start. You heard me correctly. Iron Maiden is a $10 start. $10 start. Wasp is about to be sold for a steal at $35 of Brian Frenfrock, but he's the only bidder. This is new check condition stuff. Best offer. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid is VG $9.99. We have Wishbone Ash New England, VG Plus $14.99. So this says it includes an XL shirt, $2 off the new album, the Book of Souls available, and a one-track single. So some kind of like promotional box set that they sold only at Iron Maiden. And I think that came out before the album did. It's sealed. And the shirt is inside. It's an extra large shirt that says Book of Souls. So it's like a promo early release thing. It included a single inside and then like a redemption code for, so I think that's something that came out like before the album was released. Next thing over here is Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. That is VG $9.99 on that original MCA label. Zeppelin just has one bid for $75 with Brent Robley, and he's about to get that for $75. And we're going to cut a deal on that autograph in the back after that, right, Brent? We have Sammy Hagar All Night Long. I was singing that like Lionel Richie. VG $12.99, and we have Styx Paradise Theater, Too Much Time on My Hand, and this is VG Plus $14.99. Josie Sinkbell on Elton John, Danielle, My Brother. We also have nice Led Zeppelin Presence, Achilles' Last Stand. The cover shows a little bit of wear, but the vinyl's clean. At EX condition, this is EX condition, Led Zeppelin, $39.99. Also, we've already showed Sammy Hagar. Also, we've already shown Styx. Also, whoa, Sgt. Pepper's. An orange capital label, VG Plus condition, $29.99. $29.99. Sammy, $8. Sammy was marked $12.99. I will reluctantly sell that to you for $8. Brent, unbelievable. You get Zeppelin for $75. Can I buy it back from you from $100? I'll give you $100 for it right now. That's sold to Brent for $75. Over here is Wasp. Brian Frenfrock, you did get outbid. Greg Smith has that for $36, just FYI. Next thing over here is Sammy 8, Beatles 25, and Beatles 25. Josie, I will go ahead and sell that to you. Ryan Mustaine on Led Zeppelin, Achilles' Last Stand. Scott Markheim, I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Scott was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Unbelievable. Next thing, what is the Iron Maiden box set at? Anthony Goodley has it for $30. Going twice, going 3 times. Next is Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, VG $12.99, and the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue, VG Plus $24.99, and Fleetwood Mac Self-Titled, VG Plus $24.99 for Fleetwood Mac. The name of the Petra album was called Not of This World. Not of This World. VG minus cover, but clean vinyl. Is the Iron Maiden CD plus Plus shirt. I think it has a CD single. It has a CD single of Speed of Light, an extra large t-shirt, and a $2 off coupon that would have been used when you bought this. So this is like something that would have been out before the actual album dropped as a Best Buy exclusive. And when we tagged that like almost a year ago now, best of my memory, and based on the sticker, it was demanding pretty good money, but I've just hadn't had any luck selling it. So you know what I do? I slash the price and we get it sold. Next auction is Lizzie Borden coming out of nowhere. This is called Terrorizing. Lizzie Borden is an 87 USOG VG++ condition, a $15 start. Richard Willis gets Aerosmith, $10 sold. Jeremy Merck on Petra, $12 sold. And we have Boz Skaggs down to then left, VG plus $9.99. And Rotary Connection, VG plus $19.99 for Rotary Connection. Billy Joel, 52nd Street. You know you were a big shot. Did you? VG plus $9.99. Petra is sold. Aerosmith sold. Wasp is at 38 with Brian Frenfrock, and now it's at 39. Lizzie Borden has a bid for 15, and that Iron Maiden box does have a new bid. Grant Michael Toynton has it for $31. Grant Michael Toynton has it for $31. Okay, and right now we're going through a buy it now best offer bin. So Anthony Goodley, you've been outbid on that. Slade, stomp your hands, clap your feet. Slade is VG $9.99. We got the Yes album, Sister Bluebird, Flying High Above. John Anderson, yes. That is an OG pressing. VG cover, VG vinyl, $9.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, you're going to get it. Nice. Also a pretty worn cover, but VG minus probably. It's got quite a bit of wear. The vinyl's not bad, and that's the first label, Shelter Records. VG plus $17.99. Maiden still getting bids at $32. How about Irma Thomas, Safe With Me, VG plus $14.99. Wasp is sold to Greg Smith for $39. Lizzie Borden just has one bid with Josie Sinkbell for $15. We're about to sell that. That's an OG copy of Terrorizing. The Iron Maiden box is still getting bids. And I think over here we got some more Slayer picture disc. We do. This is Slayer, God Hates Us All, a 2008 unofficial picture disc, $45 start. Slayer is a $45 start. That is now for bid. We've had a series of unofficial picture disc. Here's the next one. That's now up for bid, okay? Right now, Iron Maiden still getting bid. Slade has got an offer for $7, and I'm taking it from the record guy. Thank you on that. We also have Elvis Presley Spin Out. Elvis Presley's a 66 Hollywood press, VG condition, $19.99. And we have Alice Cooper, and this one's called From the Inside. VG condition, $12.99. Elton John Tumbleweed Connection, VG $9.99. VG $9.99. Larry Gonzalez offered $10 for Tom Petty. This is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $10. Flag on Aerosmith. Whoa, I was first on Aerosmith. Aerosmith. Let's go back up here and see what happened. Aerosmith, Wasp, Arrow 8, Arrow 10. And then, okay, so I see what happened. Scott Arnold, What the Puck, 420, offered 8. Richard said 10. I didn't see him at all. And then I sold it to Richard for 10. So, Scott, if you want Aerosmith, just let me know. This will be yours for $10. Okay? I was not ignoring that, just didn't see that happen there. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden's at 35. This is sold then to Scott for 10. Sorry, Richard, he was ahead of you, so that does not go to Richard Willis. And then Scott Markheim gets this Alice Cooper. Iron Maiden has a new bid. Iron Maiden has a new bid for 35. Alice Cooper's already sold, and Iron Maiden is at 35. Grant Michael Toynton, you're back out. Lizzie Borden just got one bid, and that's sold for $15 to Josie Sinkbell. And then Slayer's a $45 start. Let's grab another auction. Sorry, I keep smacking the camera with my elbow. Loverboy is in VG Plus condition. $14.99 for Loverboy. I skipped over about 3 records there. We got Nectar, Remember the Future. Man, I was on a kick there for a while listening to this like every day. I love that song. Remember the Future. $14.99. Iron Maiden's at 40. We're talking about this right here. Slayer doesn't have a bid yet, $45 start. And let's go ahead and put up this Halloween box. So here's our other box set of the night. This is Halloween. This is United Alive in Madrid. Never had this before, to my knowledge. This is a 2019 USOG. 2 violet LPs, 2 red LPs, and a green LP. 5 LPs, 5 inserts. It was limited to 800. And the cheapest for sale right now is overseas in Germany for $235. We're asking a $125 start for this Halloween box. $125 start for this Halloween box. Anthony Goodley, you are out on Iron Maiden. It's now at 40. Robin Glenn gets Loverboy for $10. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton, VG Plus $14.99. And The Who by Numbers, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Mama's got a squeeze box she wears on her chest, and when Dad gets home, he never gets no rest because she's playing all night. John Durden was some typical rage bait. Run DMC saved Aerosmith's careers. John Durden fishing out the rage bait. Over here, The Who is sold to Josie Sinkbell for $10. Over here, Grant Michael Toynton on Sammy Hagar for $9. And we have T-Rex the Slider, VG Plus, $24.99. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG Plus, $19.99. Grant Michael Toynton, you get the Iron Maiden for $40. That is sold to you. Thank you on that. Halloween's a $125 start. The Slayer picture disc is a $45 buy it now on Slayer. God Hates Us All. Unofficial picture disc. I've got a couple more over here. There's that. And then Halloween over here is a $125 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, and T-Rex has an offer from Diego for $17. Sold. Let me go. I got to unlock the show. I think the other 2 CD box sets I have up front are War and Chicago. I'm going to have to go literally get a set of keys and unlock some display cases. But over the weekend, I'm going to start really, trying to really look up, I'm going to really start trying to look up what I have over here in the up front. We started planning last night, me and Tanner, we're trying to coordinate it. I'm going to try to have some epic, like, up front, when I sell stuff from up front. We're going to try to do some epic up front walkthrough sales. We're going to try to do 2 like just massive days of selling here at Collectco at some point between now and the end of the year. We just got to get it coordinated. I'm talking about like where I think I'm going to be like back here selling, and then I'm going to go like up front and sell, and then I'm going to come back here and sell, and then we're going to go do more stuff up front. And it's going to be like, like a couple sell-a-thons between now and the end of the year, so we can get a lot of these posters and toys and Funkos and box sets and autographs and miscellaneous items sold here in the building. So we got to take care of that ASAP, okay? Next thing is Elton John, Here and There. This is VG condition, $9.99. We have Blackfoot Strikes, VG $9.99. This has the song Train Train on it. And Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever, VG Plus, $9.99. Robert Palmer, this is VG $9.99. VG $9.99. And here we go around the mulberry bush, VG $9.99. Donna looking for some R&B. Donna, honestly, R&B is just as tough to find as metal. It's just one of those genres, kind of like rap. We just get very little of it. Nectar, $14.99. I don't know if you realize this, but the amount of metal we've had over the last 3 months is honestly historical. Sometimes we run out of metal and people's begging us for metal like you're asking for R&B, soul, and jazz. Right now, we've just been extremely lucky to buy some incredible metal collection. So we're hitting a metal streak right now. But R&B and rap and stuff like you like, it's just as hard to find as metal. It's just as hard. Trust me, we would buy the heck out of it if we could, but we've hit this incredible streak over here of metal stuff, and it's just like, that's like a majority of our inventory, probably lower degree. There's crates of it back there. All the jazz, but we've sold off all that. I know a few months ago, we sold a ton of jazz. Paul was putting them out every night, and we had very little of it to begin with, and then poof, it's all gone. So But yeah, you never know. It could be some mixed in the crates, but we're always trying to buy it. Hopefully we can pick up some. We're planning out a couple more big buying trips for the end of the year, but we just never get we never get leads on stuff like that. No one ever messages and be like, I have a rap. I've told y'all this before. Rap and just R&B and soul and anything of that nature. Nobody has that kind of stuff. And nobody really wants to sell their metal. We're very fortunate. Usually people's asking us, are we going to have any metal this week, Chad? Like what's coming up for Thursday? And we've just bought some collections where people literally had rooms full of crazy stuff, you know, $1 million collections probably total retail value they had invested. So just insane stuff. Iron Maiden in Vivio. This is a 2019 limited edition picture disc. $35 start for Iron Maiden. That's up for bid. And then over here, Halloween is $125 buy it now. So Halloween is $125 buy it now. And another thing is Psych. People used to ask for Psych all the time. And of course, the same thing. Psych. Paul kind of hoards it in the back, and he's doing a sock sale tomorrow. He's going to have a lot of it. It's all going to sell, and then we're not going to have any left. And y'all know the volume we buy. Sometimes we buy 50,000, 20,000 records at a time, and it's, you know, most of the stuff in existence is pop and rock. It's mostly classic rock and pop. To get metal, to get soul, to get R&B, to get jazz, to get psych, to get garage, it's actually pretty dang rare. Most of the music that was manufactured in the 60s, 70s, and 80s is rock and pop. So anything else out there is pretty scarce, and most people don't want to sell it right now because everybody's back into vinyl. So us getting these collections is like, wow. All right, sorry I got distracted there, but I was also grabbing a new auction. We sold T-Rex, and then Scott Yoakumstaller put T in, and that was for Ted Nugent. Matt Nichols, you were second over there. And then I got to go up front and get those other CD box sets. Iron Maiden 35, Iron Maiden 40, and then Iron Maiden 36, Iron Maiden 41, Iron Maiden 45. Jerry Rafferty, can I have my money back? Jerry Rafferty, VG plus $14.99, and Steve Winwood, welcome to the canteen, VG $9.99, and then Boston, their debut album, VG Condition, $14.99. I mean, a lot of times you see some of the same albums because they sold millions of copies back in the 70s, like this album, but also the demand is really high for the good music. The good music like Boston that's not going away, people still buying it. Some of those same albums have sold millions of more copies pre-owned and used. Next thing is Scott Arnold got B for Boston. That's sold to Scott Arnold. Matt Nichols on Jerry Rafferty for 10. That is sold to Matt Nichols for 10. Josie was next on Boston. Before I introduce anything else, let me show y'all right now the no bids for tonight because there's some cool stuff over here. We got a Slayer picture disc for $45. We have another Slayer picture disc for $75. Halloween is $45 and Halloween's $125. So we got some stuff there. And a lot of metal there still available. And yeah, we have a lot. And guess what? All next week, there's going to be a bunch more metal. The week after that, the week after that, the week after that. We got thousands. And plus, we just got high-end stuff over here, too, like those Led Zeppelin classic recordings. But yeah, it's going to be metal. It's going to be heavy metal, no pun intended, between now and the end of the year. That's why tonight I said I'm going to be trying to do as many vintage discount crates as I can. We have Slayer here. This is a 2007 unofficial picture disc of Divine Intervention, and this is a $75 start. $75 start for Slayer. That's now up for bid. The last bid on Iron Maiden is going to go up right now, and Iron Maiden's at $60 with Grant Michael Toynton. Back to the best offer bin. Days of Future Past, Nights in White Satin, VG plus $14.99. We have Blue Angels, VG Condition, and look, there's a young Cyndi Lauper before her solo career. Blue Angels, VG $19.99. Fleetwood Mac, Tangle in the Night, Gold Stamp promo and Hop sticker. VG copy, $26.99. Slade, and that one's called Sladest, VG $9.99. And we have Black Hole soundtrack, music by John Barry, VG Condition, $9.99. Queen Jazz is VG $14.99. And El Dorado, a symphony by the Electrolyte Orchestra, VG plus $14.99. Iron Maiden is at 65 with Nick Galletti. Slayer picture disc is a $75 start. Loverboy Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. VG $9.99. We have Brewer and Shipley with the hop sticker, one toke over the line. VG $9.99. And we have Walt Disney's The Happiness Millionaire. That's VG $9.99. David Pokey on Slade. That was for Sladeist. That's so to David Pokey. Thank you on that. Also, we have Elton John, Rock of the Westies, VG $9.99, and Rock On, Humble Pie, VG Plus, $12.99. Record Guy, you were second on Slade. I also have a whole crate over here of unadvertised bonus auctions for the night, which is a lot of 80s hard rock and metal, to be honest with you. But there's also some stuff that could go to that genre of classic rock as well, like U2, and there's a few Beatles mixed in over here. But first, here's a Dio. This is really cool. This is Dio Rock and Roll Children. It's an 85 UK OG single, VG condition, not a bad sleeve. $15 start on that one. $15 start on that one. Iron Maiden's at 67. Slade, we've already took care of that. We have Q for $8. Q for $8. Queen. And I will say that one for $12 if you want it. Scott Arnold. Greg Smith on Loverboy. He was first at sticker price, and then James Chilcott. And then Anthony Godley was third, claiming at full price. What Slade is up for bid? It wasn't. It was in the crate. And then Happy Trails Quicksilver Messenger Service, VG Plus $14.99. Iron Maiden's now at 70. Dio has a bid for 22 with Scott Markheim. The Heavy Metal soundtrack, that's always cool. VG $19.99 on Heavy Metal. The Best of Van Morrison, VG condition, $14.99 for Van Morrison. Also, we have La Bamba soundtrack. That's VG $9.99. Asia is VG $9.99. We have George Thorogood Live, VG Plus $14.99, and Genesis Invisible Touch, VG $9.99. I'm about to start doing some 45 bundles over here. I've got a whole crate of 45s. I'm about to start counting out and bundling, and there's cassettes over here. And I think the easiest way to sell some of these cassettes is also just count them out in bundles. That way I can expedite going through these a lot faster. Sell them in lots of 5 and 6. And no, I won't separate them. They'll be available to bid on, though. Angel is sold to Ivan R. Blue Angel. HP for Diego is $9, and HP was for Humble Pie. Sell that to Diego for $9. And then Heavy Metal, James Chilcott. I will say that one for $15. I'll say that one for $15. That's a great comp over 2 LPs. And then Tim Vigari on Van Morrison. And that's one of the few early ways you can get Brown Eyed Girl on the official original Bang label. All right, Iron Maiden over here, 007, sold for $70. That is sold for $70 to 007 Platinum. Nobody bid on Slayer picture disc. Another one available for a $75 buy now. Now we got 3 unofficial Slayer picture discs, and I think I even have another one over here to run. So maybe somebody might want a bundle deal on all 3 of them. Dio has a final call for $22. And then over here, Heavy Metal is sold to James Chilcott for $15. That is sold. Next thing is going to go up right now. Let's try this other Slayer picture disc. This is called Slayer. This one is called, man, I keep smacking the camera. I'm sorry. I know that probably looks like you're on a clipper ship. What is this one called? Slayer, what is this one called? Oh, man. Divine Intervention, Public. I can't remember. Slayer, $75 start. Brian Frenfrock said he was first on Humble Pie at $10. He was. Let's change this. Did I already take a lesser offer? I did. Diego, I'm sorry. I got to sell this to Brian Frenfrock for $9. My bad. $9. There we go. $9 on that. Okay, now Dio is sold for $22. This is sold for $22. Rock and Roll Children, okay? Undisputed Attitude. I think that's right. $75 start on that. Next thing is this. We have Undisputed Attitude, Undisputed Attitude. That's right. Grant says I wasn't out. Are you talking about on Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden. Well, I was assuming you were, because 007 had it for... He had it for the last, actually now 4 minutes, and I didn't hear back from you. So I was assuming you were done bidding. I've already sold it to him, though. Make sure if you're bidding, if you get outbid, another bid. Sometimes if it takes a little bit longer than normal, I sometimes have to go ahead and sell it just so we can keep the show on the road. Sorry about that one, but that is sold to him. And then over here, let's see what I've got going on with these singles over here. First thing we have is, I don't even know. Let's see what we got here. Let's see here. I hadn't really looked at any of these either, just FYI. Okay, these look like empty sleeves. Okay, we got The Rain, Orange Juice Jones, Billy Joe, You're Only Human, Pet Shop Boys, West End Girls, Atlantic Star Always, The System, Don't Disturb This Groove, Connie Francis, Blue Winter. We got a Trini Lopez Fresca promotional record. We got Scritti Politti, Perfect Ways. We have The Black Crows, and that's Hard to Handle. And then over here, I have Herman's Hermits, No Milk Today. All those are going to go up together for a $10 start. 45 lot, $10 start on those. 45 lot, $10 start on those. Slayer, final call, a $75 start. No bid, going once, going twice. I'm about to make it a buy now. I'm going to take these out of these, just FYI. There we go. So those singles there. What a random selection of singles. $10 start on those. I'm going to read the titles in here. If anybody else wants anything in here or a price, let me know, because I'm just going to read the prices right now. Next auction is Black Sabbath, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Black Sabbath is going to go up right now. It's a 1974 USOG Terre Haute press. It does have the original on her sleeve. It is VG minus. It has one light fillable mark, and that's a $15 start, okay? $15 start. There it is. Those singles are now up for a $10 start. Now they're at 11. Good luck to all those bidding. First thing we have, I'm going to read these titles. If you want a price, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and take a drink of this Monster Energy here. All right, we have Black Sabbath at 15 and now Black Sabbath at 20. I'm going to read these. If you need a price, let me know. First thing we have is Neil Young. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. Roger Daltrey, One of the Boys. Eagles, Their Greatest Hits. John Lennon, Rock and Roll. Elton John, Rock of the Westies. Gary Wright, Dreamweaver. Carole King, Tapestry. Alan Parsons, Pyramid. Wishbone Ash, New England. Styx, Paradise Theater. Rolling Stones, Emotional Rescue. Fleetwood Mac, self-titled. Bob Skaggs, Down to Then Left, Rotary Connection, self-titled. Billy Joe, 52nd Street, Yes, the Yes album. Irma Thomas, Safe with Me. Elvis, Spin Out, still available. Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection. Fleetwood Mac, Rumors. Let me pause there to sell you Slayer for a $75 buy now. That's available for a $75 buy now. Right now, the singles are at $12 with Rob and Glenn. Black Sabbath at $25. And let's put this over here in the sleeve. So I got Slayer Picture Disc 75, Slayer Picture Disc 75, Slayer Picture Disc 75, Slayer Picture Disc 45. So I got 4 Slayer Picture Discs. We already sold one of them earlier. And then I got 2 over here from the band Halloween, which are no bids. $55 on this one, and then the Halloween box set's $125. Okay, first thing we have is this. How much is Carole King? CK question mark. Tapestry was VG condition, $12.99. How much was Irma Thomas? Irma Thomas was VG plus $14.99. Elvis Presley Spin Out, VG vinyl, VG minus cover with wear and some writing on the bottom. VG $19.99. Right now, these singles are at $12. That means that Donna is out. It's up to Donna on this one. That is at $12 for those 10 singles. Black Sabbath is at $25, now $26. Carole King is over $8 to Scott Arnold. Melanie Jennings wants Irma Thomas. That's sold. And then over here, we got Wishbone Ash. Wishbone Ash for Alex Kane. That was right back here. That's sold to him. VG plus $14.99. Next is Rotary Price. VG plus $19.99 on that. Elton John Here and There, VG $9.99. Blackfoot Strikes, also Robert Palmer. We have, here we go around the Mulberry Bush, Nectar. We have Welcome to the Canteen, Days of Future Past, Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, the Black Hole soundtrack, Queen Jazz, Electrolyte Orchestra, Brewer and Shipley, Walt Disney's Happiness Millionaire, Elton John, Rock of the Westies, Quicksilver Messenger Service, La Bamba soundtrack, Asia, George Thorogood Live, and Genesis Invisible Touch. All right, these singles here are officially sold for $12 to Rob and Glenn. Those are sold for $12 to Rob and Glenn. There's that. Over here, we got Black Sabbath. Joe DeGaldo has it for $26. No one else has bid. No one has set out. We're about to sell it. Next singles are going to go up for bid right now. What do we have over here? We're about to find out. We have the following. We have Laura Branigan, and this one is called Self-Control. I think that's the A side. We have over here Eric Bird and Sky Pilot. We also have Season's Best from your Chevrolet dealer. We have Bobby V, Rubber Ball, and Everyday. We also have Gary Puck and Union Gap, Over You. We also have Bobby Vinton, Take Care of My Baby. The Four Seasons, and That Reminds Me. We have the Buckingham's Hey Baby. Dion, Ruby Baby. Also, we've got the Four Seasons Saturday's Father. We got Bobby Girlsboro, Autumn of My Life. Bobby Darren, Welcome Back to Me. Theme from Come September. And the Delphonics, Didn't I Blow Your Mind? There's a lot in there. This is a $15 start for all of those. $15 start on all those. $15 start on all those. Let's go down the comments here. First question is, how much is the Black Hole soundtrack? This is VG condition, $9.99. Next thing is, are you going to sell any metal tonight? Next thing is these 45s. That's a $15 start for all those. Black Sabbath is officially sold to Joe Delgado, and he got that for $26. We have somebody requesting metal. We had some people earlier requesting no more metal. So the battle of the polar opposites. Next thing is Monsters of Rock. This is Rainbow, Scorpions, April Wine, Saxon, and Touch. A 1980 Japanese pressing compilation with insert. This is Japanese, no Obi. Monsters of Rock, $15 start. John Durden on Black Hole for $7. That is sold. And these singles over here are a $15 start. There is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13 records in there. 13 records in there. Over here, Queen Best Price, Queen Jazz. I'm pretty sure I've already told somebody $12. Yeah, VG condition. This has bicycle, bicycle. I love to ride my bicycle. There's that, okay? We have singles at 15, and that's with Chuck Haley. Going to once and going to twice. Okay. Matt Nichols said sold on Queen for $12. That is sold. What is the condition of Asia? Asia over here. This is Asia self-titled. This is their debut. Heat of the Moment. Time Will Tell. VG condition. $9.99. Boy, that crate was packed. Like sometimes we start a crate, and this is about how much is in here. This crate was packed, and we've sold half of it. So I think we sold the equivalent typically of like a normal size where we can flip through. We just sold like a full crate of check condition because I'm looking at them over here like more spaced out. Yeah. Who asked first about Asia? John McPatriot. This is sold to John McPatriot for $7, okay? Next thing over here is this. Monsters of Rock has a new bid for $25. Next thing is this. Price on the Fleetwood Mac album. Fleetwood Mac is VG Plus $24.99. How much is the Blackfoot with Train VG condition $9.99. These 13 singles or so are all sold to Chuck Haley for $15. Those are sold to Chuck Haley for $15. Thank you, Chuck. Those are sold to you. Monsters of Rock, the last bid was $25 with Alicia S. Going once, going twice with Alicia. Going once, going twice with Alicia at $25. Next auction is this right here. We have Parver and the Raiders, I Had a Dream, Claude King, Wolverton Mountain, Little Bitty Heart, Whitney Houston, So Emotional. We have Quarter Flash. Is this actually what's in the sleeve? The actual record here, yes, Quarter Flash. This is RTZ, Every Door is Open, and Until Your Love Comes Back Around. The Doors, People Are Strange. Some of these are heavily check condition, by the way. The Doors, Touch Me. We have Pet Shop Boys, Opportunities. Eric Cartman, Make Me Lose Control. And we have Jump in the Saddle, The Curly Shuffle. And we'll do one more here, the Guess Who, Maybe We Can Share the Land. All those, let me count them, and then we're going to determine the bid. If it's around 10, 10. If it's around 15, 15. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think, 8, 9, 10, 11. $10 start on those singles, okay? Next thing over here is Blackfoot is sold to John Durden for 7, 8, and then somebody claimed it at sticker price. John Durden, let me ask you a question right now. Do you want Blackfoot for not? You were essentially, after everybody hyped this one up, you were essentially outbid. Let me know if you want it for $9.99. If not, Greg Bendinger, it's yours for $9.99. If not, it's Matt Nichols for $9. Y'all basically just had a little mini auction there for Blackfoot. And then over here, the singles have a bid for $10. Monsters of Rock is sold. Monsters of Rock is so delicious for $25. Stacy has the singles for $10, going once, going twice. Blackfoot is sold to John Durden. John Durden, this is sold to you for sticker price. These are going to vary. I haven't looked at any of these. For example, the Guess Who is really nice. The Curly Shuffle here is really nice. I think everything's going to be really nice in this lot except the 2 doors. Everything else I bet's really clean. But I hadn't looked at any one of these. Yeah, that's not bad either. So yeah. Can't break up any of the lots. There's going to be people try to get me to try. The lots will not be broken up. It's a bizarre phenomenon. Someone will be like, I'll give you $10 for one of them, but I don't want the rest of them for $10. I'm like, okay, so we'll sell one for 10, and then we'll sell another one for 10, and then we'll go ahead and sell the rest for 10. That's an interesting phenomenon. I think some people just don't want stuff at all in their collection that they don't want. That happens all the time. But we've had people say, hey, we got a bunch of records we just don't want. We just want to give them to you. And I'm like, why? Well, it's stuff I got in like lots and I don't want them. I just want to give them back to you. You can sell them. I'm like, okay. Guess it's just stuff they don't want. All right. Chuck Haley has it for $12. Chuck Haley has it for $12. Stacy, it goes back to you. Stacy, it goes back to you. Okay? All right. Did I miss anything? Did I miss any claims? Did I miss any requests? If not, we're going to go ahead and put up Van Halen 2. This is a 79 USOG VG minus condition. Van Halen 2, a $10 start. Okay, so I think Laura's working on another crate. Actually, at this point of the night, we've already went through 4 new arrival crates from John. We've already went through a new crate from Laura. And of course, we started the show going through yesterday's newest vinyl. And so it's this time of the night where we're going to do one or two things. We're going to do discount crates from previous shows that maybe have only been shown once or twice. They're either going to be best offer or they're going to be half off. And I'm going to start picking out some of those right now. I'm going to try to maybe find some of those crates from Paul and Laura earlier this week that's only been gone through like once or twice, and they had never been discounted. Those would be great to find right now. That's what I would call Laura and Paul crates that we can take offers on. Most of the stuff when we show them gets grabbed immediately, but I think there's some stuff here that they put out earlier this week that has not been claimed yet, and I'm going to try to find those crates right now, and we're going to go through some of that stuff best offer, okay? So there's the 2 crates from tonight. Let me slide those right over here. This was another vintage crate from the other night. And, you know, but usually when I go through the stuff Laura and Paul marks, there's typically not a lot left because they get pretty selective when they put out stuff, usually just like instantly sold titles. And I think y'all know sometimes, John, we kind of have a policy with him. He just grabs the whole tub and he'll mark everything in there. So it's like no picking and choosing. And I think we can grab a couple of these crates here and probably take offers on them. Some of this stuff I don't even remember, honestly. I'm looking through them right now. Some of this stuff doesn't ring a bell at all with me. So maybe that's the ones we need to go ahead and take offers on. Some of it kind of does, but let me see what's underneath this one. So right now, it's going to get to the point where I'm trying to hunt down the next thing to go through, okay? And I think it might be, I don't know. I'm looking. This looks like a crate Paul marked the other day. A lot of interesting stuff here. Please don't start kicking in allergies. We don't want any allergies. Let's go through this one. I don't recall showing this. The ones in the front I remember. I think we had those the other night. Right? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, let's do them best offer. Yeah, let's do these best offer. Whoops, I got to take the one off the table first. Okay. The Disney soundtrack, Chuck Haley. The Happiness Millionaire, Chuck, was VG $9.99. VG $9.99, Chuck. I don't think I answered that earlier for you. VG $9.99 on that, Chuck. And then the singles at 15, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 12, singles 18. Van Halen's at $12 of Joe DeGaldo. The singles are at 18. Stacy Metternich, you're out. Chuck, that was VG $9.99. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Buy it now or best offer. Anything in here. And hey, it's Saturday night. We're here to sell stuff, okay? Saturday night, and we're here to sell stuff. All right, Disney is sold for $7 to Chuck Haley. All right, here we go. Back to full speed ahead. Sold to Chuck Haley for $7. These singles are sold to Chuck Haley for $18. And Van Halen is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $12. Okay, now, next auction is going to go up right now. This is Quiet Riot's Metal Health. And Quiet Riot is an 83 USOG, and this is a really nice copy. We had like a G plus copy earlier. Here's a really nice copy. It's OG, $25 start on that. The next singles I have for you are these right here. We've got Robert Palmer's Addicted to Love. We got the Kinks' Lola. We've got Pink Floyd, One of My Turns, and that should be another brick in the wall. Yep. Eagles, Hotel California. Aerosmith, Monkey on My Back. And What It Takes, ZZ Top, Cheap Sunglasses, another copy of Lola by the Kinks, Grateful Dead, Touch of Grey, and Van Halen, Little Dreamer, and Hot for Teacher. All those singles are going to go up for a $10 start. That's a good lot there. $10 start. A lot of hits on that one. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. QB and the Blizzards live. This is a 79 Dutch import, $24.99, recorded in concert. Recorded live in concert, Dutch import, QB and the Blizzards, $24.99. We have Wild Man Fisher, 1981 US sealed, $24.99, and these are all buy it now or best offer. The singles already has bids for 12, now 10, and now 18. Quiet Riot's at 26. We have the Revs and this is a 1992 UK alternate rock punk EP, $9.99. SWA is an 87 US sealed, $19.99. Now the singles are at $21. And Quiet Riot, the most recent bid, James Chilcott at $26, and he's about to get it. Also, we have Stevie Wonder Characters, $19.99. Subhumanium, Subramium, Subrahmanium, Blossom, 1981, that's classified as smooth jazz. Smooth jazz there, $9.99. All right, next thing is Stack Ridge. A white label promo, $9.99. Frank Tovey, Snakes and Ladders. Frank Tovey is $9.99. The Everly Brothers, This is a 2 LP white label promo, $14.99. And Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty, EX condition, $37.99. This is, I'm going to try to read the A-sides. Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love, The Kinks, Lola, Pink Floyd, Another Brick in the Wall, Eagles, Hotel California, that's a double hit. The B-side is New Kids in Town, Aerosmith, Monkey on My Back, and What It Takes, ZZ Top, Cheap Sunglasses, and Esther Be the One. Another copy of Lola, Touch of Grey is on black vinyl, and Van Halen, Little Dreamer, and Hot for Teacher. Those have a high bid right now at $24 with Stacy Metternich. Quiet Riot's at $30. Todd Rundgren's Utopia is EX $12.99. And we also have NAS 3, a Rhino pressing, Todd Rundgren NAS 3. That is EX condition, $17.99 for NAS 3. Next auction is going to go up right now. I'm going to put up also a cassette lot. You heard me correctly, a cassette lot. We're going to do, let me pick out 1. I'm going to pick out 2. I'm going to pick out 3. And I'm going to pick out 4. And these are going to go up for a $20 start. 4 cassette tapes, a $20 start. They're being all sewed together. We have Zappa. Excuse me, I was reading a comment. We have Guns N' Roses Lies. Guns N' Roses Lies, Slaughter the Wildlife, Slaughter Stick It To You, and Iron Maiden The Seventh Son. All 4 cassette tapes, a $20 start. Iron Maiden, Slaughter, and Guns N' Roses. $20 start for all 4 of them. Next is Bootsy's Rubber Band. This boot is made for Funkin'. $24.99 on that. The singles are about to be sold to Stacy for $24. Now John LaBeatty has them for $26. Stacy, you've been outbid. Greg Smith, you're out on Quiet Riot. James Chilcott has it for $30. Niels Lofgren is EX edition, $12.99. EX edition, $12.99. Bobby Gentry. And Bobby Gentry, the Delta Suite, is VG, $9.99. Solitude, songs by Billie Holiday, a 60s mono reissue, VG minus $9.99. Zephyr, going back to Colorado, Tommy Bolin plays on this album, VG plus $14.99. Now the cassettes are at $25. Now the single, Stacy's Done, that's a final call to John LaBeatty for $26. Johnny Paycheck, Take This Job and Shove It, VG minus $9.99. VG minus $9.99. Also over here, this is After 7. This is EX edition, $12.99. Scott Arnold on Bootsy. I will say that for $20 if you want it. BH for $5, and that was for Billie Holiday. I'll say that one for $7 if you want it. Next thing over here are these singles, and these are officially sold over here to John LaBeatty for $26. Thank you, John LaBeatty. Those are sold to you. Let's get another lot going. If I can find some more, I'm sure I can over here. Alex Kane gets Zephyr. Alex Kane gets Zephyr. That's sold to him. Thank you. VG plus $14.99. The last bid on Quiet Riot over here was James Chilcott at $30. No one else bid, and this is sold for $30. Next thing is BG, and that was over here for... wait a minute. So that was for, okay, so the cassettes are now at $27. Donna said, her first comment said Billie Holiday 5. She put BG, but you meant Billie Holiday for 7, right? Yep. All right, that's sold. And then Hustler, High Street, a white label promo, EX $12.99. Bobby Gentry is the Delta Suite, VG condition, $9.99. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Let's see what this little stack is here. Now, John, after I finish out this tub, John's actually got, I think, a whole tub over here of like buy it now singles. I'm just trying to clear out some stuff that's been over here next to me. I don't know where they came from. They really hadn't been sorted. They really hadn't been gone through. But he has me 6 boxes of 45s over here ready to go that are all like $6.99 and stuff we can auction, okay? I have some that like need to be $20 starts, honestly. But I have a lot that I'll sell for $6.99 each, and we have 6 full boxes of those over here. Right now, I'm trying my best to go through these and just sell them in lots because I don't really know where they came from. This is Motley Crue, and this is Motley Crue Smoking in the Boys Room. The Eagles, Lion Eyes, the Eagles Heartbreak Tonight, the Eagles Lion Eyes, Def Leppard Armageddon, Boston Let Me Take You Home Tonight and Long Time, George Harrison My Sweet Lord, Ringo Starr Only You, the Beatles Slow Down, and the Beatles Matchbox. Some of these are check condition, by the way, like VG or less. Wings, Mull of Kintyre, and let's pause right there and sell all those for a $10 start. $10 start on all those. So you had Wings, which is, of course, Paul McCartney. You have the Beatles. You have Ringo. You have George. Like, for example, My Sweet Lord is pretty low grade. It's like G+, okay? Some of these are pretty low grade. Just buyer beware. These hadn't been checked. Boston, Def Leppard. Let's take a peek at Def Leppard. And Def Leppard is really nice. So it's like EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, Eagles, and Motley Crue. All those for a $10 start, okay? The cassettes are at $35 of Grant Michael Toynton. That's a final call to him. David Pokey's out. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Next thing is after at sticker if Jazzy doesn't want it. After at sticker if Donna doesn't want it. After at sticker. What did Donna after? What does that mean? After at sticker if Jazzy doesn't want it. We have Harry Nilsson, son of Schmilson. VG $12.99. Village People is VG $9.99. And then Paul McCartney 2 VG Plus $17.99. So the first lot of cassettes is sold to Grant Michael Toynton for $35. He got those. And then over here, this is after 7. Are y'all talking about this record here? I don't think this is EX $27.99. I don't think Donna made an offer on this, did she? Oh, she did. After 7, $10. I will say this for 22. Actually, excuse me. Alonzo saying he'll take it as sticker. I misread that. Alonzo saying he'll take it as sticker. Yeah, this was marked $27.99. So I really can't do $10 on that one. It's $27.99. I was confused on what was going on there. That's a confusing title. Next thing is U2 Boy. U2 is an 83 US. It's an SRC pressing VG minus, a $5 star. So this is an 83. Unfortunately, it's a kind of a low-grade copy. Just a $5 start on that one. There's some of the tough and scarce R&B. And usually when we do get it, it's going to demand pretty good money. So an EX copy, $27.99. It's Donna's. If you don't want a Donna, then it's sold to Alonzo Breezy. And then we have Ted's by G, the Spanish borrowing guitar. That's EX $17.99. Red 7. And this is When the Sun Goes Down, EX $9.99. So yeah, this is $27.99, and we'll sell that to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr., okay? My bad. And then Brian Brain. Brian Brain is a new wave album and Shrink, $9.99. And Bob Hoke and the Real Boogie Woogie, $9.99. U2's a $5 start. And we have Viva Roxy Music, VG Plus, $14.99. Chad said $12.99. So I must have misspoke on the price on this one. After 7 is EX Edition, $27.99. I'll leave it in the crate then. My bad. If y'all decide you want it or want to make an offer on it, just let me know. This is a oldies comp. It is called At the Hop, a collection of classic oldies. Sealed, $14.99. It's a 2 LP, $14.99. Alex Kane gets Bobby Gentry for $8. That's sold to Alex Kane for $8. And Pat Benatar, 7 the Hard Way, $9.99. These singles are sold to Chuck Haley for $10. Thank you, Chuck. Those are sold to you for $10. Final call on U2, VG minus copy for $5, and then Red 7 for $7. And that's back here. That's sold to Craig Weatherford for $7. I probably misspoke on the price. I do that quite often. That is EX $27.99 though. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Ozzy's Diary of a Madman, 2011 30th anniversary edition, 180 gram. Ozzy's going to go up for a $20 start. Diary of a Madman. That's now up for bid. U2 has a bid for $6. Brian, $5. Craig Thomas. And that was for Brian Brain. Craig Thomas. This right here. Craig Thomas. This is Brian Brain. And I will sell this to you for a whopping sold for $5 to Craig Thomas. Next is U2 has one bid for $5. Robin Glenn Murphy on At the Hop for $10. Sell that to Robin Glenn. Ozzy has a bid for $20 and U2 8. Will you take your first price of $12.99? I won't, but if y'all want it for $20, I'll do it for $20. Looks like it demands pretty good money from what I'm seeing. So there's that, and let's try to put up another lot of cassettes right quick. I do have some more sleeveless check condition singles in here, and then we're going to start going through this box at buy it now prices. But I think I have some more, and I got some more cool looking cassettes in here. Firehouse, Guns N' Roses, Yngwie. Let's grab some more out of here, and let's do one more. Let's do Bon Jovi, okay? So I've got 4 more cassette tapes here. This is Yngwie Malmsteen, Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, Firehouse, and Bon Jovi. All 4 cassettes for a $20 start. All 4 cassettes for a $20 start, okay? Next thing over here is this, Ozzy 20, and then Pat Benatar, Richard Willis. He gets that for $5. That got a weird cover with it. E-I-E-I-O, I remember this from the other night. How can you forget that name? $9.99. And the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue, $39.99. $39.99. Okay, and then over here we have Squalls, No Time, VG Plus $9.99, and Get Your Yayas Out, the Rolling Stones in concert, VG Condition $12.99. The Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited, VG Plus $12.99. Burlesque, With the Nuts Inside, VG Plus $12.99. Also Sheena Easton, that's $9.99. Best Kept Secret. John Popper is $19.99. John Popper from Blues Traveler. Boys Don't Cry is $9.99. Nielsen, Son of Schmilson, EX $17.99. Outlaws is VG Plus $14.99. Robin Trower is VG $9.99. U2, Matt Nichols $8, and this is sold to Matt Nichols for $8. Never mind. Useless Eater has been $9. That's now at $9. Matt Nichols, you're out. The last bid on Ozzy was Gary Donovan Knight at $25. The cassette tapes have a bid for $20. And then did the last 45 sale? Yes, they did. All the Zeppelins are sold. Ozzy out. Jay Giles 11 with Gary Donovan Knight. And that was Ladies Invited. That's so these 4 cassette tapes, which normally I would put up for a $10 start individually, all have a high bid right now of $20, going once, going twice. Here is another lot of singles. Let's see what we have over here. Looks like some check condition stuff, but there's some older looking stuff like the Ronettes, Be My Baby, Robert Palmer, Bad Case of Loving You, Yoko Ono, folks. Should be John Lennon on the other side, yeah. John Lennon, Just Like Starting Over. Peter Gabriel, Shock the Monkey. Survivor, Poor Man's Son. Aerosmith, What It Takes, and Monkey on My Back. We had that one earlier. The Eagles, Best of My Love. We also have Julio Iglesias, I Don't Want to Wake You, and that's the duet with Willie Nelson, To All the Girls I've Loved Before. There's the Bangles, If She Knew What She Wants. The Everly Brothers, Let It Be Me, and the Everly Brothers, Kathy's Clown. If you want to bid on those, you can put 45s for a $10 start. Those are now up for bid, okay? U2 has a new bid for 10. Useless Eater's out. Ozzy is a 30th anniversary 180-gram reissue. Ozzy has a new bid for 26. Ozzy has a new bid for 26. Poppers sold to George Burleson for $15. That is sold. U2 has a new bid for 11. Ozzy, 27. U2's out. So U2 is a reissue VG minus $11. These cassette tapes are sold for $20, and those are sold for $20 over here to Grant Michael Toynton for $20. He gets those for $20, okay? Next thing we have is Ozzy. Gary Donovan Knight, $27 on that. And then over here, we have the Everly Brothers. The Everly Brothers. One second here. The Everly Brothers is on top of this single lot here. $10, and Robin Glenn has those right now. Okay? Okay. The four Zeppelin records collectively sold for $5, $12, $22, over $2,000. Those 4 collectively sold for over $2,000. That's why that Zeppelin box set that has all 9 classic records, I think that's why that usually sells for like $10,000 or something crazy, $8,000. I think the whole set is somewhere between $6,000 and $12,000, depending on what it's selling for at that moment. So Ozzy's a 30th anniversary edition. It's 180 gram, 2011, and Gary Donovan Knight has it for 27. These singles are at 12, and these singles are at 12 of Chuck Haley, and U2's about to sell for 11. That was a buy it now best offer crate. We've read through it once. I'm not going to read through it again. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know, okay? Is tonight still on last week's invoice? Yes, tonight's still on last week invoices. I'm actually messaging Tanner right now. There's 2 new buyers that's still buying right now tonight, and Tanner's going to go ahead and send some invoices out for a couple reasons. The first reason is because there's a couple new people, and I bet, whether they know it or not, I bet their invoice is over $1,000. So I'm going to go ahead and have Tanner right now send a couple new people that's watching some invoices. If I can't get a hold of him, I'm going to reach out to Ed, because I want to let everybody know, if you're a new buyer, we usually make sure you pay your invoice on Monday. So if you're new and you get an invoice and it's going to be for $1,200, make sure you have funds in hand to send us a payment on Monday immediately afternoon for an $800 invoice, a $3,700 invoice, a $6,700 invoice. Regardless of how much money you've spent, if you're relatively new and you're not well established with us, we're going to be doing that right now. And then also, we're going to go ahead and try to get some prepayments for some people right now, because I've kind of been keeping a little bit of a track over here, and we have some new people that have probably surpassed a 4,000 or a 4-digit invoice, and I'm just want to make sure they know that they are ready to pay right now, okay? So we're probably going to have to go ahead and get some cash on the barrel table. So tomorrow, Paul is doing a sock show. There is a sock show tomorrow. That starts a new invoicing cycle. That is with a new invoicing cycle, okay? Give me 1 second here. I'm sending some instructions. Just be aware, buying $40 and $100 items every about 4 minutes over 8 hours a night, 6 days a week could add up to thousands of dollars. And I want to make sure everybody has the funds to come pay us Monday. I'm not standing here for the fun of it. Hopefully y'all are buying for the fun of it. Hopefully everybody is wanting to buy stuff and pay for it so you can actually receive it. So I've got a list going over here. I'm sending out some instructions, and making sure I take care of business over here before things get a little bit out of hand. All right, so first thing we have is this. U2 is sold to the use of Cedars. Also, another thing, Ed has sent me a list of about 5 people to a couple things here. The most important thing is, if you get 2 unpaid invoices, you can't buy from us again until both invoices are paid. Sometimes I put a freeze on people, and I'm like, hey, you hadn't paid this invoice, last week's invoice, you're already buying again this week. You can't buy anything else until all 3 are. You can't have pre-orders. You can't claim out of the flip videos. All those have to be paid. And that freaks some people out because they want to keep buying. But there's no reason to be 1, 2, 3 weeks behind. So, and then there's some people that I don't think that's 2 or 3 weeks behind that hadn't paid an invoice. Everything's about to be canceled and resold, and we're just going to have to say sorry. Maybe come back in a couple years when you're in a better financial position, okay? Maybe. Okay, maybe, maybe. So otherwise, you know, if 5 or 6 hours, sometimes that's like a whole half. You know, that could be like 3 or 4 just wasted hours of me sitting here selling. Then that's just we just can't have that happen. So use of Cedars, you get this for $11, and just make sure you're caught up. And please just don't keep buying if you're already 2 in the hole and you can't. You know, unless y'all are well established, and I know some of y'all get paid like once a month, and then you pay $10,000 worth of records. I'm okay with that, but just please don't keep buying, and you know that you can't pay for more, and then you're like, man, I'm 5, I can't pay for this, and then And then my head starts swimming, and then I'm mad, and then I have to block you, and then we can't sell you records anymore. Ozzy over here is sold to Gary Donovan Knight for $27. Gary, that's sold to you for $27. Okay, there's that. And then these singles, the last bit over here, the last singles, these are Chuck Haley's for $14. Robin Glenn went out. Chuck, you get these for $14. Thank you. Okay, I got to take some stuff in here onto the side that we've sold. It's because we've got quite the stack. And let me go ahead and do this right here. So all those are sold, including these hip pocket records, and then all this. Let me set all these right here. All right, here we go. I'm going to take some time tonight to start sending messages myself. Also, a big thing that happened with 2 different people this week, you can't get an invoice and just say, I'm sorry, I just don't want these, and then that next day be on here buying stuff. You can't have second thoughts on a whole big invoice and then say, well, I can't pay an $800 one, please cancel it, but I'll buy 200 this week, 200 next week, and then I'll pay those 2. You can't do that. You got to pay the one $800 one. I mean, if you need some, like, I can send you some YouTube videos on how to save money for a couple weeks, and then maybe you can pay us off. Quick cash, wedding wing pawn, an old guitar you can hawk, something that you don't care about, that you care about getting records from Coletco more. Okay? You know, title loan, whatever it takes, whatever way you can come up with, you know, $800, you know, go start digging toys out of your kid's bedroom and selling them. Bicycles they don't ride anymore, putting them on Marketplace. Okay, so here we go. Let's go through this lower crate. Here we go. I'm going to set all that's going up front in the store. So all those, that crate, I'm going to put it up here in the bins in the store. So if you're local, all those that you just seen, those are going to go up front in the bins. I might pull a few out of there for this on that. Okay. All right. Laura crate. Let me figure out where she wanted this hid. Aha. Nice. Okay. Man, I bet Laura has us a good one here. Yeah, send me that wedding ring, Chuck. Gold's about to hit 4,000 this week. All right. So here's what we're about to do. A new arrival crate from Laura. Then we're probably going to do several half-off crates of old vintage titles. We'll do some nonsense. I'll go up front and even do like a $6.99 crate. But we also have 45s over here. And John has these ready. And he said, Chad, these are queued and ready to go at auctions, and $6 and $9.99. I'll probably just do most of them $6.99. I haven't really got a chance to go through them, so we're about to go through them together. And I think I have a few CD lots and some more cassette lots, okay? So lower crate here, there is a sticker. There is a sticker over here for this crate. And yeah, so we're about to do some $6.99 buy it nows. Oh yeah, there's some good ones over here. And then what doesn't sell, we usually bundle up later and do lots. But yeah, he's got some killer singles here. Golly. Yeah, there's some in here worth auctioning too. 6 boxes of 45s. When I say 6 boxes of 45s, let me give you an idea. They're like this, okay? And I think he just sent you an updated invoice. He sent an invoice to your wrong email, but yeah, this is what I'm talking about. We got 6 over here full of these. Some like this, definitely worth auctioning. Picture sleeves. There's Social Distortion in here. There's Billy Strange. There's lots of Bruce Springsteen. There's Jack White. There's Motown. There's picture sleeves. There's picture disc. So yeah, that's what we're about to start doing over here. And let's get started, okay? And a lower crate. Let's get started. And did I miss anything else? Here we go. So auction first. We got more cassette lots coming, but first let's do this right here. Where's that one I just had in my hand? That was a cool one, that Nazareth. Let's do Social Distortion. Social Distortion, $7 start. Cold Feelings, it's a promo. Cold Feelings and Bad Luck. Social Distortion, $7 start. That's now up for bid. And we also have, going up for bid, let's not forget about our LPs over here. We have Axe, and Axe is called Living on the Edge. It's a 1980 USOG, $15 start on that. Social Distortion 7, Axe 15. Billy Strange. Okay. Lower crate, sticker price, new arrivals. I had not even looked at them. Rick James, Cold-Blooded. Rick James is VG $9.99. The first part of this crate is check condition. So she's graded these very conservatively. Rick James is VG $9.99. I got some cool 45s. Now, when John sorts 45s, he only picks out the best, and he only picks out high-grade stuff if I'm auctioning them tonight. We could have Social Distortion. We could have Megadeth. I have no idea what's over here. I have no clue. Nice. The Strawberry Alarm Clock. EX condition, $24.99. Incense and Peppermints. There's Ed King, who went on to be in Leonard Skinner. Nice there. If that doesn't sell, Paul can put that in his sock sale tomorrow. Don't forget, first though, here's the Cars, VG $12.99. Tomorrow is Psychedelic Sunday with Paul, 5 p.m. Central Time. 5 p.m. Central Time here, okay? Don't miss out on that. And I'm going to be mixing in some Buy It Now singles. Okay, Buy It Now singles here. Oh my gosh, we need to put this up for auction right now. Holy moly. This is a reissue, but look. Led Zeppelin, Whole Lotta Love. Oh, man, that's spectacular, too. John's put it in a real Atlantic inner sleeve. This is a mid-70s press, and the flip side is Living, Love, and Made. Led Zeppelin, $7 start. $7 start. $7 start. Social Distortions at $15 with John Durden. And then over here, we have, how much was that? Incense and Peppermints. This is EX edition, $24.99. D-Kong gets the Cars, Candy O. Always sweet artwork there. And then Led Zeppelin's at $10. Whole Lotta Love. Oh, man, don't get Led Zeppelin singles too often. And then over here, we have Axe. It's a $15 start. Weather Report, Black Market, VG condition, $9.99. And Surfing Bird, Bird is the word, the Trash Men in mono, $14.99. And this is, I think Laura may have left off the grade. It looks like it's about a VG copy. $14.99 on that. And then Dolly, Great Balls of Fire, VG Plus, $12.99. So Zeppelin's at $16. Are we done on Social Distortion? John Durden has it for $15, and Final Call on Axe. Boy, every time I go over here to grab a handful of Buy It Now singles, you know what I end up doing? Finding some better ones to auction. Here we go. Let's do these. Let's do 5 at a time for $6.99, okay? 5 at a time for $6.99. Boy, there's some great titles in here. Okay, $6.99. We have this. We have Madonna, Live to Tell in the picture sleeve. Madonna. We have Miko, Pop Goes the Movies, Part 1. Billy and Lily, Billy Ford and the Thunderbirds, La Di Da on Swan. Steve Perry, Oh Sherry. Ghostbusters by Ray Parker Jr. and the Partridge Family with the picture sleeve. Partridge Family, I Think I Love You. Those are all $6.99 each. Chad's about to sneeze. That was really loud. I'm glad I got my mic muted. $6.99. Social Distortion, 17. Oh my gosh, Jim B is bidding on Social Distortion. What is that, a $300 record? Next thing we have over here, Led Zeppelin's at 20 with Stacy Metternich. Social Distortion's at 17 with Hiram Aponte. And then Stacy Metternich got Madonna for $6.99, and she got the Partridge Family for $6.99. All righty, and then over here we had another claim, George Burleson on Weather Report. That's so to George Burleson. Don't forget, we're going through a lore crate. Let's do about 5 more over here. We got Culture Club Color by Numbers, EX Condition, $17.99. EX Condition, $17.99. We have Rick James busting out of L7. Rick James is EX $14.99. How about Eddie and the Cruiser soundtrack? Nice. VG $9.99. And Happy Jack wasn't tall, but he wasn't fat. Da-da. From da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun, dun. That's an original deck of mono, Happy Jack. That one doesn't come through too often. VG $14.99. Denise wants to see Strawberry Alarm Clock again. Incense and Peppermints is an OG stereo press. VG Plus cover, not bad. EX Vinyl, $24.99. All right, so all of a sudden now we have the following. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $21, now $24. John Kaiser, you're out. Social Distortion is still getting bids. No, this is a new arrival crate. Laura just marked these, so these are sticker price. Social Distortion is still getting bids. It's at 19, now 20 with Hiram. Okay, and then next is Shannon Mashaka on Eddie and the Cruiser's Boy. I have overextended myself. I'm going through a lore crate. There's 3 auctions, and I'm doing buy it now singles. My bind is like racing right now. We have Eddie and the Cruisers. This is so to Shannon Mashaka. Eric Storbick was second. Chuck Haley on the Surfing Bird. Chuck Haley on the Surfing Bird. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $25. Denise gets this, which is Strawberry Alarm Clock. How much was Rick James? Rick James is EX $14.99. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $25. And then over here, Social Distortion. I think it was really clean. I think it was near mint, and it's a promo, not for sale. Oh yeah, it's near mint minus on Social Distortion. Led Zeppelin's at 25. So these are the $6.99ers: Ghostbusters, Steve Perry, Billy and Lee, and Miko. Pop Goes to Movies. Those are $6.99 each on those. $6.99 each on those. Okay, and everything in here is buy it now. Sticker price. Donna got Rick James, and Cyclone Doug got the Who. Social Distortion's at 21, Led Zeppelin 27. By the way, Axe is a buy now. No bid, $15 on Axe, unless I missed a bid. There's a lot going on. I'm glad to get that one off the table. Otherwise, it's going to be, if Axe was getting a lot of bids, I don't know if I would have been able to do anything else. Okay, let me show 3 more records, and then we'll do some more buy it now singles. We have the in shrink wrap, an OG looking stereo press, VG $9.99 for the Monkeys debut. Hey, hey, we're the best. The Sonny shares some good 60s there back to back. The Beat Goes On, I Got You Babe, in shrink wrap with really cool original price tags, $9.99 on that. And the Isley Brothers, Between the Sheets. Oh man, EX $12.99. So Social Distortion 22, Social Distortion 24, Led Zeppelin's at 30, and Michael Ruttman on Ace. And Michael Ruttman on Ace, that had to have been a single over here, right? Ace. What? Oh, Axe. That's Axe. Michael Ruttman got Axe for $15. Led Zeppelin's out. Michael got Axe. Scott Smith was next. Donna wants to put back Rick James. That's only a $10 trillion restocking fee. Gary Donovan Knight on Sonny and Cher. That is sold. Samuel Kobach on the Monkeys. That is sold. And then the Samuel Kobach. And then this Isley Brothers have Body Kiss. And then Donna wants to claim it. This I don't see a track called Body Kiss on this one. But if you do want it, it's yours. If not, okay, Led Zeppelin. Kaiser's out. Calvin has it for 30. Stacy's out. The last bid on Social Distortion was Hiram Aponte at $24. John Durden's out, and Jim B's out. That's where we're at right now on Social Distortion. Next thing, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. Now, one of these is going to be sold as a set. So let's just say 7 times 20. Let's say $20. Okay, let's just say $20. I got Les Paul and Mary Ford, a 4-track EP, Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. We'll say $20 for all 3 of them instead of $6.99 each, okay? Afternoon Delight, Starland Vocal Band, and the Stampeder, Sweet City Woman. That's one of those double-sided hits. The Safaris, Wipeout, and Surfer Joe. The Marvelettes, My Baby Must Be a Magician, and The Hunter Gets Captured by the Game. Those are both Marvelette songs, both hits. Good Vibrations, an original single by the Beach Boys, and Let's Go Away for a While. Good Vibrations, and another Beach Boys, Heroes and Villains, and You're Welcome. Those are all $6.99 each, okay? Next thing on this. Donna does get the Isley Brothers. Denise, I've already got Strawberry Alarm Clock pulled for you. Jim B has offered $2,560 on the Michael Jordan rookie card. You must be joking. And then what is the title on Social Distortion? Social Distortion is called Cold Feelings, Bad Luck, Live Acoustic, a white label promo. And this is a white label promo. And the final bid is Hiram Aponte for $24. He has it. It's a final call. And then the Led Zeppelin single is sold. LZ, Zeppelin, done, sold, no questions asked. That's sold for $30 to Calvin Ward. Okay? Destructo Cat wants the 3 Les Pauls for $20. Sold to Destructo Cat. Okay. That last stack of $6.99 singles was Beach Boys, Marvelettes, Safaris, Afternoon Delight, and Sweet City Woman. Boom. Okay, before I do anything else, let's show the next 5 records in here. Alice Cooper, Flush the Fashion. VG Condition, $14.99. Jerry Rafferty, City to City, EX, $14.99. Betty Wright, Live. Betty Wright, Soul, of course, VG, $9.99. Stevie Wonder, My Sherry or More, nice. Looks like a UK Tamla Motown. 69 US, my bad. 69 US. Oh, that is $14.99, but it has a Canadian label. That's interesting. $14.99 for Stevie Wonder. And this is New Rock, the best of today's New Rock, VG Plus, $14.99. Donna passed on the Isley Brothers. Oh, she passed on it. Okay. So that is that. And now this is sold. And this is sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay. This is sold to Adam Bernardi. So Donna put this one back. That was sold to Adam Bernardi, okay? Next is Donna on BW, and that was for Betty Wright. And then Adam Bernardi on SW for Stevie Wonder. James was next on BW, okay? And then this is Stevie Wonder was VG Plus Condition. Social Distortion is sold to Hiram Aponte. Hiram Aponte. This is sold to him for $24. Okay, now let's go back. Those last 4 or 5 records was extremely confusing, okay? Those last 4 or 5 records was extremely confusing. This was asked about by John Durden and then claimed by Donna. Donna put it back. This is in fact sold to Adam Bernardi. Betty Wright was claimed first, without a doubt, to Donna. VG, $9.99. This Stevie Wonder is VG Plus, $14.99, sold to Adam Bernardi. Hiram Aponte would like to pay. He wants to pay for this Social Distortion, and he wants to gift it to Craig Thomas. Craig, you got a free Social Distortion single coming from Hiram Aponte. The last record I showed in here was New Rock, the best of today's New Rock, VG Plus, $14.99. Ozzy Osbourne, Flying High Again, is on New Rock. We need more auctions. Let's find some in the 45 box. Like I said, I'm flipping through these for the first time. So, you know, the ones I have found so far, I've been just as surprised as you have. I'm seeing great buy it nows over here, though. I mean, fantastical buy it nows. Wow, there's a ton of Bruce Springsteen in here. I don't know what this is. Denzel Curry and Robert Glasper. That's in here. What is on the profile label here? Okay, we had that earlier. Sorry, let me get ahead of the game here. Let me get ahead of the game and figure out what's all in here. Some of them I may not want to auction. I mean, most of these are going to be buy it nows. This is definitely a record store day release. So, I mean, let's put these up for a $7 start. This is Nazareth Love Hurts. Nazareth Love Hurts. $7 start with the picture sleeve from the Hair of the Dog album. That's pretty cool. And then Denzel Curry and Robert Glasper, record store day, kind of like a picture disc. $7 start on that. Wow, nobody got the New Rock compilation. That's crazy. Okay, let's do some more. First thing we have is this. This is what? Side by Side. Side by Side is EX $9.99. 2013 U.S. purple vinyl with a fold-out sleeve, a compilation of indie rock from the Pacific Northwest. There you have it. Nazareth 7, Nazareth 10. Also, we have the Rolling Stones VG with damaged cover. It's kind of torn up here. $9.99 for undercover. And then Aerosmith Rocks VG $9.99. And Men at Work, Business as Usual. Men at Work, Who Can It Be Now? And Down Under, EX, $17.99. This is called New Rock, NU, the best of today's new rock. It's on a label called Lotus Records, VG Plus, $14.99. Natasha on SBS, Side by Side, sold to Natasha. Everything in here is sticker price, no more, no less. Actually, they should be price plus 50%, but we won't do that. Here comes some more singles for $6.99. For $6.99, we have the Monkees, A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You. Parliaments, The Parliaments, I Want to Testify, and Daryl Banks, Open the Door to Your Heart. Canned Heat, On the Road Again, and Canned Heat, Going Up the Country. Johnny Restivo, The Shape I'm In, and Ya, Lloyd Price, Where Were You? And the Carpenters, We've Only Just Begun. One more, Bruce Hornsby and the Range, That's Just the Way It Is. Next thing over here, we have Nazareth at $15. I don't think anybody's bid on Denzel Curry. It's a $7 start. Natasha got Side by Sides. And then over here, and then Nazareth is at $15. And then over here, how much was New Rock? And then Scott wants the track listing. Okay, Scott wants the track listing. I Love Rock and Roll, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Working for the Weekend, Loverboy. Lonely Nights, Bryan Adams. Magic Power, Triumph. Long Stick Goes Boom, Crocus. I'll Fall in Love Again, Sammy Hagar. 38 Special, So Caught Up in You. John Cougar, Hurt So Good. Rainbow, Stone Cold. Hollywood, Shooting Star. Crank It Up, The Dregs, and Flying High Again, Ozzy Osbourne, VG Plus, $14.99, sold to Scott Arnold. Next, Hall & Oates live at the Apollo with the Temptations, EX, $14.99. The Who, Quadrophenia soundtrack, VG Condition, $14.99. Synergy, Sequencer, Ambient Music, VG Plus, $9.99. Rick James, Street Songs, VG Plus, $12.99. That was the last check condition record. Nazareth is at $21. The Monkees is sold to Destructo Cat. That is sold to him for $6.99. John Durden, Men at Work, everything in here is sticker price. Men at Work is EX Edition, $17.99. EX Edition, $17.99. EX Edition, $17.99. So nobody on Bruce Hornsby or the Carpenters or Lloyd Price or Johnny Restivo or Canned Heat or the Parliaments and Daryl Banks. I'm going to put those over here. Next thing is this. Denzel Curry did not get a bid. It's a $7 buy it now on that. And let's go ahead and put up another auction, this time from the LP crate. The LP crate, this is going to go up right now, and this is Judas Priest, Point of Entry. 1981 USOG with the original on her sleeve, EX edition, and this is a $25 start. Calvin's out on Nazareth. This is officially sold to Brent for $25. Denzel Curry is sold for $7 to Scott Oman. And then price on the Who over here, Quadrophenia, is VG condition, $14.99. $34.99. What's left in here? Garth Brooks Legacy box set, sealed, $34.99, but it does have corner damage. It does have corner damage up here. Garth Brooks, just $34.99. We have Opeth, Blackwater Park, $34.99. Triumvirate, Old Loves Die Hard, sealed for $24.99. Bob Seger Live Bullet, $24.99. The Dedication Series, Volume 5, The African Connection, Hugh Muscella, Jazz Afrobeat, $19.99. Judas Priest has one bid for $25, final call. Joe DeGaldo said price on the Who Quadrophenia, sold to him. Also, we have Third World, The Story's Been Told, No Condition Notes, Shrink Wrap, $14.99. The Electrics, $9.99, a New Wave album, Current Events, $9.99 on the Electrics, Roxy Music Manifesto, $19.99 on Roxy Music, White Knight soundtrack, $14.99, Diego Sanchez on Hugh Muscella, that is sold to Diego Sanchez. Final call on Judas Priest, Planet P, $19.99. Now Judas Priest has a new bid for $26. Over here we have It's Alright, Yoko Ono, a full album by Yoko Ono, $9.99. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax, $19.99. How much was Opeth? $34.99, 2021 silver vinyl. Also, Seventh Wave, Sci-Fi, a synth pop album, $9.99. Duran Duran, The Wild Boys. The note from Laura is all bangers, $19.99. We have Epica, The Solace System. Epica is sealed, $19.99. White vinyl with purple and black splatter, symphonic metal, $19.99. There's a new bid on Judas Priest for $26. This is sealed, $29.99. Hawkwind, Greasy Trotters Party. Is that what that says? Greasy Truckers Party. My bad. $29.99. How much was Bob Seger? Bob Seger is $24.99. Next thing is Natasha Pica on Epica. Sold. Hiram was second. Scott, you're about to lose Judas Priest. It's at $26. The Loveless Cousin, sealed, $14.99. Hello, I Must Be Going, Phil Collins. It does have some cover damage somewhere. It must be pretty camouflaged. Maybe some staining right in here. $14.99. Judas Priest is sold to Jersey Devil for $26. We have another Opeth, and that is $34.99. And Kata Venom, 2019, limited to 700. And we have this right here, the Tronosonic Experience, the Shadow Volume 2, Progressive Jazz, $14.99. And just like that, the lower crate's over, and she's very mad because everybody didn't buy everything in here. I can literally hear her right now back there sharpening a sword, so she's about to come after you. So hopefully y'all start buying everything that's left in here. If not, she's about to get extremely upset. So we're going to try to read through those again. But poof, just like that, lower crate's over. It's all gone. Nothing left. Let's go ahead and show some more singles. These are all $6.99. We have Robbie Dupree, Still Away. Wild Cherry, Play That Funky Music, White Boy. Petula Clark, Downtown. Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., You Don't Have to Be a Star. Love Unlimited, Love's Theme. Maria Moldar, Midnight at the Oasis. And Ichiku Park, Small Faces, $6.99. Those are all available at $6.99. First thing is this. Natasha got Opeth, and she got the other Opeth. So this is sold to Natasha, and this one's sold to Natasha. She got both Opeths. Both are sold to Natasha. Done and done. Garth info, and then we have Garth Brooks Legacy. This is sealed. It is a 7 LP, 7 CD, $34.99, but it does have some cover damage, $34.99. Next comment over here was, what was the last prog LP in the Loveless Brothers? First thing, though, there was another question from Natasha, and somebody said something about synth pop. Let me go back and find that one. What was the synth pop one? Let's go back. First, though, Patrick C. Smith on Planet P. This is sold to Patrick Smith. That's sold to him. And then let's see here. I will find those right now. And then we're about to read through it again. This one here is called Seventh Wave Sci-Fi, $9.99. $9.99. And that is Natasha. It's called Seventh Wave Sci-Pi, $9.99. And then the other question was Adam Bernardi. What was the last Prague LP and the Loveless Brothers? What was the last Prague LP and the Loveless Brothers? This is progressive jazz. It is the Trono Sonic Experience, the Shadow Volume 2, $14.99. And then the Loveless Brothers. This is the Loveless Cousins, no squares, ever tag along, 2007 Spain Rockabilly, $14.99. Okay, so first in the 45s is Maryland. You don't have to be a star. That was Marilyn McCoo. This was about right here. That's Love Unlimited right here. That is sold to Stacy for $6.99. Revenant Up 03 on the Garth Brooks sold. That is sold to Brandon Jones. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have what was the Synergy album from Craig Weatherford. We're about to go through all these again. Hope everybody's paying close attention. We're about to read through these again. Synergy's right here. Sequencer. And that is VG Plus, $9.99. And then over here, we have Calvin Ward on Wild Cherry. Play That Funky Music, White Boy, $6.99. That leaves Robbie Dupree, Downtown, Maria Moldar, and then Ichiku Park and Love's Unlimited Orchestra, Love's Theme. All right, let's read through those again. Now, we're supposed to sell everything in here, or there's going to be an angry Laura. She's going to go on a Laura crate strike. She's going to go on a sticker strike. You just never know. So let's read through these again. Hope everybody is laser focused with me because there's a lot going on. We're auctioning LPs. We're showing 45s. We're going through the Laura crate. We're answering questions. We're selling auctions. We got Judas Priest, a 12-inch single of Hot Rockin'. A 1981 UK original 12-inch single promo of Judas Priest, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. It's called Hot Rockin' and Living After Midnight. So let's put this up right now. There's that, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Adam Bernardi on Loveless Cousins. The Loveless Cousins is sealed $14.99. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. Priest has a bid for $15 with Mega Blast 9. Let's read through these again. I'm going to show more 45s probably as soon as I get done reading the check condition stuff again. This is Rick James, Cold Blooded. VG condition, $9.99 for Rick James. Dolly Parton, Great Balls of Fire. VG Plus, $12.99. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. EX condition, $17.99. Rick James, Bustin' Out of L7. EX, $14.99. Alice Cooper, Flush the Fashion. VG, $14.99. Jerry Rafferty, City to City. EX condition, $14.99. Baker Street, right down the line. Judas Priest has one bid for $15, and we are about to sell it. Next thing is Rolling Stones, Undercover, VG condition, $9.99. Aerosmith Rocks. Aerosmith is VG condition, $9.99. Hall & Oates, Live at the Apollo with the Temptations. Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, EX, $14.99. Test 1 2, is this thing on? Synergy Sequencer, VG Plus, $9.99. Also, we have Rick James, the third one, Street Songs, VG Plus, $12.99. And Men at Work, an OG pressing of Business as Usual, EX edition, $17.99. What is the Judas Priest? This is Judas Priest, Breaking the Law and Living After Midnight and Hot Rockin'. It's a 1981 12-inch UK single. It has got one bid for $15. It's an EX condition, and we're about to sell it. It's a 3-track single. Next is some more singles for $6.99. I'm going to show a few more right here. How much are these, Chad? They're $6.99. We have the Union Gap, Young Girl, Argent, Hold Your Head Up, The Spiral Staircase, More Today Than Yesterday, Linda Ronstadt, Blue Bayou, Roy Head, Treat Her Right, Lynn Berry, 1, 2, 3, and Joe Walsh, Life's Been Good. I Drive My Maserati, 185. Next thing is Eric Storbrick gets Men at Work. That is sold to Eric Storbrick. Patrick C. Smith on Gary Rafferty. That's Jerry Rafferty. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith. Judas Priest has a new bid for $16. Scott Oman wants Rick James Street. There it is. Judas Priest has a new bid for $16. Brent Robley wants Roy Head. That is sold for $6.99. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Living After Midnight. That's literally the story of my life. Paul Cruz on Aerosmith, rocks. Back in the saddle again. Now, the rest of the crate, what did Natasha ask about? She asked me about Frankie. We're about to find out right now. Triumvirate, Old Loves Die Hard, sealed $24.99. John Durden, you're out on Judas Priest. Let me know if you want it for more than $16. All these singles are still available if anybody wants them. Frankie Goes to Hollywood is right here. Natasha, it is Welcome to the Pleasure Dome, $19.99. The rest of this crate is all EX Plus or better. The rest of the crate is all EX Plus or better. Third World, The Story's Been Told, $14.99. Electrics, Current Events. Electrics is a radio station promo copy. It's a new wave album, $9.99. Final Call on Judas Priest for $16. Next auction is going to go ahead and be put up right now. This is Van Halen, their debut album. It's a 78 USOG VG vinyl, VG cover. $15 start on Van Halen. Also, Roxy Music Manifesto, $19.99 on Roxy Music Manifesto. White Knight soundtrack is $14.99. These are all sticker price new arrivals. We have Yoko Ono, It's Alright, $9.99 on that. The price on Dolly, Great Balls of Fire, was VG Plus condition, $12.99. Duran Duran, The Wild Boys, this is $19.99. And we have this is Hawkwind, Greasy Truckers Party, a record store day, sealed for $29 for Hawkwind. We have Judas Priest sold for $16, the X-Wing 81. Van Halen's VG, a $15 start on that one. Also, Bob Seger Live Bullet, $24.99. It does have some cover damage, but clean vinyl, one of the greatest live albums ever. Phil Collins' Hello, I Must Be Going, $14.99. And we have the Trono Sonic Experience, The Shadow Volume 2, $14.99, Progressive Jazz, and Seventh Wave Sci-Fi, $9.99. These are all sticker price new arrivals, no more, no less. More singles coming at you right now for $6.99. We have Frank Sinatra, Three Coins in the Fountain. Frank Sinatra, Chicago. Santana, Winning. Skip and Slip, It Was I. Paul Davis, I Go Crazy. Elton John, This Is Your Song. Wow, that's a nice copy. Tower of Power, You're Still a Young Man. And Eddie Hallman, Hey There, Lonely Girl. Those are all $6.99 on that one. Next thing is Patrick C. Smith wants Frankie Goes to Hollywood. I'm assuming, Natasha, you didn't want that. And then over here, Natasha wants Alec. That was the Electrics over here, right? The new wave. That is sold to Natasha. And then James Chilcott on Dolly, Great Balls of Fire. That's sold to James Chilcott. Stacy put Watt, and then Stacy put He. And then Gary Donovan Knight on Bob Seger. And then we have, so Stacy, I have you down for Watt, He, Elton, and Paul Davis. So can you confirm what Watt and He was? Melanie Jennings wants Tower of Power. That's sold without a doubt to Melanie Jennings for $6.99. Thomas Clark on DD. If that's for Duran Duran and the Bend, that's sold to you. Stacy Metternich. Natasha did want Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Okay, so that was pending the Natasha. So we do need to make sure that goes to Natasha. That was Frankie Goes to Hollywood. So she gets that and the Electrics back to back. Okay, and then Van Halen, just one bid. That is sold for $15 to Gary Donovan Knight. Thank you on that for $15. And so, Stacy, I got you down for Paul Davis and Elton John, $6.99 each. And I'm assuming that's all you wanted, okay? She says, I don't know, I want Elton John and Paul Davis. Okay. Your comment feed says, What, He, Elton, and Paul Davis. Okay. So I got you down for both, and we got Eddie Hallman left, Skip and Slip, Santana Winning, Sinatra, and Sinatra. So those are all $6.99 each. Let's do one more handful before I make sure everybody's done with this crate, and we figure out who got the Loris crate sticker. Maybe it hadn't been claimed. How about Jumping the Saddle, the Curly Shuffle? We have the Innocents, Gee Whiz, the Buckinghams, Don't You Care, and Mercy, Mercy, Mercy. Love and Spoonful, Summertime, Summer in the City, and Nashville Cats. Literally, that's the name of the song by the Love and Spoonful. The Occasions, Girl Watcher, Richard Harris, MacArthur Park. One more, John Denver, Thank God I'm a Country Boy. Thank God I'm a Country Boy. There it is, folks. All right, I've got a few Japanese pressings over here, I think, still to clean up for tonight and from last night and this week. Let me balance this crate of stuff here. And here we go. So I've got the Beatles yesterday and today. This is a stereo 1971 Apple VG minus. The Beatles is going to go up for a $10 start. All these are $6.99. Stacy Minard is John Denver. Thank God I'm a country boy. We still got Richard Harris, The Occasions, Love and Spoonful, the Buckinghams, the Innocents, and the Curly Shuffle. Over here is Santana with Steve Winwood. The name of the song is Winning. You may have heard me say Winning. The Beatles is VG minus $10. Anybody else want anything for the lower crate? Let me show you the no bids over here. Maybe we can get some of these sold. And Scott Oman wants Curly Shuffle for $6.99. The biggest auction of the night that didn't sell was the M&M box set. It's called the Vinyl LPs. It is sealed, $675. Sealed M&M, $675. It is a 11 LP box set, I think. $675. $675 for M&M there. That's the price on that. Here's all the singles that hadn't sold tonight. I usually just put these back in the box, read through them again at a different time. I actually have the 6 boxes we're going to try to go through tonight. And then I actually have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 leftover boxes of 45s from when we were really, y'all probably remember we went through a 45 phase of buy it nows, and we went through thousands. We sold thousands, but I probably have thousands left over that didn't sell. I got to start selling them in lots like I did tonight. But the ones I'll do in the future for lots, probably 10 for $10 starts, those are going to be ones that are cleaned and in sleeves over here like we've had before. So those could be interesting, okay? Tonight's no bids. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 2. It's on red and green vinyl. It is a 2008 Italian reissue, a 2 LP numbered to 1000. We have number 300. It's on red and green vinyl. It's near mint. Halloween is $55. We also have Halloween United Alive in Madrid. This Halloween is a 2019 OG box set, 5 LPs, all colored vinyl, all inserts, $125. The cheapest for sale is in Germany for $235. GMB is rubbing his fingers together. That is, or he is like, boy, if I buy that for $125, I can sell it for an easy $300 on Discogs. Halloween, $125, Halloween $55. And then I've got unofficial Slayer picture disc. We've sold a couple. I have 4 left. I have Slayer for $45, Slayer for $75, Slayer for $75, and Slayer for $75. $45, $75, $75, $75. The Beatles has 1 bid for $10, a stereo reissue from Apple of yesterday and today. That is a final call. M&M has the Slim Shady LP, Marshall Mathers, the M&M Show, 8 Mile, Encore, Curtain Call. M&M presents the Re-Up, Relapse, Recovery, and Marshall Mathers, and I think some of those are double LPs. I think most of them are double LPs. That's why M&M is $675. I would love to sell that to somebody tonight. All you got to do is make a fair offer on it. A fair offer on it. That's all you got to do. Fair offer, a buy it. Okay, folks. So what am I going to do now, tonight? Offer $25 on Halloween. No, it's a double LP. I'm going to need pretty dang close to $55 on that. So if we have a buy it now price for no bid, that means they probably tagged that thinking it was going to be $55 and go up. So, you know, we usually don't cut the minimum bid off too much. I mean, I might on some occasions, but you know, just depending on how ready ready to move something. All right, let's do another handful of 45s. We're about to do some more like half-off crates. And let's grab some right here for $6.99, okay? First thing I have is this. We have Enola Gay, Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark, OMD. We got Norma Tanega, Walking My Cat Named Dog, Fats Domino, It Must Be Love. Shaka Khan, I Feel For You. New Shoes, I Can't Wait. And Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. One more, Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John and ELO. $6.99 on those. The Beatles is sold to Gary. Gary Donovan Knight gets the Beatles for $10. Thank you, Gary. That is sold to you for $10, okay? All these are $6.99 each. Halloween bundle, $145. So I was at $125 and $55, right? I was at $125 and $55, which is $180. John Kaiser has said $145, and I'll sell them to you for $155. That would be less than meeting in the middle, John. That would be less than meeting in the middle. You actually would win by $7.50. $155 and they're yours. Hiram gets OMD for $6.99. That's sold to Hiram for $6.99. Wow, we got a few things pending over here. We're close to doing probably some air horns. M&M, if we could find a buyer. Got a couple of things laying around here. And the Laura Crate sticker. We got to take care of business on that. The Laura Crate sticker was, in fact, did I even write it down? I didn't write it down. Well, I didn't have to. Man, I forgot to write it down. It was pretty self-explanatory, though. It was for Garth Brooks. So congratulations to, I think, Revving It Up. You got a sweet Garfield Garth Brooks. Garfield is trying on his Garth Brooks costume. And that's sold to Revving It Up. So nice. And what I need to do on this one, I can't put this in a sleeve. I'm worried it's going to fall off or get damaged. So let me actually... We need to put this in like a baseball card sleeve or something and just tag him for it. Otherwise, it's going to get lost on that. So, let me see what's going on over here. Where can I put this? I wonder if he's still watching. Are you still watching, Revving It Up? He might have hit the hay just a second ago, thinking he was not going to be getting that. Let me just lay that on top. I'm going to lay that on top. And he is watching. Good. I'm always worried. I try to do it all right away. I'm worried some people go to sleep pretty early. Okay? That was an awesome sticker there. John Kaiser gets Halloween and Halloween both for $155. So those are sold to him. Nice pickup there. Thank you. You got both of those. Great price on those. And Meatloaf. Meatloaf is sold to James Chilcott. And that is $6.99. Okay? And that is right here, sold for $6.99. Awesome sticker there. She even got the microphone up there. Look at the detail. I can't imagine getting those little guitar, the tuning tabs up there, getting all that colored in. She's got the strap even. Got one of his iconic blue and white striped. Nice. Okay, and that has filled up a crate. Do I have any monster left? Whew, man. It's that time for Saturday night. After about 50 plus hours of live stream, and I'm looking for the caffeine. I'm like, where is my juice at? Let's try to do some vintage over here and continue with these 45s, okay? Try to get a bunch of these sold. Let's do one more handful before I go to the next crate, okay? Next handful before I change crates. Ian Whipcomb, You Turned Me On. Bruce Chanel, If I Only Had Known. Nice. Stan, Sly and the Family Stone. The Pointer Sisters, Fire. You Are the Sunshine of My Life. Stevie Wonder. The Buckingham's Kind of a Drag. And Getaway, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Those are all $6.99 on those, okay? Let's see, what else do I have over here? I'm trying to check some scores over here too. All right, here we go. Let's put those in this crate. That was the new stuff from the night, all right? Awesome. Okay, let's find probably a nonsense half-off crate. Let's try to sell at least one more full crate. Let's keep this show rolling. And let's try to do some half-off, no more, no less. Probably some vintage stuff while we show vintage 45s. This crate over here is full. And so, yeah, whoever's tagging, I'm going to lay this lower crate sticker on top of the Garth Brooks set. And we need to, like, put that down in a sleeve or something for him. Maybe a 12-inch sleeve with, like, a cardboard, you know, maybe even Laura knows what I'm talking about. Like, just like what we would sleeve a picture. That way we'll go ahead and slip it down with his Garth Brooks. That way it don't get lost. Or we don't want it bent or folded in half or something like that horribly happening to it. That'd be like watching the Mona Lisa get folded up in a, you know, a taco shell. That would be horrible, wouldn't it? Can I get a Slayer buyer interested in these unofficial picture discs? Because I've got to sell them here. You can't really sell unofficial stuff on eBay and Discogs. So Slayer picture discs, they're 75, 75, 75, and 45. A fair offer, a bomb tonight. Let's try to find a half-off crate over here. Let's do a no more, no less. When was these marked? These were marked pretty soon. Pretty soon. Laura's already taken care of it. Yes. Thank you, Laura. Just slide it right into the next to the Garth Brooks in the crate. And she's already on it. Any other record, I could put it behind the jacket and it'd be safe. All right. Okay. Let's find a half offer. I actually have a crate over here that's like interesting stuff, and there's some vintage in here mixed in too. Let's go through this one. We'll probably do two like this. I think this was actually, yeah, this is actually, I think some stuff Laura or Paul and John marked. So this is kind of like a little bit of everybody. This is Laura, John, and Paul stuff here, all kind of mixed in. There's some unusual stuff in here. So let's go ahead and get started, okay? And yep, right. Let's put those away. And we're probably about to be ready for another box because the back part of this is Bruce. We might put a bunch of Bruce together and auction them. Yeah, let's do that. So here's our next auction lot. All Bruce Springsteen picture sleeves. Let's pull out the duplicate. We got Bruce, I'm on Fire. Bruce, Glory Days. Bruce, I'm Going Down. And Bruce, Born in the USA. 4 Bruce, $15 start. Bruce Springsteen 45 lot, $15 start on those. And then here's a couple more buy it nows. We have I Just Want to Stop, Gino Vanelli. Bruce Springsteen, I'm Going Down, no picture sleeve. And Jesus Is Just All Right, 1776. So those are all $6.99. We're going through hit, single, top 40 singles. All right, this is a half-off crate. No more, no less for the half-off crate. Let's do that right now. Let me grab a new empty crate. And that's probably going to be what we're doing for majority of the rest of the night till I hit this certain quota and until my brain says, Chad, you've had enough. There's a movie coming out about Bruce Springsteen. That's right. His catalog is pretty crazy. He's one of the few musicians who's hit that $1 billion mark. He's a billionaire. His catalog is crazy. His autographs are extremely valuable. It's the demand is insane for Bruce stuff. Records, those script album covers, rare promos. There it is. All right, here we go. I have more Chad and Jeremy. Chad and Jeremy is a mono copy from Capitol and really clean. $5. So these are half off, no more, no less. $5 half off, no more, no less. We have Sit and Spin, Pappy's Corn Squeezing. Oh, Pappy's Corn Squeezing is $7.50. Also, we have Phantoms. Phantoms is EX $9. Adam Bernardi on Chad and Jeremy. So these singles, Brian Call, your bid came in second. So John Durden has them for 15, and Brian Call, you're out. The Maggots, do the Maggot, a 2003 Swedish OG Garage. This certainly looks like Laura's handwriting to me. $12.50 on the Maggots. Also silver, and silver is a 2004 Denmark OG Punk Glam record, $7.50. Now Bruce is at 16 with Brian Call. John Durden, you've been outbid. Let's grab another handful over here to do for $6.99. I've got a ton of Bruce Springsteen, but right now we'll do some of these other ones for $6.99. And I have Ride, Captain Ride on this mystery ship, Christopher Cross, Arthur's Theme, Chubby Checker, Pony Time, The Cars, Tonight She Comes, Irene Cara, Breakdance, and The Contours, Do You Love Me? Do you love me? Do you love? That's a classic. All right, first thing we have is BS is at 17. Glam Rock is sold here to Brian Call for $7.50. Eric Storber on Christopher Cross. Arthur's Theme for $6.99. David Hoy on L. That was probably over here in the crate, right? L was for, what was L? Was that in the crate or was that a single? Ray Reid on L. And this is for what? I'm not for sure there. And then Doug Reeder on The Cars, Tonight She Comes. And that is $6.99. Sell that to Doug Reeder. Okay, and then Nat Reynolds wants Corn Squeezing. That was $7.50. This is a buy it now best offer. This is I Phantoms Lo Insingue Pablo something something. And this is an Italian Beat Garage EX, $9. Also, 30 Exodus 30, Locos del Ritmo, an 85 Mexico. It's a compilation of the bands of 50s and 60s. $7.50 on those. Also, Apple Core behind the tier. Apple Core is sealed for $17.50. A 79 US OG Power Pop, $17.50 on that. The Bruce Springsteen lots at 17. Brian Call, you're out. And this is the Cigarettes Will Damage Your Health. This is $17.50, a 2012 UK New Wave Punk album. The Cigarettes Will Damage Your Health, $17.50 for cigarettes. Not a bad price for a whole thing of cigarettes there. Also here we have Respect, the Hound Dogs, $10. A German reissue of An Unknown Year. It's a mod garage R&B record. $10 on that. The Nomads, Outburst. The Nomads is an 84 UK garage psych album, $10. And this was some stuff at one time Laura marked. Now it's half off. We call this a nonsense crate. Should these be half off? No, because I probably only went through these once and didn't take offers. So why am I doing it like this? Don't ask me. You'd have to get inside my head and talk to the little people up there. Next thing is Marco Villavicencio on Locos del Ritmo. That's sold to Marco V. Brian Call on the Nomads. The Bruce singles here are sold for $17 to John Durden. Let's put those right here. I'm going to put a tab saying that that's a lot. Those are sold together. Let's grab another quick handful over here, and we might even put up some more Bruce singles. But first, let's grab some back here. These are $6.99. And we have the first one here, Chuck Berry, Reelin' and Rocking. We also have Stephen Bishop, It Might Be You. That's the theme from Tootsie. The Commodores, Night Shift, nice. Larry Williams, Boney Monroe, Hootenanny, Robin, and the Folk Stringers. Interesting, Hootenanny. And then Cliff Richard Carey. And then the DeVales, You Can't Sit Down. Those are all $6.99. Next thing over here is Respect sealed. Respect is not sealed, but it is near mint. $10 on that. $10 on that. Also, we have Die Zoros. This is a 2003 Switzerland Garage, $7.50. And the Pirates Live in America, a 2009 Finland. That's pub rock, sealed for $7.50. And the Carnation, a 2003 German OG Power Pop. That is sealed for $7.50. And Shout and Holler, the Branded, a 2009 UK OG Garage. That is $5. And the Griefs, Throwing a Tempo Tantrum. The Griefs is a 2006 US OG Garage, $7.50. Is Respect title or group? Respect is the name of the title. It's the Hound Dogs. The Hound Dogs is a mod garage R&B. Looks like a 60s group. It's a reissue, $10 on that. Brian Call on the Pirates, that is sold. All these are still available at $6.99 each if anybody decides you want them. Next thing I have over here is the following. We're going to see what else other ones here I want to put up for auction as I attempt to balance this crate. Let's see, not that one, not that one, not this 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 one, not that one. So all these are going to be $6.99. Tony Bennett, this says autographed edition of hits. $6.99. I don't think it is actually autographed, but it has something to do with Coca-Cola. Drink Coca-Cola, sign of taste. Interesting. $6.99 on that one. We also have Paul Revere and the Raiders Hungry. Paul Anka, Hello Love, Young Lovers. Boys Don't Cry, I Want to Be a Cowboy. The Rose Garden, Next Play to London. And the Platters, The Great Pretenders. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 each on all those. Next thing on this is Brian Call got the Pirates. Chris Knapp wants Griefs. That's so to Chris Knapp. We're in a half-off crate here. Can I see Tarnation and Apple Core? You sure can. This is actually the Carnation, C-A-R. Carnation is 2003 OG, sealed 750, and that's called Gothenburg Rifle Association. G-R-A, Gothenburg Rifle Association. And then the Apple Core is right here. That is Apple Core, C-O-R-E, behind the tier. 79 USOG, that's sealed 1750. A couple days you had Art Blake and the Jazz Messengers did it sale. Which album? Which album? We've had actually several. If you can let me know a title, I might have it. We have the Stuck Ups. The Stuck Ups is a 2001 US OG Punk Garage, $7.50. The MBAs, Born to Ruin Things or Run Things. The MBAs is $5. Natasha wants both Apple Core and the Carnation. Those are sold and sold. We also have the Avatars, Never a Good Time. The Avatars is $7.50. That's a Garage Punk album, a 2006 OG. And the Missing Souls. That's also a Garage album, 2006 France, sealed $10. The Stuck Ups is sold to Brian Call. That is sold to him. We're going through a half-off crate, no more, no less. And the next thing I have for us is this. The next thing I have for us is this. None of those. Where did I get to through these? I got through these right here, right? Yep. Okay. Let me see. There's that. There's that. There's these. Do I have another one? I don't. I have this one. Okay, so I got 4 more Bruce here for a $15 start. Bruce Springsteen War, Bruce Springsteen Fire, Bruce Springsteen Hungry Heart, and Bruce Springsteen Cover Me. Those 4 picture sleeves, a $15 start, and those are all different than the last batch. Those are all different. Next is Brian Call on Avatars and Chris Knapp on Missing Souls. All right, let's keep rolling. We have Sulphur City, Talking Loud. Also a Garage album, a 2016 OG. $10 on Sulphur City. We have Downchild, Blood Run Hot with Spencer Davis. A blues rock album, $6.50. The Phantom Family Halo, The Legend of Black Six. A 2006 US, it's a psych rock album. $5 on the Phantom Family Halo. Joshua Ray Walker. This is called See You Next Time. Joshua Ray Walker. That is now $10. That's the half off price. Those 4 Bruce are a $15 start. A going to once and a going to twice on Bruce Springsteen. Those 4 picture sleeves there. Next over here is Moaning for Art Blakey. Thingy was a record store day one. Moaning. I can check. Unfortunately, all the new vinyl that I have in stock right now is in 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 18 crates plus 2 leftover on sale and all the stuff up front. So I could look for it, but I just can't right now because we have we're pretty overloaded right now with stock that I need to go through. If you for sure want one, I can go hunt it for you after tonight's sale. Brian Call wants Phantom's Family. That's so to Brian Call. Wes Wilt was second, then Chris Knapp third. And then we have Belinda. Belinda Carlisle is $7.50. And Selena Gomez is sealed for $12.50. Lavender White Swirl, $12.50 on Selena Gomez. Another Selena Gomez, A Year Without Rain. That one's sealed for $12.50. And Intellectuals, Invisible is the Best. That is sealed for $7.50. Shakedown on Selena Gomez. Let me know if you want the first one, the second one, or both of them. Somewhere right now, Jim B is pounding on his keyboard. We have Love Boat. Love Is Gone. Love Boat is sealed for $5. Also, we have The Higher State, Volume 27, a garage album, a 2006 US. That is $10. If anybody wants these for Bruce, you can pick them up for a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now. Lieberman, Vanessa Carlton. Vanessa Carlton is now $12.50. And Michael Jackson Thriller. $15 is the half off price. It does have the original on her sleeve. There's him and Paul. This Girl Is Mine. $15 on that. Shakedown's going to pick up both Selena Gomez. Those are sold and sold. Brian Call on Love Boat. That's sold to Brian Call. Love Boat is sold. And we have the Coffin Cat, spelt with K's. Inhumane, The Coffin Cats is a psychobilly album sealed from 2023. That's now $15. Chris Knapp on Higher State is sold. That is done. And we have John Schooley. This is The Man Who Rode the Mule Around the World. That's a 2014 Switzerland bluegrass album sealed for $7.50. And we have Kim Carnes Voyeur. That is $6 for $6.50. Excuse me, what did I just say? EX for $6.50. Greg Beddinger picking up Michael Jackson Thriller. Just Beat It. Belinda Carlisle. The price on Belinda over here, this is $7.50. We're actually going through a half off crate. No more, no less. Half off crate. No more, no less. Here comes some more singles at you. And I think I got, yeah, okay, here I've been trying to find, of course, it's in the very back. Here's my next auction because I don't know much about it. Jack White, Help Me Stranger demo, and Jack White, Somebody I Don't Feel Like Trying, both demos. Jack White's a $7 start. $7 start on that. Is Vanessa a live album? I don't think so. No, it doesn't appear to be. $12.50 on that. Craig does want Belinda Carlisle for $7.50. This is half off lower crate, honestly. No more, no less here. Jack White has a bid already for $9, now $10. Blood on the Saddle, Poison Love. Cowpunk Psychobilly, EX $9 on that one. Natasha on Vanessa Carlton. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. Also, the Bites, Squeeze. This is hard rock. It's sealed on red vinyl, $17.50. And Megadeth Dystopia. Do what? Megadeth is sealed just $15. Can I buy that and then reprice it for $29.99 and try to sell it again next week? All right, let me step over here and see what's... We're almost done flipping through a whole crate of singles. We got a ton to do. Buy it now, best offer. Buy it now for $6.99. Trying to find more auctions to keep us entertained over here. Maybe can throw up a few more albums too. But these here look interesting. B.B. King, Wanda Jackson, Europe with picture sleeve. Let's see here. I think these are the A-sides, aren't they? Are these the A-sides? Yeah, the tokens. Here we go. Guns N' Roses. That's what I'm looking for. Interpol. Here we go. Guns N' Roses, Interpol. Looking for stuff like this to put up. The other ones I kind of know when they need to be $6.99 or when they don't need to be $6.99. So here we go. We got Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine. Where do we go now? Clean. With the picture sleeve, just a little bit of wear up there. $7 start on GNR. Okay, first thing we had was Jack White, 9, 10, 7, 7, 12, 12, 12. Thomas Clark got Megadeth. Jack White, 15. Brian called next on Megadeth. Then Nick Bargeron. Then John Kaiser. Then Patrick Francis. And we have Jack White at 16. Okay, the Bites is sold to Natasha Pickett. There's our next auction, Guns N' Roses. And on deck is Interpol. The Heinrich maneuver. Okay, So those are two auctions. Ambrosia, $180. Ambrosia is $5. We also have Jane Wilden. Jane Wilden is $7.50. We have Melanie, Garden in the City. Melanie is $5. Also, the Palace of Light, City of Gold, an 87 UK, $5 on that. Gary U.S. Bonds, Twist Up Calypso, a 62 Monarch, half off of $29.99. Gary U.S. Bonds is $15. Brian Call on Ambrosia. That's sold to Brian Call. Michael Freiberger on Jane Wilden. That is sold to Michael Freiberger. GNR, $9. And Julian Lennon, Velotte. Julian Lennon is $5. Velotte, Julian Lennon. So GNR is at $9. What about Jack White? The last bid was Leslie Holt at $16. Robert Johnson on Blood. And Blood was for Blood on the Saddle, Poison Love. That's sold to Robert Johnson. Next thing is the VP's annual report on Wall Street and Madison Avenue. A synth pop for $5. That is the VP's. Brian Call on Julian Lennon. That is sold. And Nick Bargeron was second. Jimmy McGriff is half off of $39.99. So $20. Groove Merchant for Red Beans, $20 on that. GNR's at $10. Robbins, you're out. Chet Atkins, this is called Class Guitar. Chet Atkins is $5. Are we done on Jack White? The last bid was Leslie at $16. It looks like she may be getting it. The Jack White is Help Me Stranger demo. And some days I don't feel like trying demo. It's an original Third Man record, of course, in the Third Man sleeve. GNR is the hit song, of course, The Sweet Child of Mine. The flip is It's So Easy, and that's at $10, and it's a final call because Robin's out. Phantom Rocker Slick, Gold Stamp Promo, VG Plus, $7.50. Patrick C. Smith Sr. wants the Coffin Cats from earlier. That was right here. That was the sealed Psychobilly for $15. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr. The Shirelles, Spontaneous Combustion. The Shirelles is VG Plus, $10. John Durden on PR, and PR was for Phantom Rocker. That's sold to Mega Blast 9. We have Nielsen Sings Newman, VG Plus $7.50. VG Plus $7.50. We got Ray Manzarek, the Golden Scarab. He was the keyboardist in the Doors. The cover does have some wear and tear up here. Just $15 on that though now. And then the Rayman Billion Sellers, $10. 1991 German Psychobilly. Guns N' Roses is sold for $10 to Doug Reeder. And Jack White is sold for $16. And that is sold for $16 to Leslie Holt. Okay? That's that. And now the next one is Interpol, the Heinrich maneuver. That's when somebody's choking and you get in behind them and go, oh, like that. This is $7 start, Interpol. And that is now up for bid, okay? Next thing is Ramen. I love Ramen, but he meant Rayman. That is sold to Brian Call. That is sold to Brian Call. Thank you on that one. We have At My Front Door. That is Freddie Frogs. That's an 84 UK Rockabilly. $7.50 on that. And Morticia's Lover, Smash the Radio. A 2004 Belgium Garage. That is $10. And we have the Rock and Roll Therapy Schoolhouse. Billy Wiggle and the Wiggles. And this is a Belgium press, a Rockabilly album. $10 on that. Interpol 7, Interpol 7. Dang it, I forgot to order food earlier. My plan was Chick-fil-A and then order Mexican food for later tonight whenever the sale's over. And guess what I forgot to do? I bet there's nothing open right now. What is it, 11 o'clock? No, not happening. No. If it is, it's a miracle. No, there's no Mexican restaurants open. I would figure some Mexican restaurants right here would stay open till like 1 or 2 a.m. They would be busy. They just probably don't want to deal with that crowd coming in there. The drunken crowd wanting fajita. Well, Whataburger it is. Or ramen. That's when Brian Call commented ramen, it made me think of food because that's usually on my meal routines at night if I don't have plans. No Waffle House tonight. No. Saturday night. You don't want to go in there. Freddie F. That is sold over here. That was Freddie Frogs. That's sold to Brian Call. Interpol's at $8 of Alan Smith. That's still getting bids. We're looking at a Whataburger, not a ramen. Yeah, there's nothing open right now. I think there's a way you can filter this. Yeah, it's just pizza places. By the time I order pizza, though, and if I were to eat it, but by the time I get ready to eat it, it'd be cold. Or I'd have to stop the stream whenever it's delivered. Is Puff Pizza on DoorDash now? That'd be a question for Laura. Boy, that's some good stuff there. Oh my gosh. Are they open? When did they stop accepting orders? I need to find out when they stop accepting. Cahoots drunk out. So yeah, revving it up knows. Yeah, I go on Thursday nights after metal night because it's quiet and I'm like the only one in there. Oh, that Waffle House right now is packed with just, it's just chaos. If you walked in there, you would think you're walking into a circus. I mean, there's music playing, there's chairs being thrown across the store, the cooks are yelling at people, the waitresses are yelling at people. I got to time this pizza delivery for whenever I say goodnight. Chinese. Yeah, we have a good Chinese buffet, but we do, but it's obviously closed. Okay, here we go. So we have Interpol Michael Fry Burger, $9. That is sold to him for $9. And let's read through that crate again because there's some cool stuff. Let me go get some more singles to auction. Sorry for that delay, but I think I got plenty of time to order. I need to like call them right quick and say, when do y'all stop accepting orders on DoorDash? So that way I can time it out where they're not being held up, but also I have that. I don't really know if I want pizza though. Ugh. I don't know if I really want pizza. I don't know if that's what I'm feeling right now. All right, let's put up some more singles, okay? Let me sort through these. I got to look through them because I don't know what's in here. Late night Chinese. Oh my gosh. Yeah, these I mean, obviously they can't get. It's hard for restaurants to keep people staffed. Nobody wants to work at a restaurant at 1 a.m. in the morning. So that's it. They just can't keep it staffed. But man, they would be so busy. And people would pay it too. I mean, people would pay $25 for a tray of Chinese food at 2 a.m. If you're awake ordering food at 2 a.m., you're going to pay $25 for $4 worth of food. You just got to pay the delivery people and the cooks well. I know exactly what it would take. Maybe I should open a restaurant up, but man, yeah, most people just don't want to work at a Chinese to-go restaurant at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night. I would pay $25 for a big tray of it right now, though. And most people would. Okay, there's some great singles in here. Probably going to do some of these at Buy It Nows in just a second. This Europe looks interesting. Europe is going to go up. Rock the Night, that's a $7 start. $7 start on Europe. And yeah, there's some great ones in here to do for Buy It Nows, okay? We'll do some of those in just a second. I still got to finish out this crate, though, or this handful. Here we go, $6.99. This is Steve Winwood, While You See a Chance. Billy Walker, On My Mind Again. The Teddy Bears, To Know Him Is to Love Him. Queen, She's a Killer Queen. The Platters, The Magic Touch. The Tokens, Green Plant. And Big Hits Prado, Mambo number 5. That is $6.99, okay? Those are all available at $6.99. Europe is a $7 start, by the way, with picture sleeve, and there we go. Let's run through this crate one more time. There have been no bundles missed. We're going to read through these one more time, and then we're going to try to bundle these, okay? Doug Reader Wants Queen. That's probably another hit song on that one, too. Yeah, the B-side is Liar, $6.99, okay? Oh, this local pizza place, Puff Pizza, is delicious. It's just getting it at the right time. Or I could eat ramen. I'm okay with both, honestly. All right, we got the maggots. Do the maggot quickly, because we've already read through these once. The maggots, so we can do another crate. The maggots. Do the maggot. That's a garage album, sealed, $12.50. I Phantoms Le Insingue Publicanton something. This is a Beat Garage EX $9. Also, we have the Cigarettes Will Damage Your Health. That is a new wave punk album, 1750. That's a double LP. History of Rock Volume 7 with the Kinks of Low Die Zoros. Garage 2003 Switzerland, 750 on that one. We have Shoe and Holler the Branded. That is a 2009 UK Garage. That is $5. Also, we have Respect, and that's by the Hound Dogs. A $10 price on that. These are half off, no more, no less. Mod Garage R&B, $10. Chris Knapp on the Maggots, that's sold to him. Europe can be bought for a $7 buy it now. All these were $6.99 each. And over here, we have the MBAs, Born to Run Things, $5. We have the MBAs, and then there's the MBAs, and then up here we have the VPs. There's the MBAs, and then there's the VPs. $5 on that. ST wants Swiss Garage. Swiss Garage, and let me find that for him. That was this one right here. That was ST. That was Dizoros. Doug Reader wants to Europe for $7. Back in the day when it was Silverados, I'd get drunk, go to Waffle House, have the pickle races on the windows. There you go. Silverados. That's when it was still a square and not a roundabout, right, Brandon? That's when the square was a square and not a roundabout. Brian Call on the MBAs. That's so to Brian Call. Garrett wants some cigarettes. There you go, Garrett. Smoke them up. That's so to you. Next thing is Sulphur City, Talking Loud. Another Garage album of 2006. Look, she's playing a washboard. Look at that. $10 on Sulphur City. That is sealed. Downchild, Blood Run Hot. Downchild is Blues Rock for $6.50. And Joshua Ray Walker, that is $10 for Joshua Ray Walker. Let's do some more $6.99ers before I get started with this other crate. We got these, and let's do these. Okay, $6.99. We got Steel Breeze, Dreaming is Easy. The 5 Stair Steps, Ooh Child. 4 Seasons, Who Loves You. The 5 Keys, Out of Sight, Out of Mind. Edison Lighthouse, My Love Grows, or by Rosemary Goes. That's a good one. Bruce Springsteen, I'm Going Down. And the Swinging Sounds of Billy Strange with the Johnny Man Singers. Billy Strange, $6.99. Eric Storbrick on Downchild. That is sold to Eric Storbrick. And over here, Chris Knapp on Sulphur. Chris Knapp on Sulphur. That's sold to Chris Knapp. What was that car show they used to have here in Lebanon? Something, what was that called? Everybody, it would be a big car show down there on the square. That was always chaotic. We have Intellectuals. Invisible is the Best. Intellectuals, the sealed 750. That was like when Need for Speed was big. I remember it was like everybody, the Need for Speed movies that were coming out, and everybody had those kind of cars, and they were like down here on the Lebanon Square. I was a kid. Of course, I love playing the video games, and I thought, man, look at all these people. They're in these like race cars down here. We have Robin on Let Mom, and she wants something here, I bet. We'll find out. And then we have John Schooley, The Man Who Rode the Mule Around the World. That is sealed. That's also a Switzerland press. It's a bluegrass album, $7.50. Kim Carnes, Voyeur, or Voyeur, I'm struggling with that word right now, $6.50 on that. Melanie, Garden in the City. Melanie is $5. And The Palace of Light, City of Gold, an 87 UK, $5 on that. The Gary U.S. Bonds, Twist and Calypso, $15. Jimmy McGriff, Red Beans, $20. This is a half-off crate. Chad Atkins, $5. Also, the Shirelles, Spontaneous Combustion, VG Plus, $10. And we have Nielsen Sings Newman, VG Plus, $7.50. Thomas Clark wants Palace. That's sold to Thomas Clark over on Twitch. We have Ray Manzarek for $15. And the last two was Morticia's Lovers for $10. And we have the Rock and Roll Therapy Schoolhouse, Billy Wiggle and the Wiggles, $10 on that. Use of Cedars on Melanie for $5. That is sold to Use of Cedars for $5. Brian Call on Intellectuals. That is right back here, sold to Brian Call. Billy Strange. This is the Swinging Sounds of Billy Strange with the Johnny Man Singers, an original recording for Abbott Laboratories. That's what it says. It's Billy Strange, a well-known guitarist. an original recording for Abbott Laboratories. $6.99. All the singles are $6.99. No more, no less until we bundle. Brian Arrigo. Oh, that's Brian Arrigo. My bad. Boy, a different Brian popped up. Brian Arrigo got the intellectuals. Brian Arrigo. E-R-R-I-G-O. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Brian. Okay. Billy Strange details. Oh, I was asking about the LP with the heavy guy said. That one right here, that one was Joshua Ray Walker. Looks like a big country guy. Looks like a big country guy. $10 on that. Bundle deal. I'm going to make sure everybody's got everything they want. We'll try to just close out that crate. There's a lot of sampling in there. I know a lot of y'all like just buying a bunch of those at the best price I can offer to you, and then we can clear them out, close them out. And what if we go ahead and find another crate like that? We can go ahead and obliterate. This one right here might be similar. Yeah, I mean, I see some very similar type stuff we can do here in this one as well. Also, half off, I would love to go ahead and obliterate another one. If y'all are down, I'm down. You down, I'm down. We've all done it. I'll do it. Next thing is all the Nashville albums are done. And let's count these and try to do a bundle deal, okay? Adam Bernardi says he'll take this right here. Let's count these and try to get them sold to somebody. Great bundle price, and let's do another one. So there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 LPs in there. 14 LPs in there. $65. 65 divided by 14 is $4.64 a piece, less than $5. What I always say is if y'all don't buy them for that, I can at least put these in a $6.99 crate. Sometimes I'll just do a whole crate of $6.99. And usually for that, someone will definitely get them on average, you know. But right now, the whole wad, the whole crate, $65. That's for 14 LPs. If somebody buys these, we'll do another half off crate. That's your ticket. I'm going to go ahead and put a divider because I know somebody's going to buy them. Bundle, where are the bundlers? While somebody's thinking about that, let's read off some more $6.99ers. And that way I can start this fresh box, okay? And we're almost done because I think the rest of these are Bruce. Yeah, we got a lot here. And then we can start the next crate, next tub, which might even have some auctionable ones. So we got Born in the USA, Born in the USA, I'm on Fire, Fire, Born to Run, Born to Run, Born to Run, Hungry Heart, Be True, Cover Me, Cover Me, Cover Me. And I'll go ahead and separate these two. We also have Cover Me, Hungry Heart, Fire, and War. Those are all Bruce Springsteen. Can we get a bundle deal done for one more half-off crate? And then Chad's got to make a tough decision. Pizza and bed, or work, gym, and ramen. Because let me tell you something. You eat a whole pizza, you're not going to feel like doing anything else. And no, I just can't eat one piece. I have no control. I've got a tough decision to make. Pizza and bed, or work, gym, ramen, bed. 129 people, and the chats went silent. Can I at least figure out where somebody's watching from? Can we at least get this bundle show? Is this really how we're going to end the week? On a no claim? Is this really how we're going to finish off tonight? Do I have to start cleaning out my bins over here like I was last night? Is it that time of the night where I stop showing new stuff and I just go ahead and clean out all the bins and I'll show y'all no bids from prior parts of the week? All kinds of stuff like that, no bids and whatnots. I'm having some major allergy problems too. It's not getting that time of the year for me. Ooh, child. The bundle. Okay. Those are all Bruce records, of course. The bundle. This was a half-off lore crate. Here's everything that's... Well, not everything was lore records, but yeah. The Rock and Roll Therapy Schoolhouse, Billy Wiggle and the Wiggles. Morticia's Lover, Smash the Radio. Ray Manzarek, Golden Scarab. Nielsen Sings Newman. The Shirelles. Chet Atkins, Jimmy McGriff, that was originally $40. Gary U.S. Bonds, that was originally $30. So we're talking $70 sticker price on those two records. I'm looking for $65 for all of them. Kim Carnes, John Schooley, the VPs, the Hound Dogs, and Shout and Holler, the branded. It's 14 records for $65, $464 each. We got to sell that bundle, and I'll do another half-off crate. Natasha is begging John Kaiser to buy this bundle. John, you can't go wrong there. 14 for $65. Laura's in the back with about 3,000 Kiss records. Puff Pizza. I got to call him right. I'm actually about to make a phone call. I'm going to mute my mic, though. I don't want y'all hearing what's called. Does it not say on Discogs or Discogs on this? Info. Do they have an info button? Accepting DoorDash orders until 2:40 a.m. Holy moly. That's crazy. Accepting DoorDash orders until 2:40 a.m. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That means they must close at 3 a.m. So we have time to do a half-off crate. I might have time to do my videos and everything and go to the gym and still eat pizza while it's still hot. All right, these are sold to John Kaiser for $55. All right, that keeps the sale going. Let's go through another one. Let's go through another one, okay? Done. That's crazy. That's my kind of store. 2:40 a.m.? Oh, my gosh. That's fantastic. Let's not try to wait that late, though, because they might be pretty upset. Who the heck is ordering a pizza at 2:40 a.m.? All right. Half off crate, no more, no less. I know y'all like some of the Bizarro stuff, and there's some recognizable stuff in here. Here we go. Pizza. Oh, I'm going to tip. Hey, I left a $10 tip at Waffle House last night on just like, a $10, Here we go. Get to work. Yep, here we go. Oh, my gosh. Since I adjust my legs here. I do need to actually legit stop this stream, though, before midnight. So we have time for some more vinyl. Here we go. I don't know, Vattnet, V-A-T-T-N-E-T. Looks like something Natasha would buy. 2017 Rock, $7.50. ATCH, close to home. Sealed, hip-hop, $10 on that. We have Danielle Lupi and Greg Gonzalez, sealed for $10. Natasha said yes. We're hot and heavy in some Natasha stuff right here. Redemption, J-Rock, sealed, hip-hop, $10. We have Innocent Black Shadow, Heartbreak Beat, Alternative Rock, EX, $6.50. Hand of Glory, Far From Kith and Kin, Rock and Roll, $5. We have the Dynatone Shout from the Rhino LP Frat Rock. That is a Rhino 12-inch single, $5 on that. Downliner Sect, Dangerous Ground. This is a 2011 Garage, sealed for $10. Hoo-Ha, Lost Impossibles, 1992 Spanish, it's a beat record, $15. And we have La Colección del Sargentino Pimbanilla, and that is a Spain press, as you could tell from the language, $10. The Innocent is right here, and that was this one. That is sold to Natasha. And now let's do a quick handful of $6.99 singles. Are y'all ready? We have The Lion Sleeps Tonight. That's a classic by the Tokens. Godly and Cream. We also have The Curly Shuffle. We've already sold one of those tonight. Debbie Harry French Kiss. Bill Haley, See You Later, Alligator. And Heart, The Woman in Me. And Rise in Suspicion. Those are all $6.99 each. Broken Sconce on BY. And BY was for... What was BY? Or did I already get claimed? BY was for Liner Sect, Hand of Glory. What was BY, Brogan? Redemption. I'm not for sure if I know that one. I don't see that one. Okay, Craig Thomas got Debbie Harry for $6.99. Chris Knapp gets Collection here. That's so to Chris Knapp. Debbie and Leslie second on French Kiss. All right, back to the crate. The Kidnappers, Ransom Notes and Telephone Calls. A 2003 German, $7.50. The Clique, Vandenberg Park. The Clique is a 2003 UK. That is Acid Jazz, $12.50. Natasha does want J-Rock. That's sold to Natasha. We have every Saturday, this is The Preachers, Nod, Shake, and Stomp. The Preachers, Nod, Shake, and Stomp. 2001 UK Garage, $12.50 on that. And Illiterate Beach, no polyester, please. 87 Indie Rock, $7.50. Nobody on the Tokens. The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Heart, Bill Haley, Curly Shuffle, Godly Cream. Those are all still available. Let me actually just put those right over here. Nobody wants the Slayer picture disc. I figured John Kaiser would at least make an offer on the Slayer picture disc. I'm going to try to move them tonight before we say goodnight. Very quickly, all of you, Julio Iglesias and Dinah Ross, and look at all these. In Excess, The One Thing. In Excess, The Devil Inside. In Excess, New Sensation. In Excess, Need You Tonight. And let's pause right there because there could be some confusion. Those are all $6.99 each on all the In Excess, okay? All right. Next thing is this. Chris Knapp on Click. And Click was this one right here. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Natasha on Illiterate Beach. Chris Knapp was second. And then John Durden, you got first dibs on NXS. You can have one or all four or anything in between. Patrick Francis put Dagger in Hand. Is that a record in here? Because I don't think it is. And then Doug Reeder wants Devil. And that was Devil Inside. Let me make sure John Durden doesn't want these. And that is In Excess, The One Thing, In Excess, Devil Inside, In Excess, New Sensation, and In Excess, Need You Tonight. Leslie Holt, you are going to get the Debbie Harry. Craig's going to pass it to you, actually. So let's change that from Craig Thomas to Leslie Holt. Okay. Let's keep going in the half-off crate. Hexagram 16 by Russ Giguere, Giguere, and he was a member of the band The Association, $6.50. Also, The Beach Girls. This was a soundtrack, $10 on the Beach Girls soundtrack. And The Flying Dutchman, a 2003 Garage, $17.50. I want an next one thing only. So Need You Tonight, New Sensation. The One Thing. Okay, so this is sold to John Durden for $6.99. Doug Reeder gets Devil Inside, and he gets New Sensation. So one of their biggest hits is still available. Need You Tonight. That's the one that goes dun 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 dun. In Excess is $6.99 with the picture sleeve. All right, and Doug Reeder says he wants the other two. Okay, well you got this one right here. Need You Tonight. These are half off, no more, no less. This is a half off. It's a little bit of everything. I think it's some stuff lower marked at one point. John, Paul, it's just one of these crates where maybe we already went through them best offer and I just mixed them together. Chris Knapp on Flying Dutchman, so this is half off, no more, no less. And of course, the singles are $6.99, no more, no less, unless we do a bundle. The Incredible Casuals, let's go, 1982, $7.50. I think this cover is made to look like it's worn out, by the way. $7.50, it's made to look like an old Capitol record. The La Di Da's, Rock and Roll Decade 64 to 74, rare New Zealand recordings, previously unreleased live tracks. It's an Australian prog compilation. Interesting. all Australian prog, now $25. It was $49.99. That could be an interesting listen, though. The Last Drive, The Last Drive is a garage album, an 89 grease pressing, $15 for The Last Drive. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found, Shrink, Hop, and Gold Stamp promo, that's $10. And we have Joe Farrell, Canned Funk, with Joe Beck, Jim Madison. This is a white label promo, $15 on that, $15. Info on Beach Girls, that was a soundtrack, the original soundtrack to Beach Girl, performed by Arsnell, Arsenel, 1982, $10 on that. No, actually, we got 4 Slayer pictured. These are the only leftover auctions tonight, except for Eminem. By the way, this Eminem box set has sold for as much as $1,000. Right now, we're asking $675 for it. We have Slayer, God Hates Us All, Slayer, Christ Illusion, Slayer, Divine Intervention, and Slayer, Undisputed Attitude. Our starting bids were $45, $75, $75, and $75. So $225 plus $45 is $30, $230, $40 is $70. $270 is where I'm at. $270 is where I'm at. And then Adam Bernardi on JF for Joe Farrell. That's so to Adam Bernardi. Some more singles are about to come up. Let's show 2 more half-off LPs. James Vandenberg and the Vandals, First Offense, a Southern Rock, that's $10. And the Fifth Dimension, Earthbound. The Fifth Dimension is $7.50. All right, so here comes some more singles. These are $6.99. We have the Jody Mars, Well Now Dig This. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. John Lennon, Brenda Lee, The Grass is Greener. John Lennon, Just Like Starting Over. La Bamba, Los Lobos, and Bob Luman, Let's Think About Living in the picture sleeve. Those are all $6.99. First thing we have here is Garrett Cypert on the La Di Da's. That was that 2 LP Australian prog looking deal there. John Lennon, Watching the Wheels. That's sold to Shakedown for $6.99. Thank you on that. Also on the half-off bin is Firefall Luna Sea. This has their big hit, Just Remember I Love You, and It Will Be All Right. $5 on Firefall. This is an Atlantic promo, a sampler from the Rascals, Freedom Suite. It's a promo-only sampler. $10. Doug Reeder next on John Lennon. Christy McCool, and this is $10. Christy McCool, $10. No other details on that other than what I just said. D Rangers, 5 Spanish Minutes, a 2005 German Garage, $10 on D Rangers. Al Green, Have a Good Time. Al Green's $12.50. Clean copy on High Records, $12.50 for Al Green. Patrick Francis on Firefall, Just Remember I Love You, and It Will Be All Right. So to Patrick Francis, we got John Mayall, Memories with Jerry McGee, Larry Taylor. That is $13.50. Screaming Jungle, Revelation Rock, a 1993 French rockabilly, $7.50 on that. We have The Rockin' Dead, P. Paul French. The Rockin' Dead is a 1992 Holland psychobilly album. The price is $32.50. The Rockin' Dead, wow, half off of $64.99. Use of Cedars on AG. Al Green is sold to Use of Cedars. That is sold. Let's show a few more singles back here. Right quick at $6.99. I have the following at $6.99. The Kinks, Come Dancing. We have Stuart Hamblin, Oh Miss Chicken. The Serendipity Singers, Little Brown Jug. The Virtues, Guitar Boogie Shuffle. Gary U.S. Bonds, Quarter to Three. The Castaways, Liar Liar. The Trogs, that's the original Wild Thing. And we'll pause right there. And by the way, some of these collectibles labels, I don't read both sides, but some of them also have a hit on the other side by a completely different artist. Sometimes it's the same artist. That's another Trog song, Love Is All Around. Doug Reeders gets the Kinks. That's sold to him for $6.99. More half off. Bobby Lyle, The Genie. Bobby Lyle's a 1977 fusion record. That is $15 for Bobby Lyle. That's The Genie. We also have Frenzy, Dirty Little Devils, a 2002 German psychobilly, $12.50 for Frenzy. And The Ugly Beats, Bring on the Beats. The Ugly Beats is a 2004 Garage, $10 on that. and less sequels. The Chansons Cruels, a 2005 surf record, $10 on that. And Dr. Ross, the Harmonica Boss, a 74 UK, $10 on Dr. Ross, the Harmonica Boss, $10 on that one. One more here, Synanon, the soundtrack to Synanon. That is $7.50 on that. All right, what I'm going to do is go ahead and show you some more $6.99 records right quick. And here are the followings. This is Johnny Preston, Running Bear, Spanking Our Gang, Lazy Day, Bobby Day, Rockin' Robin, Cocaine, Eric Clapton, The Imperials, My Empty Room. I always like this label with the wiener dog. It looks like it wraps around. The Imperials, that's called End. They have a lot of doo-wop and early rock and roll on End. Roy Head and the Traits, Treat Her Right. And Brenda Lee, She'll Never Know. Those are all $6.99 on those. Next thing is what was Bobby Lyle's? Bobby Lyle's was Bobby Lyle, The Genie, and that's a fusion album, 1977 on Capitol, $15 on that. And then over here we got Mega Blast, John Durden on Roy Head for $6.99. That's on the Backbeat label, $6.99 on that one. And the wiener wraps around the record. That is 100% correct. Lake of Light, Linda Cohen. That is a 73 Terre Haute, $10 on that. Harlow Wilcox and the Okies. Groovy Grubworm, another Grubworm. Harlow Wilcox. This is a... Harlow Wilcox and the Okies. Groovy Grubworm and other golden guitar greats. Folks, that's 5 G words. Out of 7, 5 starts with G's. That's something you don't see every day. Also in here, we have, I don't know, Vermilion Sands, a German synth pop for $10. Chris Knapp on Linda Cohen, that's sold to Chris Knapp. Also, we have the Riverside Trio, an 85 UK rockabilly, $15 on that. Columbia Neckties, Why Change Your Moves? Columbia Neckties is $10. Also, the Righteous Brothers, Some Blue-Eyed Soul, VG Plus, Righteous Brothers, $5 on that. $5 on that. Next thing over here, these are $6.99. Wow, this is some cool stuff here. That's cool. Oh, yeah, here we go. All right, so we got Hank Williams Sr., Ramblin' Man, Hank Williams Sr., Weary Blues from Waiting, Star Wars Theme, and Katina Band by Miko, The Beach Boys, Sloop, John B. This is the worst trip I've ever been on. Louis Prima, Wonderland by Night, Cyndi Lauper, True Colors, and Joe Ligon's The Original Honey Dripper. Those are all $6.99. 45 per Slayer disc, so 180 offer. I was thinking earlier when I came up with 270, I was thinking 200 would buy them. For some reason, God Hates Us All demands a little bit less, and the other ones, are, from what Paul found out, demand quite a bit more. So 200 and 200 and yeah, 200. I was trying to find something else to sweeten the deal, but I don't have anything else Slayer. I was about to say a Slayer air freshener. I was about to say 200 and a Slayer air freshener, but I actually just ordered those. How about 200 and a Slayer air freshener the next time they come in? I owe you a Slayer air freshener. Steve Riley on Beach Boys. This is the worst trip I've ever been on. $6.99. Doug Reeder on Bobby Lyle. That is so to Doug Reeder. Wow. And then Ray Red just claimed it. So that means Doug was first, though. I can't believe no one claimed the Hank Williams Sr. Singles or the Star Wars related there. Of course, I also know it's past midnight on the East Coast, and we have 129 people still watching, thankfully. All 4 of these are sold to John Kaiser for $200. Those are sold to John Kaiser for $200. So however we want to put those in. Now, there's no leftover auction for tonight except for Mr. Eminem there. That's it. And, you know, Paul gave me a suggested price. And I, you know, just based on the scarcity, I've started a little higher than normal for that. So that's why I've been encouraging offers, because what he kind of suggested it should sell for. I went a little bit above that because I was like, man, we've never seen anything like that before. So don't forget, if you're interested in this, make an offer. The two Hanks, there we go. Those are sold to Jim Ciascio, $6.99 each. Thank you, Jim. And then over here we have rolling down the line with the Rhythm Wheel Combo. That is now $20, an 84 Finland press. And then we have Linda Ronstadt Simple Dreams, and this is $5. Next thing we have is Prefab Spout from Langley Park to Memphis, $17.50 for Prefab Spout. The Sewer Grooves Revelation Time, a 2002 Sweden alternate rock, that is $17.50. And Mr. Wrong, Sam Fraser Sings Country, sealed, $5. By the way, I think from here on up, we're getting into the leftovers of an old Hatchet Ed crate, because I remember that Sam Fraser from a video one time. So there's Sam Fraser for $5. We also have Marty Jones used guitars. Marty Jones is $7.50. Peppermint Harris, I Got Loaded, sealed for $9. And the Mystic Moods Orchestra in quad, Highway 1, shrink wrap, no condition notes, $7.50. Here comes some more singles for $6.99. Culture Club, Don't Go Down That Street. Davy Jones, Sitting in the Apple Tree. Davy Jones is Davy Jones from the Monkees. Davy Jones from the Monkees. 8675309, Tommy Two-Tone. Bee Gees, Too Much Heaven. Do-dee-da-da, da-da-da-da, The Police. Uptown Girl, Billy Joel. Another Hank Williams Sr., I Could Never Be Ashamed of You. Journey, Lovin', Touchin', Squeezin'. Those are all $6.99. Few hit songs there. Next thing is this. We have What's It Going For? Eminem is called the Vinyl LPs. 2015, never reissued. I'm asking $675, and the note Paul left me was one has sold for as much as $1,000. One has sold sealed on Discogs for $1,000. I'm asking $675. You get the Slim Shady LP, Marshall Mathers LP, the Eminem Show 8 Mile, Encore, Curtain Call, The Hits, Eminem Presents the Re-Up, Relapse Recovery, and the Marshall Mathers 2. And I think a lot of those are double LPs. Mega Blast on The Police, Da 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 Da, D. That is sold to him, and Jim picks up his third Hank Williams Sr. Just so you know, this is some of the earliest ways you can get Hank Williams Sr. music, or on these 45s. When Hank Williams Sr. died, they hadn't even started making LPs. So his earliest stuff is on 78s, and then there were some 45s made while he was still alive. But just so you'll know, there are no OG Hank Williams Sr. LPs. They hadn't even started making LPs. A 12-inch LP wasn't really even production commercially in a big scale when he died. So I always try to tell everybody, if you see Hank Williams Sr. 78s or 45s, that's some of the earliest way you can collect him. When he died, commercially in the United States and around the world, most people hadn't even started consuming 12-inch LPs. This is called the vinyl LPs. Eminem, the vinyl LPs is what it's called. 2015 USOG. I actually need to check it too. I'm kind of curious. We have Rufus, Party Till You're Broke. Rufus is now $5. We got Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. $8.50 on that. Oh, here's those Winged Stallions. Didn't really want these to end up half off because we sold a bunch of them that night, and everybody that's bought one said it was really cool. It's now just $10. We got 4 left. It's a private press folk rock psych album. $10 on that. $10 on that. That's right. Hank Williams was on 10-inch, and those are even more difficult to find than the 78s and 45s. So, yeah, it's been always a challenge to get his OG stuff. He just died in an era, you know, really before music was a big commercial consumer thing. So. And this is the US version, and it is sealed. Yeah, actually one is sold for as much as 1,148. The whole box is sealed, by the way. Okay, so Winged Stallions, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4. We got 1 for Adam, 1 for Shakedown, 1 for Brogan Sconce. And Chris, I only got 1 left for you. He wanted 2, but I only got 1 for you. Wes was next. It is sealed, yeah. The whole box is sealed. And I think inside, the LPs are possibly sealed too, but this actual whole box is sealed. So even the LPs inside may be sealed as well. Santo, A Night in the Life. Santo is an 87 folk rock EP, $5 on that. We have Preacher's Kids, Wild Emotions, 2003 Garage. That is sealed for $7.50. And then we had Sebastian, White Liberals on Reggae. That is $12.50. Magnetics, Positively Negative, 2009 Garage. That's sealed for $10. Rufus is sold to Natasha. Shakedown got Preacher's Kids. And now my crate is full all of a sudden. So let me swap out crates because we're going to need a new crate anyway here in a minute when Oso buys this M&M box set. We're going to need a new crate anyway. That's going to officially clear out all of tonight's auction items. There's very few auctions ever left over, just FYI. And then we're going to try to clear out some other stuff over here that was left over earlier this week and maybe even from prior weeks to wrap up tonight's show. It's going to be good stuff. I've got kind of miscellaneous stuff laying everywhere. There's Sebastian. You already seen that. Magnetic, sold to Chris Knapp. And then we had Jimmy McGriff, The Starving Five, $7.50. No offers. I'm asking $6.75. You throw out something you think's fair that you're comfortable with, and I'm probably going to say sold. I would love to blow the air horn tonight one more time. That would make the 4th or 5th time tonight. Lou Donaldson's $5, but it is G condition. It is G condition. And Blue Magic is VG minus $5. Blue Magic. Let's do another handful of 45s right quick. Still got some cool singles here at $6.99. Elton John, Honky Cat. Johnny Horton, Miss Marcy. Lean on Me, Bill Withers. Donovan, Atlantis, The Beatles, Hey Jude, and You Say You Want a Revolution. We Belong Together. Pat Benatar, Nashville Cats, Love and Spoonful, and Cheap Trick, The Flame. Those are all $6.99. All right, there's a lot of cool stuff still left in here. Lottie Dada's condition as I have an insert. Charlie, unfortunately, it's already gone, sir. Charlie, unfortunately, it is already gone. Just like the Eagles song. Now, a lot still left in here. Don't know if we can go through them all, but if you was waiting maybe for the read-through, I would do that right now, but it's simple. Half off, no more, no less. There's a lot in here to bundle, but we can try. We'll see what happens, okay? Let's see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and put all these that didn't sell in the front part of this crate. I'm going to pull all these out because we're going to auction these another time. Oh, yeah. Put those right there. Found some. Oh, here's a single. I was trying to sell this last night. It was our last copy. Laura ordered these. Chapel Roan, Pink Pony Club. Chapel Roan is $19.99. That's my last one of those. And there's another rap album. Yeah, let's run through these one more time as fast as I can. This is H or A-I-T-C-H. I don't know how that's supposed to be read. That's the other hip-hop album. A-I-T-C-H, Close to Home. And it's on colored vinyl. $10 on that. We have Danielle Lupi and Greg Gonzalez, Charm of Pleasure. Sealed, that's Dream Pop. $10 on that. Hand of Glory, Far From Kith and Kin, $5 for Hand of Glory. We have the Dynatone Shout for $5. Also, we have the Downliner Sect, sealed for $10. Hoo-Ha, Lost Impossibles, 92 Spain Beat Record, $15. The Kidnappers, 2003 German, $7.50. We have The Preachers. This was $12.50, a 2001 UK Garage. Russ Giguere, G-I-G-U-E-R-E, Hexagram 16, $6.50 on that. The Incredible Casuals, Let's Go, $7.50. I'm assuming Natasha does want H, so that's sold to Natasha. We have The Last Drive Time, $15.89 Grease Garage album, The Last Drive. Jason and the Scorchers was $10. Also, the Beach Girls soundtrack was $10. We have James Vandenberg and the Vandals. That was $10. First Offense. The Rascals promo sampler. That was $10. The Fifth Dimension Earthbound was $7.50. Christy McCool was $10. D Rangers was $10. 5 Spanish Minutes. John Mayall was just $15. John Mayall was $13.50. Chris Knapp on Downliner Sect. That was right here. That's so to Chris Knapp. Thank you on that. And Screamin' Jungle, Revelation Rock, Rockabilly, $7.50 on that. The Rockin' Dead was Psychobilly, half off of $64.99, so $32.50. Dirty Little Devil's Frenzy was $12.50. The Ugly Beats, Bring on the Beats, that was $10. No claims on any of these singles. That's okay. I'm going to run through another quick handful right quick at $6.99 each. And these at $6.99 each are Loverboy, This Could Be the Night. Whitney, How Will I Know? Hank Williams, Lonesome Whistle, What's Love Got to Do with It? Tina Turner, You Give Good Love, Whitney Houston, Starship, Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now, and Whitney, I don't think I've ever seen that Whitney, Saving All My Love for You. Those are all $6.99. John Durden picks up a Hank Williams Sr. that kills Jim Ciascio streak. So Lonesome Wilson, make sure that goes to John Durden. And then we have Les Sequels, $10. And Jim Ciascio, you were second to that, Hank. Dr. Ross, the Harmonica Boss, $10 on that. This is the soundtrack to Synanon, $7.50 on that. Harlow Wilcox was $7.50. We also have Vermilion Sands. That was Swamp Pop. $10 for some Swamp Pop. Riverside Trio, $15. Columbia Neckties was $10. The Righteous Brothers, VG Plus, $5. Also, the Rhythm Wheel Combo, that was $20, half off of $39.99. Wow. Linda Ronstadt, $5. Prefab Spout was $17.50. The Sewer Grooves was $17.50. This one, now Paul put not on Discogs, but a customer in the video, I remember, they did find out this was under, I think, Big Sam Frazier. But if you just look up Sam Frazier, I mean, Paul, I'm sure, was probably beating his head against the wall. He could not find this. So this is $5. Sam Frazier. Marty Jones was $7.50. We got Mystic Moods for $7.50. Sonny and Cher, $8.50. We have Santo for $5. We have Sebastian for $12.50. We have Jimmy McGriff for $7.50. Lou Donaldson for $5. And Blue Magic, VG minus $5. Boy, that was I looked at my clock. I started reading through those off. That took me 4 minutes to read through those off, and I showed 45s. That took me 4 minutes. That was fast. All right, $6.99. I got 38 specials, So Caught Up in You, I Can Hear Music, one of my favorites by the Beach Boys. John Lennon, Borrowed Time, promo. That one actually might be pretty dang good. Jimmy Clanton, My Own True Love. Big River, Johnny Cash, and Come In Stranger. A Little Bit of Soul, that's a great one. And The Company Sleeve by the Music Explosion. All Fired Up by Benatar and Jim Stafford, Spiders and Snakes. Those are $6.99 there. Okay, we got Nat Reynolds on Sam. And if that's in the bin, Sam, Nat Reynolds, Sam. What was Sam? And then John Lennon is sold to Shakedown for $6.99. And then Johnny Cash is sold to Mega Blast for $6.99. Also, $500. Sold! Not even giving anybody even time to think about it. All right. So, Sam Frazier. Got it. That's sold to Nat Reynolds. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Oso. Nice grab. A few more here. $6.99. Mom Spaghetti. My palms are sweaty. Oso just bought I can't rhyme like Eminem. Few people can. Gene Krupa, Boogie Blues, nice. The Seeker by The Who, All Cried Out, Lisa Lisa and Cult Jam, Hall & Oates, You've Lost That Love and Feeling, Wildfire by Michael Martin Murphey, Bay City Rollers, I Only Want to Be With You, Charlie Dore, Pilot of the Airwaves, Billy Swan, I Can Help. Palms Are Sweaty, Mom Spaghetti, Oh So Just, gosh, I can't get a good rhyme going. We have Vermilion Sands. That one was right here, sold to Steve Riley for $10. Thank you on that. Oso means bear. No one has said what movie that line is from. Weekend at Bernie's. Okay, so let's show a few things over here from my catch-all crate, okay? Let's try to get some stuff sold from my catch-all crate. I don't know how we end up with so much stuff at the end of the week that's just like randomly over here, but let's try our best, okay? I have these are sealed LPs. Adam Bernardi said he claimed Vermilion. Adam Bernardi said he claimed Vermilion. When did, I don't know if that came through though. Winged. Preach Mag, no offers. H, downlighters, H to Hank, 5. Sam, JL, JC, Airhorn, nice Oso, Sam, Mr. Wrong, nice grab Oso, 3 dots. Nice one Oso, Vermilion Sounds, Oso means bear, cool colors. Hey Chad, I claim Vermilion. Yes, Oso got us from the movie Colors. Now, when did you claim that? Because that's nowhere remotely close on my feed. You might have got cursed of the restream. I mean, it's nowhere on here. Last thing I had from you, Adam, was a Winged Stallion 14 minutes ago. Yeah, it didn't come through. I got to give that one to Steve Riley. Got to give that one to Steve Riley. Unless he wants to give it up, but that's up to him. Okay, here's some sealed stuff for $6.99. This is sealed, never been opened. I mean, we're talking about OG, either sealed OG or OG clubs. A lot of these are cutout records, but they've never been opened. Sealed, Elton John, $6.99, and I have 2 of them. Island Girl, Rock of the Westies. The Chipmunks, songs from our TV show. Sealed, $9.99 for the Chipmunks. That is sealed. Olivia Newton-John is sealed, $9.99, or excuse me, let's do that for $6.99. The Young Presidents, featuring Ivan, Neville, Corey Glover, Blondie Chapman, Adam Mazzara, Coalition, $9.99 for the sealed Young Presidents. Glenn Campbell Basic is $6.99, sealed. The Return of Roger Miller, sealed. Sweet Dream soundtrack is sealed. There is a Terror in the Shrink Wrap. Tammy Wynette is sealed. The Kids Say the Darnest Things. Dr. Boogie presents Rarities from the Bob Hot Vaults. That's $9.99. And Wild Billy Childish and Buff Medways, the XFM Sessions, that's $9.99. So Elton John is $6.99 sealed. 1 sold to Shakedown. 1 sold to Adam Bernardi. Mary Miles was next. So sealed LPs here. Tammy Wynette, Sweet Dreams, Roger Miller, Glenn Campbell, Evening John. Most of those are OGs or vintage copies. And then for $9.99 was Wild Billy Childish, Bob Hot Vaults, The Young Presidents, and the Chipmunks, songs from our TV shows. Those are available. And we have... I was afraid. All right. More $6.99s and $9.99s. Let's say here. Rick Wakeman, criminal record, sealed $6.99. Alicia Bridges, sealed $6.99. Hank Williams Jr., A Time to Sing, $6.99. Hannibal Brooks, original motion picture score, $6.99. The Best of Junior Parker, sealed on Duke Records, $9.99. Blood Rock, sealed, $6.99. Roy Harper, sealed. Gosh, that might be a better one, but I'll do it for $9.99. Opry Time in Tennessee, sealed, $6.99. Robert Palmer, Riptide, sealed, $6.99. Golden Oldies, sealed, $6.99. Venture, $6.99. Okay, so, and all these could have cut marks. They could have tears in the shrink, but they're all sealed. The vinyl is presumed mint. They have never been opened. This is all sealed original records here. First thing we have is Shakedown on Rick Wakeman for $6.99. He got that one for $6.99. How much was Billy Childish? If it's been here recently, either $6 or $9.99. Was that over here? Billy Childish, $9.99. John Durden on the Hank Williams Jr., sold for $6.99. Alicia Details, sealed, $6.99. Self-titled. Hop sticker says, I love the nightlife. That's pinned to Adam Bernardi. Shakedown on Roy Harper for $9.99. Mike next on Hank Williams Jr. Robert next on Roy Harper. John Durden got the Ventures for $6.99. The Useless Eaters put BR. Blood Rock. Sold for $6.99. Mary Miles got Robert Palmer for $6.99. Useless Eaters put V for Ventures. You were second. Scott Oman got Opry Time in Tennessee for $6.99. Okay. Knocked out some stuff there. So here's what's left for $6.99. Golden Goodies Volume 15. Hannibal Brooks soundtrack. Tammy Wynette. Kids Say the Darnest Thing. Sweet Dream soundtrack. Return of Roger Miller. Glenn Campbell Basic. And Olivia Newton-John. Don't Stop Believing. These are $9.99. The Best of Junior Parker, Chipmunk songs from our TV show, Wild Billy Childish and the Buff Medways, Bob Hot Vaults, that was Dr. Boogie Presents and the Young Presidents Coalition. And then if Adam Bernardi passes on Alicia Bridges, it's still available for $6.99. What is the title of Oh, Wild Billy Childish? This is Wild Billy Childish and Buff Medways, the XFM Sessions. It's on Damaged Goods. It is sealed for $9.99. Also sealed for, let's see over here. Also, Mick Jagger, sealed, $9.99. American Hot Wax soundtrack, $9.99. Rod Stewart, Not on the Town, $9.99. Boston, $19.99. Sealed. Boston Third Stage, $19.99. Sealed, Stevie Nicks, $19.99 with hop sticker. Sealed, Jim Croce, Great Hits, $14.99. Duran Duran Rio, sealed, $19.99. Patti Smith Group, sealed, $9.99 for Patti with hop sticker, cut corner. Jackson Brown, sealed, $9.99. And Leaders of the Pack Volume 1, sealed, $6.99. $6.99. Alicia Bridges is sold to Adam Bernardi for $6.99. Mega Blast on MJ. MJ was for what was MJ? MJ? What was MJ? MJ? Mick Jagger. Forgot about these over here. MJ, $9.99. Sold to Mega Blast. Shakedown got Boston. Boston was sealed, $19.99. And then Young Presidents, Natasha, $9.99. Duran Duran, $19.99 with Mega Blast. Aunt Anthony Godley, second on Boston. Oso Adventure on BS. BS was probably for Boston. So that means you were second. Mary Miles on Jim B or JB. JB was for Jackson Brown. That's sold to Mary for $9.99. Oso put D. D was probably for Duran Duran, so you were next. The Useless Eaters on Patti Smith for $9.99. Mary was next on Jackson Brown. So that little fury there for $9.99. Sealed Rod Stewart, Not on the Town. The sealed 2LP American Hot Wax soundtrack, that's a good one. Still got Wild Billy Childish. Jim Croce was $14, and Stevie Nicks was $19.99. I think this price tag, that could be an original price tag, but I think that will peel off pretty easily here. That sticker right there. We'll let it be, though, but Stand Back, there it is, $19.99. There is a Tear in the Shrink right there. Sealed, though. Jackie wants Hot Racks for $9.99. Bargain sealed stuff here. Sealed stuff's weird. I mean, like, John brings these to me, and they pile up over here. He finds them in tubs. Laura's been marking them because I'm like, guys, let's just mark these because it's like they sell for less when they're sealed. It's a crazy, crazy thing. I cannot explain it. But I think it's just where people don't want to open them. People just don't want to open them, so they don't want to pay as much for them. Or they're thinking they have to keep them sealed because they're sealed. And you don't have to keep them sealed. You can open these and play them. I promise you. There's nothing extremely rare here that, you know, you don't want to keep sealed. It's all good to go, okay? If it's really rare and sealed, you know, I probably would be auctioning it for hundreds of dollars or something. Okay, and then Adam was next on Hot Wax. All righty, that was a good little flurry of activity there. Mike can bundle everything that's left to somebody. That would be great. What's else over here? I've got 2 records. These are ones when I was sorting flip crates. You know, my 6, 9, 14, 19, and 19.99 crates. Here's 2 things that I just could not mark down that cheap, and I don't want to make a new tab. So I've got an Analog Productions Muddy Waters Folk Singer. This is sealed, a 45 RPM, $59.99 or best offer. Muddy Waters Folk Singer. Sealed, 2LP, $59.99 OBO. The Otis Redding Story is a 4LP Otis Redding box set. It has a book and the vinyl's nice. The box is like VG or less. Just got some wear and tear and stains. But $64.99 for the Otis Redding 4LP box. 4 LPs of Otis Redding music, $64.99. So, bundle deal on the rest of the sealed stuff. Let's give somebody a crazy good deal. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 15 sealed records left, right? 15 sealed records left. Bundle deal, $75. $5 a piece if you buy the rest of those. Muddy Waters is sold to Ada Bernardi for $40. You got it. Sold to Ada Bernardi for $40. That was Muddy Waters. Sealed bundle, $75. Nice. Okay, now Paul pulled this out because he said the other night somebody had made an offer. I don't know if Stephen Parton's watching. He was going to let me make the call. This was the Endless Summer soundtrack. It's always been a pricey record. It's a 66 original, $99.99. And I think he told me the other day somebody was trying to make an offer, and he told me he passed, but he was going to let me. I have not reached out to Steven since then. Okay, and then, of course, I always pull out Beatles records because if they don't sell for sticker, I usually have Laura tag them for an auction and get the exact year. But when I glanced at this, I believe it is a 69 Abbey Road. And it's not bad. It's VG, $24.99. VG, $24.99. That is what I think is a 69 Abbey Road. Not saying it's a first press, but I'm saying it's a 69. John Durden wants to put back Mick Jagger. That is a $10 billion restocking fee. Does anybody want the sealed Mick Jagger for $9.99? I don't think anybody was back up on it. Sealed Mick Jagger. That's the full album. $9.99. Figured John Kaiser would buy the sealed bundle there. So there's Abbey Road. If not, we're going to tag it for an auction. And then I don't really know why these ended up loose out of a crate, but I will read them off. I have no idea why these ended up loose out of a crate. It's just like, maybe it was like the last few leftovers of like I don't know. But I'm about to read them off, and then if not, we're going to move them back into like new arrivals for another time. We have Y Los Args Cantanan in Spaniel. And this is sealed $29.99. A 2005 Switzerland Garage, $29.99. So that is a garage album, 2005 Switzerland. And then we have Heart, Dreamboat Annie live, recorded live in its entirety at the Orpheum Theater in Los Angeles. And that is a 2 LP Heart doing Dreamboat Annie live with bonus tracks, $34.99. Stevie Nicks, $13. What did I have it for? $19. I will sell it to you for $17, or we can open it up and say it's near mint minus and pristine and shrink wrap with hop sticker for $24.99. There's a great, what's that other song on there? I've been listening to it. If Anyone Falls. Yeah, that's a good one. If Anyone Falls. Heart, $25. Sold to Adam Bernardi, $25. Yard Act, The Overload. Post-punk album, a 2022 UK. Sealed, $19.99. Stevie Nicks sold to Bart Knoxville for $15. The bundle still is $75 now with 15 records in there. Bryan Adams, Reckless. It was the summer of '69. $14.99 for Bryan Adams, Reckless. I don't know why that was pulled out of a crate. Madonna Like a Virgin, $29.99. Madonna Like a Virgin, original under sleeve, $29.99. This is Laurent Wolf featuring Sonny D, Sunshine Paradise, House, $9.99. Yazwa, Irichi Yakawua, a white label promo, EX $9.99. Nada Por Day Paraz Ultaramas, Don't Ask Me, 2014 Garage Surf Punk, sealed for $19.99. And we have Wooden Wand and the Vanishing Voice, Buck Dharma. And that is a 2005 press, $29.99. So Wooden Wand and the Vanishing Voice, Buck Dharma, 2005, $29.99. Nada Pode Os Ultaramas, sealed $19.99. Yasakawa, Yazawa was EX $9.99. Laurent Wolf was $9.99. Madonna, $29. Bryan Adams is sold to Ed Riviera for $10. Yard Act, and then the Wow y Los Args, Canton and Espanol. Don't ask me what I'm saying because I don't know myself. Okay, that's just the way it is. Just like the Bruce Hornsby and the Rain song. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. I'm going to put all those right there. What else is in this crate? I had I got a Japanese press. And then I've got three more Beatles records that are sticker price, or I'll just go ahead and sell them. And then Shakedown on Wolf. Here's Jackson Brown. This was a beautiful Japanese pressing of Running on Empty with Book and Obi. $25 on that. What was Wolf for $7? That was right here. Laurent Wolf. This is sold to Shakedown for $7. Sold for $7. And Buck Dharma. No, Buck Dharma is the lead singer for Blue Oyster Cult. Jackson Brown, Japanese pressing, $25 on that. This is Meet the Beatles, a Scranton mono press, an early, probably 64, VG Plus, $39.99. Meet the Beatles. The Cannonball Adderley Sextet, New York, VG Plus, $49.99, a 1962 Riverside. And then we had Hard Day's Night in partial shrink wrap, VG $19.99, and then Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, a Scranton stereo press, VG Plus $34.99. Billy Childish is $9.99, and that is sold to Chadwick Smith. Okay, and then that means the bundle now is 14 records for $70. If anybody wants all the sealed records. Is it Ikichiwa Zawaawa? Let's go find out. It is. It was. It is Ikiwacha Zawaawa. and that is a white label promo, $9.99. So I pull these Beatles records out because I usually just go ahead and I like auctioning them because there's so many variants and, you know, this and that. But if you want to go ahead and claim them now, if not, they're going to be left on Laura's desk probably for Monday or Tuesday sale. And she'll bag them, sleeve them, and get the exact pressing, and then they'll be bid on. They might sell for minimum bid, which is probably going to be about like these prices, or they could sell for twice as more. Right now, that's so depressed and Rose. Guy Shard says, I will definitely want that. That's so to Guy Shard, Ikicha Zawaawa. I hope I'm doing that somewhat of a justice. And then what else is in my miscellaneous crate? Okay, this was a cassette box set. How about $19.99? This is Bob Dylan's Biograph, which is an amazing Bob Dylan compilation. It comes as 3 cassettes. It has the insert. It has multiple inserts, actually. And there's Bob Dylan. It's a 3 cassette box set, $19.99 for Biograph. $19.99 for Biograph. Don't forget over here, we still got Cannonball Adderley. Make offer on that, or Jackson Brown, or the Endless Summer, or the Otis Redding box. Trying to fill up my last crate of the night here before I sign off. I'm now into overtime. I was going to stop at midnight, but I'm trying to get a last few tidbits over here cleaned up and wrapped up. That one needs additional research. That one needs additional research. That one does. And I actually have pulled this out. I'm pretty firm on this price. If you just go check this on, like, you don't have to check it on eBay or Discogs, but especially eBay, because I remember this has always demanded a lot more money than I think what we have it marked for. This is the Black Moses, $39.99. It has that gigantic fold-out cover. I mean, I could expand the cover, and it would take up this whole table. It looks like he's doing the Jesus Christ pose. It's called Black Moses. It's on Enterprise. It's a true OG. It's near mint minus and a near mint minus jacket. $39.99. That's a highly collectible album just for the jacket. Black Moses, $39.99 for Isaac Hayes. So that is available, just FYI. Okay? Just letting you know. It's available. Guy Shard wants the Bob Dylan cassette box. That's sold to him for $19.99. Biograph. And it's just a popular album. Sometimes Discogs, you can't get the true effect of like collectible jackets unless you really get on eBay and see what some of them are selling for. It's like that with picture sleeves. Like sometimes I'll have picture sleeves like of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, and people are looking them up on Discogs, and they're seeing like median $1.78, and I'm like, yeah, that's for a VG with no sleeve. We got a picture sleeve that's mint. That's like a $25, $35 record all day long. So sometimes you have to get on eBay to get an idea of what's being sold, okay? And then, so who wants this? John Durden said jacket. Is that a claim for this? If so, it's yours. If not, it goes to Charlie DeFrank. The Meet the Beatles was a Scranton Monopress VG Plus, $39.99. And then Chad and the Ben, is there a hard rock band that starts with a V? We can check out that very quickly. A V. Let's see here. A V, there was James Vandenberg and the Vandals, which was a Southern rock, $19.99. Don't see a V, not in here. All right, so this is sold for sticker price, of course. I literally had this in my take-home pile because I was like, man, this is such a collectible record. And it's in beautiful shape. That's sold to Charlie DeFrank. He does get that. And next is Brian Call gets to Meet the Beatles. And then we have Endless Summer. Endless Summer is marked $99.99. It's the Sandals, the original soundtrack from Bruce Brown's Endless Summer. The vinyl is EX or better. It's a 66 original, $99.99. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I mean, because when you're on Discogs, when you're looking at items and when you're looking at stuff that has sleeves, you got to make sure it actually has a sleeve and what's the condition, because picture sleeves and collectible covers and that kind of stuff, just visually, when you actually see it, it's a different story. That's why sometimes eBay auctions for like picture sleeves and like rare gimmick covers, they tend to sell for more and bring more over on eBay. And that's why we pull out stuff like that and auction it here. Because when people see it and like, wow, that's incredible. That's the OG first pressing and it's in beautiful condition. You get the kind of the whole package idea. It's where you can look at it. Okay. Over here, and then the sealed records. So the sealed records were, we have Mick Jagger for $9.99. Jim Croce was $14.99. Rod Stewart was $9.99. Dr. Boogie Presents Rarities from the Bob Hot Vaults, $9.99. The Chipmunks songs from our TV shows was $9.99. The Best of Junior Parker, $9.99. And the rest are $6.99. Leaders of the Pack, Volume 1. Olivia Newton-John, Don't Stop Believing. Glenn Campbell Basic. The Return of Roger Miller. The Sweet Dreams soundtrack. Tammy Wynette, Hannibal Brooks, and Golden Goldies, Volume 15. Or I'm trying to sell them all for $70. Which I would love to do to wrap up the night tonight, which makes them $5 a piece. And Shakedown wants Rod Stewart. That's $9.99. And now everything left for $65. Should be $13 now for $65. Okay, I've pretty much obliterated that, what I call catch-all bin. The only thing left is what's still on the table. Well, there's 2 Paul McCartney tour books here. Paul McCartney World Tour books. These are official, probably what was been sold at concerts. Make sure he didn't sign this somewhere. I don't think so. I did see recently one of these in a group, a Beatles group I'm in, signed. They were asking like $1,275 for it, or $2,275, something. I mean, it's amazing. I think it was $2,275, like $2,200, which is a deal. I think it sold. It was a black Sharpie. It was personal. It was made out to somebody too. $10 a piece on these. This is an official Paul McCartney tour book, the New World Tour, which is 90s era. I think this is 90s era, right? I just seen where the sheet music, somebody had a sheet music of Hey Jude. It was signed. It sold for $7,500. The rest of the crate, Sweet Dreams and Roger Miller, sold to Christina Curtis. All right, that's $6.99. By the way, the shrink's a little loose on that one. And she gets Roger Miller. The rest of this crate here, Ada Bernardi could close out the show with a bang. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19. What, boy, I just miscounted. Did y'all see that? I was jumping ahead in twos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 40. $225. $5.62 each. So now it's not so new, no tour. No, this is about 30 years. He probably thought when he was touring then, he's probably like, how many more of these I'm going to do? And here he is. He's, what, 82 years old, and he just started another tour. He comes to Nashville. Gosh, that's in just about a month. I have ticket. I can't forget about that. I got to plan ahead and make sure Paul's covering the sale. So Adam, I think that's a great price. That gets them down less than $6.99. I mean, there's a lot of $40 stuff in here, but closeout deal, $225, 40 LPs. Anybody else? Now the sealed bundle is getting even cheaper. What else I have over here? Help. He did open with help. Hadn't played it in decades, I don't think. Like 20, 30 years. Of course, that's always been a John Lennon song, but I'm sure he misses his buddies. You know, he thinks about, you know, when you lose a loved one. By the way, here's another Japanese pressing. Bananarama, $25. When they say when you lose a loved one, you'll think about them every day, which is very true. I think about my dad every day. But I'm sure he probably thinks about George or John probably about every day. Something happens. I mean, how can he avoid it? He's been chased down, one of the most popular people on earth for his entire life almost. Just constantly. Kind of like a Michael Jordan thing. Just every time he's out in public, he's just swarmed. Just photos, autographs, pictures. Just chaotic. Chaos. Down there in South America when he tours, they're like out in the streets. It looks like Beatlemania. It's just chaos. Well, I've about run out of stuff to sell y'all. Not really. There's tens of thousands in here. Adam, do you want to make an offer on the bundle? Do you want to make an offer? I would love to close out with one more big shaboom. We can include a deal with the sealed records. Bananarama sold Adam Bernardi for $18. Info on Cannibal. Is that something in here? Don't forget, tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Not for sure what that is. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. Paul's doing a Psychedelic Sunday sale. Don't forget, I'll be around. And tune into Paul. I'll probably won't be around. I'll probably be asleep, honestly. Cannonball Adderley, a 1962 U.S. Riverside VG Plus, $49.99. Still got Donald Trump, still got Michael Jordan. 21 family members, wow. $8.39, that's over in London, right? Is that over in London? I'm going to try to go ahead and shoot the 2 videos for the morning. The 6 a.m. new vinyl, which is going to be all on sale leftovers from this week. I'm going to go ahead and do our vintage crate. I'm going to maybe even try to do another nooner crate. I'm going to try to run over to the gym and get some exercise in because I'm about to eat like an entire pizza. So I'm trying to work up a huge appetite. I'm going to order a pizza to be delivered here at the store. And then I'm going to come back and try to get it before 2 a.m. And I think I can do all that and get all that done. So if y'all care about my nightlife, I've got a lot of work to do between now and when I go to bed. And, but I'm excited. Okay. Any leftover 45s? Oh, a bunch. Hundreds. Oh, yeah. So, This is best offer, yes. Regina wants sealed Glen Campbell, $6.99. How much is Trump? $1,275. $1,275. I've turned down 2 very fair offers this week, but we're so close. I'm very close to a couple people. I think one guy I'm going to message and see if he'll come up maybe a little, and I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him. $1,275. You got two of the world's most famous people there. I mean, Michael Jordan is known worldwide. There's his rookie card, and then you got Donald Trump. I don't think there's a person on earth that doesn't know who Donald Trump is. In any country, probably. You could show that photo to just about anybody. They're going to be like, that's Donald Trump. They probably will recognize that signature. I think that's why it sells for so much. Plus, he's a president, but all presidential signatures are expensive. But, man, you're talking about, international there. Cannonball Adderley, 33. Sold to the useless eaters. Paul Brothers, I'm probably going to read through a couple more boxes of 45s next week, and then we'll probably start doing bundles on the leftovers. I'll probably sell them like a whole box like I had before to, where's Jetstream at? I hadn't seen Jetstream in a while. Haven't seen Jetstream in a while. 1,275. I've gotten pretty good at trying to. It looks like a simple. Here, I'll try it. It looks like a simple thing until you try to do it. Then it doesn't turn out as well. If you practice it, you can get pretty close. It's let's see here. Just can't get that right. That was a book plate, so man, if he hadn't have done that book, let me give you a quick idea about the value of this. Okay, so he did a book. It's like a big photo book. And he signed there's images of him signing those. They're book plates. And he's like on Air Force One. I've seen pictures and videos. He's signing those book plates. A book plate is like a sticker that they would stick inside of a book. He don't have time to obviously sign every one of the books. Plus, he can sign the stickers while he's traveling and going over the world, blah, blah, blah. Now, what happened was a lot of people are cutting them out of the books, or a lot of those book plates got leaked, and then they started hitting circulation. But I'm telling you right now, I mean, like a cut book plate is always $1,000 or more, but anything else, like a baseball, I seen a Trump flag recently sell for like $5,000. The hats, sell for $2,500, $3,500. So, that if these hadn't gotten leaked, Trump's autograph, I think, would be twice as much right now. I mean, they like a regular signed. Let's say you just had like a signed document or something. That would be like, I don't know. If these book plates hadn't have leaked, it would be so much more expensive right now. So a lot of those book plates got out because you can see right there the book plate, the bottom of it, and I think it's supposed to say, I love you. Because I have another thing framed where I'm starting to collect all of the president's signatures, and it's supposed to say right down there, I love you. But somebody's I think they cut that one out of the book. But just the book itself is expensive, of course, because they're signed. But, yeah, But I think if those book plates hadn't leaked, his autograph would be probably twice as much. But you can get these for around $1,000 pretty much all the time right now. But man, anything else like I seen where a signed Masters flag. I don't know why he'd be signing a Masters flag unless he was just like at the Masters one year or something. But like a signed Masters flag sold for like $6,500. That's some of the most expensive stuff I've seen sell lately. So, anybody else? I'd rather have a lobotomy. Got to get it sold, though. I actually traded a signed album for this. I had to put up some other cash, but I didn't have as much in the album, so I did a trade with somebody. I traded a signed Rick Danko album, and I had to put up some cash, of course, because the Rick Danko was worth nowhere as much as this was. So, oh man, I paid. I had a thing framed. I bought a framed picture with that same kind of book plate, and I paid $1,500. It was already framed with like his assassination picture, and that cost $1,500. It was already framed and everything though. So, but I think the other night when somebody was asking about these, I just checked one of these, and one had sold that night for $12.95. So, for a PSA slab, people like them slabbed like that. It's actually not a bad price. Not a bad price on Jordan either. $3,000. Somebody asked another, was this signed? I was like, no, this signed. Oh my gosh, Jordan signed is like a rookie card is huge money signed. You're talking like new car money, $50,000, $80,000, depending on the grade of the card. Like if you had a 7 or 8 signed, it's $50,000, $80,000, somewhere right in there maybe. Huge money for Jordan signed rookie cards. Just a Jordan on a piece of paper, like a cut Jordan autograph PSA slabbed, I think is a cut Jordan slab, because I was trying to get one of the most cheapest Jordan just signatures. I wanted a big bold one like this, just a beautiful Jordan slabbed PSA. I think you're talking $3,000 or $4,000 just for a cut Jordan slabbed, nice, beautiful signature. So, and it also depends on the era. His earlier stuff demands more, like if he was signing rookie year or signing when he was at North Carolina, those sell for more. I don't have a Mahomes. No, not for sale. No. I still got this Nolan Ryan over here, though. I know you was interested in that. I got a really cool George Bush Sr. I'll have to post some of my presidential stuff I've bought lately, but I've got they're both PSA slabbed. It's on the same thing. They signed George Bush and George Bush Sr., and it's a picture of them throwing out the first pitch at the Texas Rangers game. It's a really cool photo. I'm trying to get a really cool photo of every president, like George Bush Sr., them throwing out the first pitch. I'm working on the Obama. I'm thinking I'll do like the image where he's speaking in Chicago the night he won, and it's like, 100,000 people there, it looks like. And JFK, and then like have them all framed and matted and just have like a whole gallery of them. So, I think it'd be really cool to collect all those. Trying to get like big iconic photos. The Trump one I got was like right after he got up after being shot. I thought that you got to frame that one with a signature. George, yeah, that's a funny one. I used to love David Letterman. He'd do the great moments in presidential speeches. Nolan Ryan is a PSA 4. It's a miscut, $895. Now, if this was a PSA 4 without that qualifier, it would be about $1,200 right now. That's $895. It's a PSA 4 miscut. I've got about 50 graded Nolan Ryan cards. We have, when we originally bought them, the guy had every Topps card through his career, all PSA graded or SGC. So I still got a few of them, and of course a lot of them are pretty common, but we also have some pretty good ones like this one. This is the 91 Topps Desert Shield. That one's $325. Beckett 8.5. Yeah, this is Nolan Ryan's rookie card. Yeah, that's Nolan Ryan's rookie card. And then this is the Desert Shield. Of course, if that's just a 91 Topps, it's like a few bucks. The Desert Shield makes it $325. One of the greats there. I just bought some signed sports stuff yesterday. I just bought yesterday. I had a guy drop off some stuff. I bought a, well, I can show it to y'all. I mean, I got to have them. They're already checked. They're already checked by PS or by JSA, but we got to get the letters and the certs put on them. So I might have some of them ready by the end of the year, but I bought two things yesterday. I bought a huge country collection, like Keith Whitley, Rare Willie Nelson's, 90s country, Travis Tritt. And then I bought all this stuff, which it really isn't for sale right now. Because I got to get it authenticated. But I can promise you they're good, because I've already had them pre-checked. We got a great relationship built with JSA. So I bought a signed Rob Halford book. This is signed by Bob Feller, Hall of Famer Bob Feller. Joe DiMaggio. That one's really cool. I love that. It's a train magazine. This is signed by Joe DiMaggio. Monty Irvin, another Hall of Famer. Another Joe DiMaggio. Another Joe DiMaggio. That one's probably the best because it's clean and not personalized. Monty Irvin. Y.A. Tittle. And then here's a really cool one. Sandy Koufax. And then this is probably the best piece. It's the 500 Club. It's signed by Reggie Jackson, Willie Mays, Eddie Matthews, Hank Aaron, Herman Killebrew, Mickey Mantle, Willie McCovey, Ernie Banks, and Frank Robinson. So that is signed by 9 of the 11. It's missing Mike Schmidt and Ted Williams. Mike Schmidt's still alive. Unfortunately, Ted Williams is gone. So you could get almost all that, but that's pretty cool. And then this is signed. I kind of want to take it out of this. I don't like this display, but this is signed by Nolan Ryan. So I don't like this thing. It looks too gimmicky. I want to just really take this thing out, but it's going to take some work. So it's already broken down here, but that's signed by Nolan. And all this stuff's good. Like I said, I've had it checked. So, and then I got these two over here. This is just sports stuff. If I started bringing out music autographs, we'd be here all night, of course, but I like these, and it's going to take a lot for me not to keep them because I've been hoarding signed Mickey Mantle balls for a while. But I have this. And then I think this is really cool. Speaking of Ted Williams, signed by Ted Williams. Clean, super nice, clean signatures there too. So Yeah, that's really cool. Also, I mean, I don't really want to price Sandy Koufax because it really needs to be auctioned. And the Rob Halford book, I mean, it's real, but I don't have it authenticated yet unless you want me to hold it. I really don't want to price any of this stuff out. So I'd like to just wait. I mean, because, you know, I don't like selling the stuff until we get it JSA'd. I mean, it's been pre-checked, but I like having, you know, I like it guaranteed. Yeah, I don't know. I might just wait. I feel like if I see some prices right now, they're going to get sold. Yeah, I got 2 or 3 things over here we've already sold, and then we got to get it authenticated later this year. All this stuff came out of a storage unit. You know, you hear about people buying storage units, but and sometimes when I hear that, I'm like, what? This stuff was literally found in a storage unit. But I know the guy for sure that bought it. So he bought like 4 storage units from an old collectibles dealer. I knew the guy too. It was in Cookeville, Tennessee. He bought 4 gigantic storage lockers. He bought comics. He bought toys. He bought trading cards. And he found tubs. Now, let me tell y'all this. All this is real, right? This is the 10% that was real. 90% of it was bad. We had bad Emmitt Smith, bad Hulk Hogan, bad Dale Earnhardt. Let me pull up the list here. I mean, you should have seen how many forgeries we had. So there was bad bad Mickey Mantles, bad Hulks, Emmitt Smiths, Dr. J's, Earnhardt, Kiss, Fran Tarkenton, Jerry Rice, and then a lot of other people that was like more B and C autographs, and I'd even have those checked. These didn't come from the storage unit. Paul just bought these at a record buy. The Ted Williams and Mantle, these didn't come from the storage unit. These stuff did. But that's how much bad stuff there was. So, you want my price on Rob Halford right now? Also, Hessen has asked. And then for me to hold it, $75. $75. Nolan Ryan. I'm going to wait on that one. I got to figure out how he's got to put the sticker on it. See, the sticker has to be placed on the item. That's why I want to get it out of this thing. I just don't like it. Plus, it costs so much more to ship it. It's dangerous. It's got chips on it. So, and I'm worried about how this is attached, honestly. So, I'd rather wait on that just to make sure. Oso said sold. Hessen, he asked about it slightly before you. So I'll have to give it to him. If you could have got in a question one more word ahead of him, it would have been yours. Now what we're going to do, let's hold this. Whoever's watching this sale, Let's tag this and let's set it over here into the... So you'll go ahead and get a bill for this. And then we'll hold it. JSA's coming one more time before the end of the year. Hessen, let me find out if this guy... Let me make sure he didn't find any more of these, okay? Because he's up in a toy show right now. And, no, did this come from him? Yeah. Who told me they found something else? They found more of something else. I'll let you know if I find any more, okay? If it makes you feel better, no matter what number you said, I chose my marriage over the Rhine Express. There we go. Hessen, you ask me, Hessen, tomorrow, and I will find out if he's got any more of those, okay? So you just hold till tomorrow and ask me again, and I'll find out if he has any more, okay? Or ask Paul, and we'll see what I can come up with. That's why I like auctioning stuff. Okay. Ted Williams signed ball, not for sale. Auction estimate, 500 plus. Any Babe Ruth, 20,000 plus. Babe Ruth signed ball, 20,000 plus. Ted Williams, 500 plus. Not for sale. All right, I'm signing off. Y'all wanting to buy, this is why I don't show autographs till we have them authenticated. And for some reason, I end up showing autographs not authenticated when over here behind me, I have thousands JSA authenticated that I've never shown before. Somehow I end up showing this stuff, and then it ends up selling before I even get a chance to even tell anybody I have it. It always happens with the good autographs. Like, before I can even get them out on the web to let people know what we buy and what we've bought, it's like it's already poof, already gone. I'm like, oh my gosh, we've already went through 300 authenticated autographs in 6 minutes. It's all gone. Babe Ruth signed balls are extremely expensive. Bats and stuff like that. You're talking a different ball game. No pun intended. Ty Cobb, you're talking tens of thousands. Whew, it's big money stuff. What's the investor guy, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary? Kevin O'Leary starting to invest in sports memorabilia, and he's invested over $20 million in 11 items. I think he's bought 11 cards and spent $20 million. That's big time. I think he's bought 11, or is it 21? Probably 21. 21 cards for $20 million. Geddy Lee sold all that. Geddy Lee, he doesn't have any of that anymore. He sold all that at Christie's auctions last year. That interview that he did with, not Tom Brokaw. Who's that he did an interview with? The 60 Minutes guy? He sold all that through Christie's auction, yeah. I don't think he has anything left. And I think he donated most of the money. Dan Rather, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had stuff like Christy Matheson and Honus Wagner signed baseballs and complete World Series teams from the 50s. All that early America, baseball Americana he collected. Yeah, if you search Christie's, let's see here. If you Google, this is something you can do tonight when this feed's over. Christie's auction, Geddy Lee, you probably can find it. Yeah. It was actually in December of 2023. $6.9 million worth of stuff. Yep. Yeah. 6.543 million. Willie Mays signed baseball. Estimate 1 to 2,000, sold for 6,300. Mickey Mantle, Happy Hanukkah. Estimate was 2 to 4,000, sold for 15,120. Wow, that's unique. He wrote Happy Hanukkah. Roberto Clemente, boy, that's a rare one. Sold for 88,200. Roberto Clemente on a baseball, that is extremely rare. 88,200. Roger Maris, 3276. Satchel Paige. Bill Veeck. I think he had one signed by the Beatles. Let's see here. Sort by price. He had a baseball signed by the Beatles. He had Babe Ruth, a Babe Ruth Brooklyn Dodgers. He had a Hank Aaron jersey. The Hank Aaron jersey sold for $567,000. Lou Gehrig. He had a 1934 Masters Horton Smith signed badge. Wow. 1934 Masters. That sold for $220,000. Herbert Hoover signed baseball. $214,000. There we go. The Beatles. But it was faded. Yeah, I remember looking at that. It was pretty faded, though. They signed it after the Shea Stadium concert. $176,000. If that was clearer, it would have brought a lot more. John F. Kennedy baseball. John F. Kennedy baseball. Satchel Paige's glove. This is just crazy stuff. Oh, man, that's crazy stuff. If he signed a crock pot, yeah, that'd be pretty rare. A signed Funko made 30 years after he died. Okay, thanks everybody for spending time with Chad's Baseball Memorabilia Hour. I'm officially signing off. Thank y'all as always for watching and participating, and we've had a great time. If I could clone myself, we'd be selling baseball stuff and sports stuff every night, just like we do vinyl. I would have cards, I would have autographs, I would have packs, but I can't clone myself, and we've kind of built a business around vinyl. If I could clone myself, I'd have another Chad selling sports stuff every night, and autographs and memorabilia and baseball bats and jerseys and signed baseballs and cards and signed cards. But we got to do it about once every couple of weeks, maybe on a Sunday night or a couple nights a week late at night. That's about the only time I have time to sell this stuff. So thanks y'all for watching. All this stuff will get JSA'd in the next this stuff that takes letters, like these will take letters. Those won't be back until after the first of the year. That's like Ted Williams, Mickey Mantle, this. Those won't be ready until after the first of the year. The basic certification stuff, we might can have those done by the end of the year. JSA is supposed to come either this month or next month. And we got a bunch of stuff that we're waiting for letters to come back, like some big stuff. REM signed, Motorhead signed, Paul McCartney signed, some big stuff. I still got the Beatles autographs in the safe. Don't forget about those. I've got a bat signed by Derek Jeter. I've got a bat signed by King Griffey Jr. Those all require letters. And we'll have some of that stuff before the end of the year. Some of that will be before the end of the year, so cool stuff. Every once in a while, we'll do a big autograph sale. We'll combine everything and do a big, big autograph sale. So All right. Thank y'all as always. And I am shining off. And thank y'all. And that's it. We're done here at Coleco. Good night, everybody. And I'll see y'all. Tune in tomorrow for Paul's sale at 5 o'clock. And then I'll be back on Monday to start a new week.